and Amandla, as well as Isthembiso. Amandla struggling to overturn that aggregate, but it was Isthembiso who pulled away with that 1-0 victory, and that allowed them to win on 3-2 aggregate. Then we had the Rock and Ndengeza, who the first leg they were goalless, and the second leg they were goalless, but it was Ndengeza that pulled through on penalties 3-2, and then First FC falling by the sword of Boko Haram 2-1, and aggregate 3-2. So if you've missed the action, this is the road to the final. We kickstarted this tournament with 8 teams, and of course 8 then fell off the wayside, and then we booked into the last 8, which was then the quarterfinals, and the likes of First FC, Boko Haram, the Rock, Ndengeza, Amandla, Isthembiso, Kwara and Abarondoli then were in contention for the last 2 days in the first and the second leg of the quarterfinals. But this is where we are today. It is the first leg of the semi-finals. Boko Haram will be taking on Ndengeza, and as well as Isthembiso will be taking on Abarondoli. So those are the top 4 teams. It is almost the time to get to the finals, as the finals is on the 30th of December, and it will be taking place hopefully at the Makulong Stadium. And so these are the 4 teams in contention. It is anybody's game at this point. But of course, Obui Tumelo is standing pitch side with the 2 coaches of Boko Haram and Ndengeza, as these are the fixtures for today. So Boko Haram will be kickstarting the game with Ndengeza, a high-flying team as we know it, always starting the game off with a high tempo. Then we have Isthembiso as well as Abarondoli, who will be wrapping up match day 7 today. That of course will be 4 o'clock kickoff. So these fixtures should be interesting, as all four of them were high-flying teams, high-scoring teams, and we saw some great football coming from all 4 of these teams, deservedly so in the top 4. So could it be Boko Haram, Ndengeza, or is it Isthembiso, Abarondoli who will book their place in the final of this tournament? We are on the cusp, of course, we are almost there. But right now, Obui Tumelo standing by with Coach Lesetja Letwaba.
Much Mbali. Right now, I'm currently with the coach of Boko Haram, Lesetja Letwaba. Coach, I hope you had a good rest. I know it was 1 day, so today is the last 4 crucial stage in the tournament.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a bit of a rest because we were playing 2 o'clock. Yesterday we played 4 o'clock, so we had a bit of a rest. The guys are well rested. We'll see how it goes today.
Coach, please take us through the changes that you made for the semi-final encounter.
I only made 2 changes. Tato Ramesi comes in for Tembas Toilet, right wing, and Jabul Ptomin comes in for Trebosified in the middle of the park. So those are the only changes we made.
Coach, we've seen Sifadi starting in all the games, and today he's not around. Tell us about the impact that has made in your team.
Unfortunately, he had a bit of family commitment, so he wasn't able to make it today. But I transited the young boy in Jabul Mtombeni. His pace, he's got a good vision and he's good passes. So I trust in the young boy to fill in Trebosified's shoes.
Yesterday we saw Jackie having to get a knock. Is he all right for today's game?
Yeah, I think he'll be alright. He's a big guy, so that knock won't shake him. So we had a bit of a rest. He managed to suit those muscles, so he'll be fine to go today.
That is the coach of Boko Haram, Coach Jackie Letwaba. Thank you very much, Coach. And currently I am joined by the coach of Ndengeza, Coach Chinola Machele. Coach, after yesterday's encounter, thrilling penalty shootout, are you ready for today's game?
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready. Got some few changes there and there, but yeah, I think we well rested. Yeah, the guys are ready for today.
We know Ndengeza to be playing the Kasi football everywhere where they go. So in this last 4, are we gonna see a change in style of play? We're playing against a team which is well disciplined at the back.
No changes. We play the way we play. We don't try to do something that we don't know. We stick to the basics. If we must entertain, we entertain. If we get that shibobo, we get that shibobo. So yeah, we don't change. We play the way we are. We used to play. So yeah, we are okay.
You created plenty of chances yesterday, but up front you lack that firepower. It is a concern to your side. So how are you planning to actually affiliate creating chances, but this time converting them?
Yeah, it's been a story of each and every day. But hence I said yesterday, we need to encourage the boys, give them that courage, the will We brought in Ralph today. We're not putting any pressure on him, but we know he's clinical. If we get those chances, he'll bury them.
Thank you very much, Coach Chinola. Best of luck for today's game, and hope your team does well.
Thank you very much.
That is Ralph Mashele, the coach of Ndengeza, which will be taking up against Boko Haram. Right now, I will be joined by Hleza Matebola, as well as Jeremiah Mapanga, who will be the anchor for today's game. Ndengeza versus Boko Haram.
Dumela ka mona motshamotse go amogela ka motsaneng fela wa ka Thembisa ka kona ga go lo jalo re kopane ka kona re kopane ka mona tabeng ye golo ya di-Phillies games motsamotle re tlo jalo ka molona go na le ka mona motsamotle Boko Haram e kopane le hlopha sena sa Ntengeze ka kona motsamotle Phillies games 2020 o polo re ka mona motsamotle live ka Rabareche motsaneng fela wa ka Thembisa motsamotle motsano ile gore o bile gona ka 1957 ke motsanano wa Thembisa ka mona la tla bofofu ke bona ngwanena wa nyempe ka kona motsamotle na le ka mona bathusa ba le tšaphala ba kamane ba le ready ka kona go bontsha gore go fisa lenyelenyele o bolo bona jalo ka matheke le mongwe motsamotle ke tsamaya le ntatona wa senkgweshe o ja senkgweshe sa tona legadi segwa se se le mona ke sa tona legadi ngwanena wa Hleza it's gonna be lit.
Anticipation at its best, Jeremiah. We've been, of course, anticipating this mouth-drooling encounter between these two teams. Boko Haram up against Ndengeza. It's going to be quite interesting to see, but it's always that factor. Who wants it more and who has the desire and the work ethic?
Bona gona jalo Hleza go tlo ba mona tona legadi ga go le jalo ele lotso la mathomo la ka mona motsemotle gore basimane bana ba ba tlo winang le lotso la mathomo lotso la bedi ke banna ba ile gore ba tlo ikhumana ba le ka kona magaola gang a ka mona a tournament ena ya di-Phillies games o gopola go tournament ena se ya botlofaleng gona jalo re tlo fetsa ka nako e sa fetse go pelo ona Hleza ba mona tefela jalo lebela ka mona moletsa phala ka mane ke na Charles Lewis go na le ka mane first assistant ke na Mthobisi Nyempe, second assistant Godfrey Mahlango, fourth official ka mane ke na Thabo Ngwanena go tlo ba mona tona legadi ga go le jalo giant tša pedi tsena ga di kopane Hleza.
I tell you for one, I'm eager to see, of course, the shoe shine and pianos. A little bit of showboatings as well. But in all terms and in all aspects, when you get to look at this formation from Ndengeza, it's not a really much changed squad. They're missing Moses Mukansi as well, but it tells you that they've brought in Ralph Kam. So Ralph Kam will be a very big, important factor for them up front there. And you can tell that Chauke and Innocent have been very impeccable in terms of making those adventurous runs, while Boko Haram will have to make sure that they keep tabs with them.
Ona jalo re tlo hlopha batho ba e leng gore ba latlhegetse ke maphelo a bona ka morago ga leuba le legolo la COVID-19. Hawolo jalo mothamotle a lahlela bofofu ka mona mothamotle rena le ka mane starting lineup sa batshimana ba Boko Haram o teng jersey number 1 ka mane ke na Cheki Thato 16 bona ka mane ke na Philip wa pere jersey number 15 jersey number 2 pere Romeo bona ka mane le hlagano no teng ka mona Mtutuzi ngwana Yende wa pere jersey number 5 jersey number 8 ya pere ka mane ke na Nchabulo 12 ya pere ka mane Raymond bona ka mane mothamotle bana it's gonna be lit o tla ba mona tona legadi.
Most definitely, Njabulo has been brought on to the team to add a little bit of stability and mobility.
How ka lebella ka mona mothamotle jersey number 1 ba tshimana bana ba gona ba ntengeza hlagano no o teng ka bona sa malentsa jersey number 2 ba teng ka fela mothamotle bana ba tshwana le Ralph mane lo o hlaba dintlha lenyelenyele.
Most definitely, Ndengeza, of course, you can tell that the coach's approach has been quite eminent. He wants his team to play on the front foot. He wants his team to keep Boko Haram in the back foot. But Boko Haram, they too themselves know the importance of keeping the likes of Nkateko in the middle of the park. They call him Totti. He's a great champagne passer of the ball. Emmanuel has been a very impeccable segment inside that midfield. But they've brought in Njabulo. They trust him. He's got a big task today.
Hitloga fela jalo ka kona motemotle ka motsaneng fela wa ka Tembisa ka kona 1632 ga o file ba mafofane ja o artambo ga go le jalo kopana hlopha tshepedi Boko Haram e kopana le hlopha sena sa ka kona motemotle Santengese ka mana le tolla mathomo la ka mana tournament ena motemotle re semifinal go pole ka kona ke yona la hlela bofofu Phillies Games 2020 Boko Haram e kopana le hlopha sena Santengese go tloba monate wa tona le ga di ngwana ka wa hlesa mamela ke mang who wants it more as you say.
Most definitely, of course, the desire will be up to the players, and I feel that it's a real factor when you get to look at how the game thus far in these seconds already, with the scorching sun heat, having to start with this pace.
How ga latela bofofu ka kona motemotle ka kona re teng ka kona re jalo comment na Facebook @phyllisgames_ ka kona motemotle games go pole re teng ka kona ko Twitter @phyllis_games ka kona ke moloro tlo re thola teng re jalo komo le yona re swenka le tabena o ka lebela ka Instagram @phyllis_games ngwana ka moloro go tloba monate latela bofofu ngwana nna re ke a tsena ka mane ke na roja ba mo chef a se ba re bona re utlwile gore dangerous a go le jalo ngwana nna re bona a ka tlela makati ka mona.
They call him Roger Miller, the midfield maestro from Shawela. Very industrious individual, I tell you for one. It's a set play now. It's a very promising area. Time to test Jackie. Is he up for the challenge?
Malobanyana fa go ile ngwe ile mo pota ngwanena wa Jackie ile mo pota ya mo direla makato le tspunya ne ntwe ngata fela e upya fela hlopha sena sa ka ona Boko Haram se le sa bona sa khutla ngwanena wa Ralph ke ngwane le gore papadi ya ge mathomo o gonna go kana dintlha ke ngwane le gore o ile go thusa se hlopha Santengese ka papadi ya ge ya mathomo ngwanena wa Ralph gona jalo ba mmiditse ka kona ba re bona batamela kona o tlo gona tla o re thusa go tlo go be monate wa tona le gadi.
If you remember, he is of course part of that Valtech squad that faced Mamelodi Sundowns, but they were beaten by 2-0 in the Nedbank Cup. It was such a great game because they had an impeccable run as well. You could tell that their form was really fantastic there.
O gopola gore ba ile ba fiketsa hlopha sena sa Golden Arrows se ne se kotlisa ke ntatona Steve Kompela ba ile ba bolela ga botse gore bona mona ba tlile go itirela leina e upya fela Mamelodi Sundowns ya bontsha bana gore ga le re le mona e upya fela ba hlola ka experience fela e upya ba ile ba fa Mamelodi Sundowns run for their money.
Well, if you're well structured and well disciplined, so that tells you that you won't be able to exploit and try and unlock your defense, especially with Mamelodi Sundowns.
How ka lahlela bofofu o lebella mokotlisi bona wa hlopha tsa bona sa Boko Haram o tloga a itiretse leina ga go lo jwalo ka morago gore a gone go kotlisa sehlopha sena go fihla mo se fihlile go teng bona e le la mathomo a kotlisa mo tournamenteng ena.
Been quite fascinated with the way he's really dealt with his players in terms of the mental capacity side of things.
Kena ka mona motemotle ka kona papading ya rena e ka kona motemotle mathomo ya letšatši a go lo jalo ka botsena papading eo e tsamaile metsotso e ka lekanago meraro fela le ka kona motemotle re thologa go leo ka kona ba tla iranga go leo bona bashimane ba Boko Haram ga re ke a re thologa o tla iranga go leo ba mo lebella fela jalo romela mogobong wa lebala tlhakana le tsholo ka mane ke ena ngwana pene le pono ga mmone a tša go leo ba ya ka kona ba ka di amere botse ngwana wa nyampe thusa moletša pala re bona ke bone boe motle wa dibapadi mokaptena ya go ena ngwanena re bona ke bona gore go bapaditše ga bohloko.
Seketane, that will be a very interesting battle between him and Zulu. We know what he's capable of in terms of his aerial ability, and he's a poacher and a predator, so he'll be playing right on the shoulders of Seketane and Chikombi. So Sesh, they call him the Professor Dolo. There's Babo as well, Afrotainment, Kaile is his surname.
Ar la tlele bofofu re tle re kgone tla re bona ba re go ba fela jalo bana ba tla reng ba itshola ka kona ba itshola e wela lotsolla ba simane ba ka kona motsemotle reng ka go le go tsamane nya patlangwane wa yende ka kona motsemotle ke yana motutuse ga ba mothole a re tloga fela jalo o tla irang ka go le ba senya go le e wela lotsolla ka mane ke nang Tengese Tengese ba tšea kgole ba romele e telele wela letsholo ka manekena ngwanena wa Setibatibane Jackie Setibatibane sa Boko Haram ke Setibatibane se le gore se ile sa phagamisa letsogo la gagwe eupša fela o ile a pota ke ntlha e le gore e ile a mo direla mathata ka mona ke tshepa gore confidence ya go ile a e bereka a e lokiša go ba dilo ya ba matšhaina wa retologa fela jalo Setibatibane o tšea kgole o romela kgole e telele ka kona wela ka mana ba gana hlopha tsa ka kona monna retologa ka lotelo bašimane ba ka bona Ntengese a tšea kgole o ba e romela e telele ka kona ba tla irang kgole o ka mana Harame monna ra ke bapala ka mosebetsi o tšea kgole we ka retologa fela jalo ba e lebelela bašimane ba ka motsotso kapa bohlabatšatši romela kgole e telele ka kwana wela letolo ma monna o itsipa fela ka pita a re ke tla dirang ka kgole o motle wela letolo ka mane kena Professor Tolo iranga mona motle wela ka mane letolo ka mane kena Captain Hleketane tla iranga kgole o ka mane o irang kgole o romela kgole telele ka kwana mogobong wa lebala e wela letolo ka mane wela ka mane kena Roger Miller o iranga kgole o ke yona Ntengese e re teka mena teka wena Ntengese e tatšina na wa retolo ka mane Roger Miller ga retolo ga e bona ka mane kena ngwanena sekolo tu jalo ka tšhelete mashonisa a bua le yona ba fena ba Ntengese but it's still early a golo jalo ele metsotso e tsheletšego ka gara papadi.
You know, we were discussing and we were asking ourselves what was really going on with Matimba yesterday. Vrpa! And today, it looks like as though he might be in the mood as well. He is looking to score goals.
Baretologa ka rolo le 18 ka gona ba itsola fela jalo e reng bana ba senya polo ka mane po ga monna re papadi pepa e tsole pele baretologa ba pala ka monyetla ka gona e reng monna Rochamila monna shala fasa ka bona ke ga kolla shala godimo le botala motho a shala godimo le botala motho ne ba kena ba shimane ba Ntengese ba re itachina na raya ba re tletse o pereka monna ra tlela masawana a tšea go leo ka kona monna o shala fasa ba re papadi pepa e tsole pele o batla ka mane kena long tom o tla rang ka go lewe bona ka mane kena mtutuzi ba shimane ba Harame ba re tloga monna itsola fela ka dihlogo tla rang ka go le re bana phamisha matsogo ke le boneng wela le tsogwana ba re ga di me di botso o masututse ngwana ka re ba parisitse ngwanena wa ka kwana ngwanena mona ke na ba re go ba parisitse ngwanena wa Ntengese ga bohloko fela na o re lebeletse hlopha tse pedi tsena still early gore ba ka phamisa segahla sa papadi go ba papadi ene bona e tlo ba ka mogo go fihlela motsotso wa mafelelo na.
Quite impressed with Chauke already. You can tell he's already shown signs of him making overlapping runs and being adventurous. He found himself in a very promising area, and there was an opportunity for Ntengese to then get in front, but unfortunately Boko Haram defending with their lives at the back, they're putting their bodies on the line. They made sure that they don't concede there.
Retloga fela jalo ka na hlopeng tsa bašimane o tla reka bona pole tla ba kotsi ka rolo go le 18 bašimane bana retloga e bona ka mane wela le tsoga mane ke na tšamane ba tšafole ba e bia kantle ba re kantle ke botšhabelo go tšhabela mang le mang ga go le jalo ba re safety first le tona la mathomo a papadi tsena tša rena motho motle ka mona semifinaleng ba batla go ipabola ka magabane ya bona go polore ka osane ba tla go bana le rena gape a motsaneng fela wa ka Thembisa re le mona re jalo ko molona re sweng ka letabeng re ga go le monate fela jalo le re bitse.
There's a very huge task is Moyo today.
Step out.
o lebella hlopha tsena tse pedi tsena gona jalo ba tšhabana go ka thulana tšhabana go ka itira po pedi šakeng opia fela šibanena bana ba lebeletsane fela gore go tlopa monate wa tona legadi ke a go botsa wena ngwana tlesa papadi ena e tlopa monate.
Oh, you can tell that Ntengese has had a fine start thus far. They were the ones that have been looking very threatful, especially getting into that final third. I think that some decision making is a little bit inadequate when you get to look at it, but they need to just come down inside the box when they get inside there, because it's a very crucial and vital position to be in, and defenders tend to panic, so they need to just calm themselves down and pick a spot.
Retloga fela jalo monna re ke retloga ba mosia fase ka kwana ba bona mo tlile ka diatla ka kwana bapaditse ngwane mongwe ga bohloko ga bohlaswa go le jalo ene hlopha sa Boko Haram mo ba dirago diphoso gona ke mo le gore ba ka tla ba ikhwetsa ba le mathateng a tona le gadi ga o ka ba lebella fela o ija bolefofu lebella bofofu ba re o tlile ngwanena wa batho o mo tlile ka letsogo.
This battle is going to be quite interesting. I tell you, for one, Jeremiah Matome with Martin. They call him China in the neighborhood because of his China eyes. Do you have China eyes?
No, I don't. Chakule go na pole tla bakotsi a ka kena ka gona motho motle monna ba pala ka monyetla a ba pala ka monyetla wa tona le gadi ka kona ba petse ka monyetla ka kona motho motle bane ba re ke a lokotsega ke a kena fela jalo ba petse ka monyetla ngwanena.
Oh, that's a sumptuous ball which was played at the back post, and the defense of Boko Haram, they were found wanting in that situation. Shikombisho, should have directed it on goal there. I don't think he knew much about it as well, but should have done better there in that situation. But that was a decent cross, great delivery as well in search of him. Should be defending much more better is Boko Haram in those situations, because Ndengeza do have aerial presence, but Boko Haram do have aerial presence. But where was the man marking there inside that box?
Retloga fela jalo hlopha sa ka kona motho motle ranga a fela jalo nya re ke motsena ke molokotsa ke tsa ntshengata monolo o ne aga nya la jalo.
They are starting to cause a riot now, isn't Ndengeza? They're starting to find their gain now. They're starting to work a little bit much more better. But there was an industrious mistake there at the back there, and it could have cost them immensely. That tackle from Moyo was very vital and crucial, because Ralph is a very important predator.
Hlopha sena sa ka Boko Haram ga ba ka tlogela ngwanene wa Ralph o tla ba khosetsa mathata a ska le maloba a khosetse bana mathata ka kwana le hlopha se ba pala ka menyetla ya tona le gadi gobane ba dira difaulo mo leng gore hlopha sena sa Ntengetse ba tloga ba le kotsi ga go lo fela jwalo go bona go tshwana le ka gore banna ba Ntengetse ke banna ba ile gore ba tswile ka marapo ke banna ba ile gore rapo la bona ke le letelele.
It's smart. It's smart. It's a bright one when you get to look at it, Jeremiah. Having them to commit fouls like those ones, they know the importance of getting those set pieces in crucial areas, which then can cause problems for them. So they can profit from that and profit from open play.
Atloga fela jalo ka gona go re o tleranga tsa go le romela politele ka gona hlopeng sa Boko Haram a senya polo ka gona monna ga re tloga fela jalo ka manenteng tse ta tsena na romela go le ntle fela jalo mo gobong wa lebala nna wa re tloga itsa ka mane kana Rochamela e ranga go le re bana phagamisha matsogo ke le bone ke tla roma mang e kena ka gona Rochamela hlopha sena sa Ntengetse e banna ba ile gore ba tloga ba tshepile ngwanena wa Rochamela tloga ba mo tshepile ga go le jalo ga ka switcha on hlopha sena sa Ntengetse se tlo bapala go le dinao kena fela jalo monna re ka re tloga Ralph ba mo shefa se gore papadi e phepa e tswele pele le tshole le tsetse mo kena se kena ka gona ranga go le motho romela pole telele a re ke tla bona mo bona ka mane kena Professor Tolo maimong a bohlano o tja go le ka gona ba itja go le ba romela ka gona ne a batla le tolo mange ya re wa re tloga ngwane no Boko Haram o pya fela wa hlola ke segatla sa papadi ya go hloka segatla sa gwele hlopha sena sa Ntengetse ba re le potla di ja pudi ba enka ka potlako ka gona iranga go le monna le bela ka gona tshwara ka mane kena hleketane tja go le romela go le tele ka gona wela le toloma monna itsipa ka peta bona ka mane kena Ralph hlopha se ka gona re tloga ba shimane ba ka gona ba Boko Haram ka mane kena Ntshabulo e ba re ba kena fela jalo a sala fast ke rile gona ka re English monna ja go seng khweshe papadi yana e tloba monate wa tona le gadi.
Totti starting with his tricks in the middle of the park. You can tell that he is in the mood as well. But for me, I feel that Ndengeza are now starting to dominate. They're dictating the pace of the game thus far in terms of their intensity, moving the ball with comfortability, as well as making sure that their build-ups are very adequate, and making sure that they do not give the ball away cheaply, which then, of course, Boko Haram needs to defend as a unit.
a Boko Haram ka gare gona jalo ba dumella hlopha sena sa Ntengeza gore se tlisitse pressure go bona hlopha sena sa Boko Haram se tlo gona go absorb pressure ya banna bana tekana metsotso ka lekana go masome a mane le metso e mehlano e tlala tsela gona.
That's what we call it the stage in the game, whereby you absorb the pressure and you allow your opponent to have all the bulk of the possession. It's of course how the opponent and the opposition uses that ball possession. Will they be able to maybe probably get 1-2 goals here? And don't forget, Boko Haram, with that stage, they need to make sure that they do not concede as well.
Matang slopeng sa gona VUT motho motlangwane ba mitsang wa Ralph go gopola gore ke banna ba ile gore ka Nedbank ba ile ba iphona ba iphumana ba itsa hlopha sa Golden Arrows ba ile ba iphumana ba kopane le hlopha sa ka gona Mamelodi Sundowns a gatong a mang a tournamenteng yela pono a dira hlopha se a a tshwanang le gona jalo
When you look at, of course, the goal attempts from these two teams, Boko Haram are sitting at 2 and Ndengeza are also sitting at 2 goal attempts. Still level pegging in terms of the aggregate score line.
How can we last the person Sakagona Santengeza? Kiss the person or Hopolo Malabanya, Mabani, Villa Sur Malabanya, Mabani Murila, Catavena, Panna Baba Palajal Casashopa, Kibana Bailo Baka Kumana, Balikakona, Magatong, Agabana, Fida, Rebella Sopasana, Libus Tembiso, Papa Palajala Casashopa, Rebella Sopasana, Luca Buntengeza, Papa Palacasashopa, or Feta, Shopa, Chegamuka, Batamela Badira Piki Piki Mabelan.
It's, of course, the intuition from the coach. He's gone with them for many years. He's used the squad for a long period of time now. Tembani in the middle of the park, Nkateko, Emmanuel, they know each other. They've been gelling for years now. So you could tell that in each and every aspect and in each and every view, you could tell that they have been a very industrious squad when you get to look at them, Jeremiah. That's why they're playing as a unit, defending as a unit, and attacking as a unit, and not making sure that any teams can come against them.
Lebella ka mona motsemotle ngwanona ke bona dipapadi tse di ka lekana go tse tharo mo goleng eo ke bona ka re ba bapala tsa bena ka kwana mo le tshapala o rile ka bona indirect kick ana ba lebeletse fela o tla tlamela gore a igome fela eno mongwe a tla gone tla a bapala ka mole go tle go tswela pele ka mošomo wa letšatši gobane go bile go phoso ya hlopha sena sa Ntengeza na re tla bona hlopha sena sa ka kwana Archie o bapetse ka monyetla a tša monyetla ola a o latlhela ka gara metsi wona ngwana ka wa tsenkgweshe ngwana a hlesa disadvantage ya go bapala ka squad and advantage ya go bapala as a team king.
Yeah, most definitely. It's because you have a little bit of a certain mood inside that team. You have a little bit of a different mentality. The spirit is quite high as well. In training sessions, after the training sessions, on and off the field patterns as well, systems that you go on with the players, sessions, workshops as well, having to shut them down a little bit and tell them how you want the team to be run.
Ratwa fela jalo go na hlophe sa Ntengeza monna ba motšela pholo ga lola fela jalo wela lo tsonna ka kwana ngwanena wa yende ka mona mothutu se mhlonisho tša go le ka mane hlekana lo tsaka mona montšaka la hloka kwana mo ka obere tša go le romela go le telele ka kwana ne batla ka mane o ne batla ngwanena wa ntšabulu ka kwana o tla renga go lewe ka mona hlopha sa Boko Haram monna ke kana ke lo kotsega go pala ka monyetla ka kwana e tla lo kotsega e le nngwe go leo ya tswela ka ntle ka kwana. That was an opportunity for sehlopha sa Boko Haram gore ba ingwadisa.
for the very first time, they've looked much more decent in terms of their passing. And you can tell that Zulu having to hold on to the ball and being smart and seeing the run. Njabule had offered a little bit of room on this right and flank side. But that cross, it was very deadly. But that awkward bounce also kind of took it away from Tapelo as well. And Tato inside that middle of that final third. But you could tell, like I always allude, whenever you take your players and use the width of the pitch and perfectly deliver a cross, in and in between that last line of defense, between the goalkeeper and the defenders, it makes it even much hard for them to defend.
Rame bona ka mane ke na motutuse ka mane motho motla mhlonisha thiba sa thiba ka mane hleketane anna ba tja kholo ba bya ka ntle ka bona defender tsa hlopha tsena tse pedi a di bapadi di batli diphoso tsa tona le gadi ba tlile mona ba tlela masawana mona ba tlile go tloshuma.
You can't award a player like Matima space. He's a very tricky individual, very smart in terms of showboating and skill and flair. And 1v1 situation, he will leave you for dead.
Re tloga fela jalo poleta bakotsi wa ikoba fela jalo ta kena se kena le segutlo ga o ka gopola ngwanena wa ka kwana wa nare o ile go ba go le nngwe ga hlopheng sa abarondoli ya fetsa e dira gore hlopha sa kwara se tlhabe ka lerumo ka gae same applies to that one e nyekela itlhaba ka lerumo ka gae opia fela o ne a le gole le yona ka mo e result ile to corner kick.
Second corner, of course, for Ndengeza now tells you that they've been dominant in terms of their style of play thus far for me. Set play, they need to defend them very better. And we know that the aerial presence of Shikombi, so as well as 12 inside there.
Wa ikoba ka kwana motho motla renga go le poleta bakotsi a fela go dimela botsala motho aya tloa kotsing go le o tla renga mona ga re tlo ga mona ke nang teng se ta tshina o na le ka mona ngwana la motho monna wa chikelesa mara tlo ga fela jalo tla renga go le ba bapala 1-2 ne ka mina ne ka wena shamina sa wena wa ikoba ka kwana o tla renga go le a itlola fela jalo le tlo ka mona ke na mo ka overo monto ka latlho ne ya batla ka mona ke na ngwana wa re tlo ga ka kwana e wela le tlo ka mona ngwana ke na thapelo tla renga go le re rekisa monna ka kwana e upia fela o hlola ka segatla sa gwele se tsela ka ntle fela jalo.
What I love about Ndengeza, whenever they are defending, they play quite a high line as well. They pin you back into their own half so that you do not get any opportunity and chance to play that counter. It was a counter attack, of course, but having to play quite a high line, it makes it even much more difficult. But you need to be very fast in terms of moving the ball. But in that situation, Ndengeza were quite smart.
30 degrees Celsius.
It's hot. There's a pool just outside of Rabe Rich grounds. Probably we can take a dive, my friend.
This is an opportunity for bakotlisi ba le ba babedi bana ba tle ba kgona tla ba lokise diphoso tse le gore ba di bone go papadi sa le e thoma gona jalo.
Yeah, most definitely, of course. And let's just hope that it doesn't take away the momentum that Ndengeza have had thus far. But Ndengeza is a team that comes from Limpopo. So I think that they've acclimatized to these weather conditions.
Or how get advantage of
It's scorching hot that side. Hey, you won't be able to sleep.
Why especially in Guyana?
Guyana is the worst, I think. But nonetheless, it's a very, very fine area to be in. Very bubbly people as well. They're very kind as well.
A gopola hlopha sena sa Ndengeza tšatšing la maobane ne ba bapala kgahlano le hlopha sena sa Teroko. It was a battle of everything, battle of language, battle of place, battle of province, battle of mamela, ne battle of everything. Ndengeza versus
The Rock. It was a derby, you know. And derbies, we know, it's a very personal battle. It's not just any football match, you know. And whenever Andy Lejali would face Tekom Dise when he swapped teams to go to Mamelodi Sundowns, it was always a very personal battle between those two. So The Rock up against Ndengeza, it was a personal battle. Very personal.
That's why if I did that,
yeah, penalties, and we know penalties are anybody's ball game. So you can win them and you can lose them. But I guess Ndengeza wanted it more. They perfectly executed their penalties. They were calm in terms of going forward there and stepping up. Even though Vrpa Matimu missed his, I think that Vavo played a significant role in terms of making sure that he intimidates.
Retloga fela jalo bona ka mana mohloni so tleranga kholo ga retloga ka mana bona ba retloga mana ke na harame mona ke ga kolla maka tolle se phunya so pasana sa Boko Haram se bapala ka menyetla ya tona le gari ke banna ba ile gore ga bana ka bona final ya bona ka bona ga ba tsena ka bona ba tlamile ba shoot ke banna ba ile ga ba otle le ka target e bua fela mo gare ka dibala ba gona go ka di bapala.
You know what, Jeremiah, I was impressed with their movement yesterday. Is Boko Haram. I was impressed, especially when they went out wide. They used the width of the pitch to their advantage, and they delivered sumptuous crosses in and in between that last line of defense. They were relentless in terms of their defensive duties, but it was a scintillating performance when you get to look at it.
Retloga fela jalo mo go bongwa le ba lo tleranga kholo ga retloga e wela lo tloga mane bona ka mane ke nanteng se tachina na tja kholo romela ka motsotso kana ka pa bohlaba tjatši a lebella ka mane ba shimana ba nteng se tachina romela kholo ka mane tsipa ka phetso ba tla ka mane ke na Ralfo ka mane motho motla ka retloga ga re tso bona ka mane ke na ngwane no Mila Rocha Mila ka mane ke na Tiski Tents wa tentsa fela jalo tja kholo romela mo go bongwa le ba le wela lo tloga mane o tleranga kholo motho motla re bana phamsha matso ke le boneng ai ba bua fela ka mane ke na ntengese bona ka mane ke na ka mane Professor Tolo tleranga kholo ba mo la kholo ga bolole bona ka mane mo ka o bere monto ga latlwe lebelela fela jalo ka mane ke na Boko Haram ba shimane ba ka Ivori a re tloga fela jalo tlerang kholo motho motle a mo tshela polo ga bolole ka mane ke na Socrates so mapase monna tshala fase ba ga di eme fela di butso ga o ka lebelela jersey number 6 ya sehlopha Santengeze ke moshimane le gore ga a tse mo mpeng ya lebala.
Totti, well disciplined, but there is a little bit of an unorthodox challenge from him. Doesn't really get into many fouls, but he fouled Zulu there in that instant. But he's a well-disciplined individual, good trajectory as well as in Kateko Macheke, and a very good passer of the ball, good awareness and vision as well.
Nete fela jalo motho motle o gopole tournament ena re lenga gona ka gore ga yona di Phillies games motho motle 2020 re le ka mona motsaneng fela wa ka Raberich a go lo jalo re le ka mona re mathaka nteng ata fela paneleng ate ya commentary motho motle mathalongwane na o ja senkgwetse ntato ke tsamaya lena o ja senkgwetse sa tona le gadi tla o betsa ka senkgwetse se ja tlhapi se ngata fela re tloga fela jalo tja kholo motho motle ranga kholo wela lo tloga mane ke nteng ze wela lo tloga mane ke ngwane Ralph ba re ema di botse ro tanta betse.
There was a referee yesterday. Of course, we were doing a game, me and you. There was one that was flagging with passion.
Indeed. And that one he had a good game yesterday.
Yeah.
O gopola motho motle metsotso e tsamaile papadi ena e tsamaile metsotso e ka lekana go emasome a mabedi le metso e supilego re le ka mole sa le lefela ka mona lefela ka kwana ga go le jalo e le lotong la mathomo ka kwana motho motle la tournament ena ka kwana ka lotong la mathomo la semifinal a tja go le romela poletsele ka mane tlhakana le lotolo mangwe wa re tloga polo kotse ka go le 18 o tla tsena nteng tsena o rekisa monna ka mane ke na pholo o ipotlela po ya semano shutlerang ka go le wa ikoba fela jalo ba itshola ka ditlhoka gone wela lotolo monna re ke re tloga tlereng ka go le monna re ke raga ka kwana motho motle a tja go le wa e bia ka ntle metsotso e ka lekana go emasome a mabedi le metso e supilego 27 minutes e papadi ena re leng ka gara yona motho motle e sa lefela ka mona e lefela ka kwana o gopola re hlopha tsena tša pedi Boko Haram le ka kwana ga o ka lebella hlopha sa Haram di na le goal attempt tše di ka lekana go tšenne hlopha se re sa Ntengeze goal attempt tša bona ke ka lekana go tše tharo e o bia fela ke re sa le lefela ka mona e lefela ka kwana.
The closest that we've got here is Shikombisho, that chance that fell kindly from Ntengeze, whereby he couldn't direct his header into the goal. He will be not happy with that one, of course. He knows should have done better.
re tloga ka mana mona itsipa ka phetha mo ka bere montsha ka la hlompantla ga re tloga fela jolo le renga kholo e tsheka mana motse motle ka bona tlhe o renga rong polowe a lebella ka mana tla ko bona ga e ko ba fele wela le tsola mange ka motsotso kana papadi phepha ga e tshela pele re tloga ka mara ke na Ntengeze mai Ntengeze ta tshina wa e ko ba ka bona tlhakana le tsola cheki wa tsokana butterflies wa re tloga ka bona ba itshapolo ga bolola ga ya tswa kotsi mona itsipa ka seretse sa go hloka mahlo o renga kholo re papadi phepha e tshela pele ga kollo tja kholo go bja ka mo mekolo ne re ba kena ba shimane ba ka bona Ntengeze ba re tsamina sa wena ita tshina na ka bona motse motle e bja fela a gona ka o tla target a tja kholo a bja ka megodimo mekwallo.
Great work, of course, out on this left-hand flank. That cross, great touch as well from Jackie. That was goal bound. If you get Matima lurking at the back post, Potichu was fortunate again, but he gets an opportunity and a chance to unleash a shot with his weaker left foot but unfortunately it goes over the crossbar. But that was great play from Ndengeza, having to put pressure on Boko Haram, whose defense have been a little bit disjointed thus far. And, you can tell they've been ball watching in many of occasions. And Ndengeza, they get a goal here. It changes the whole stage of the matchup here.
Tlatanga pole ukena second na wena mungu gona motho ukena second o tla ko bona ba monyeng fela ba mosenya na maloba ka mosenya na maloba ikena second na ele sekgutlo sa bashimane yona manana na re ke kena ka ngwana moshimane Boko Haram ene ngwana thapelo a re ke kena ke a lokotsega o na le mongwe o na ikisa a le mongwe a e thoma le mongwe fela e pia fela ngwanina ka kwana one top santengeze a ra e kgetlong lena ngwana wa Chauke a re ke mono e pia fela thapelo o ikwinetse corner kick. Lebelela fela jalo ngwanena o ka gona motsemotle mhloniso a ko ba ka gona mhloniso tla renga golopole tla ba kotse hlopa sa ka gona motsemotle ba tjagolo ba bia ka ntle fela jalo ba ba phala ka menyetla buile ka tabena re bana ba ka gona ba Boko Haram ga ba ho editse menyetla ba ba phala ka yona.
They need to be very disciplined, calm themselves down, be composed. You know, we know that at some point when you rush things, they do not fall into place. But they just need to calm down and try and unlock that defense, which has been well disciplined thus far is in Ndengeza.
Nete fela jalo ratelo ka mane ke na rocha mila senya go lewa ratelo ka mane tla ra ka motho motho bana ka mane ke na tshemane tja go le re mala go le telele ka kwana hlakana ka mane ngwana o hleketane fela go di mahlogo motho ka kwana tla ra ka go lewa a yo mogela ga bolola ka kwana motho motho wela lo tshela mange shimane ba ka ntengeza ka kwana monna ratelo ga fona ka mane ke na rocha mila tla ra ka go le bana phamisha matsogo ke le boneng wa bitsa ngwana ka kwana tshauka ba mmone ratelo go batla ka mane ke na Ralph Mmatlo mothola wa ratelo ka mane Ralph senya go le wela lo tshela mange ba itša ga bolola ka kwana sala bola ya tshakotsi ya tshokotsi re tloga ka mane le tlola ngwana just number 6 tera ka mane ke reng ka teko a lebelela fela jalo o gopole e le fela ka mona le fela ka kwana aggregate ka mona mothemotle e sa le fela ka mona le fela ka kwana ka go lebelela jalo ngwana ba ro tanta betse ka kwana Godfrey arbona ke mona kgetlong lena a ka tlela masawana ka mona just number 6 ke yena mothemotle ba re bona o tanta betse ka kwana fela jalo o gopole hlopa santengeze sena le ka kwana di offside je di ka re kana go tse tharo ka kwana hlopa sa ka kwana Boko Haram a zanga ba le offside ka morago ga metsotso e ka re ka go emasome a mararo le metso e mebedi.
They used this same pattern yesterday when they were playing you first is Boko Haram. They set back, they absorb the pressure, they look to catch them on the counter, they look to unsettle them in terms of going forward. But it hasn't been going for them thus far. But remember that when they came up in the second half against you first, they were a very changed team, I must say. Because now Ndengeza are having all the bulk of the possession, they're dictating the pace of the game, getting chances and opportunities, could come back to haunt them at some point.
After 32 minutes of play, who wants it more?
It's who will score first, Jeremiah.
Zulu aduche fase fela jolo aduche fase fela jolo ka mona ba mo keneka metsa ntšhenga ta fela jalo la tla bofofu ka mona ngwana o tsile kotsi jalo ngwana ka bona wa hleketana re ke kena ka bona re bona ya tira man.
No nonsense defender. I've seen him playing against Tiki, Linda Shiba. I've seen him playing against, of course, the indomitable lion. They call him Mboma. I've also seen him making life difficult as well for many of strikers in our neighborhood. The list is nameless. He knows him. Walker Jeko. Tom Zizi, currently, of course, playing his trade for JTR. The list is nameless. You know, he's a very solid defender. But at times, he does get a little bit incomplacent in terms of giving away silly fouls and clumsy fouls, which then can hurt the hurt the team.
No, the suspense song gets so couple one, but first.
Mletsa phala ko lota bu sa bua le bona ka kona ba latlhela ntse ngata ka kona ke o mletsa phala ka kona o etsa drop ball ena ke latlhela bofofu mona ntse ke bona drop le gata fela jalo tlhopheng sa Boko Haram na re batla šomiša monyetla ona wa kona re tsologa fela jalo ka kona motse motle ka pala jalo ka mona Boko Haram re ka kena ka ona tlere kgolego wa ikoba ka kona motse motle le range re tsologa fela jalo ba inyoma ka mona hlopha tsa kona sa nteng se kena ile goal kick ka kona
He's quite fascinated, of course. Just out of your picture, they showed him right now. Afrotainment, Vavo. His surname is Gaile. He is played former Bidvest Vetsman. Also was coached by Jabulani Mendo as well at some point. I know him, Charles. He's not shy in giving you a present. He will give you one.
Somebody's in trouble.
He's getting it. Oh, you can even tell by the bench of Ndengeza. Chauke. His surname. Tsako.
le ka mona ngwana no ntsa go Chauke o khumana karata ka kwana tsa buele mo letsa phala re bona ba mongolela leleme le magwabadi ba mongolela leleme le magwagwa re buile le ka mona mo letsa phala re bona tsa bua leleme le ngwana magwabadi la tona le gadi re no letsa ba bua lena ba re tlokwa
Outside of your picture again, Ginola and Charles are still having a conversation. Not sure what they're saying, but you can tell that with Ginola's frustration face is that he's not happy about that booking that Nkateko got. But Chauke should have been well disciplined.
Ratloga fela jaaka mane tshego tlere nga golo a thola ka kwana motsamotla ratloga ka mane tlere nga golo ikena se kena ele segutlo ai tshaka potla ka one bona ka mane kena rochamila ba ikoba fela jaaka mane polo ya tswa kotsing ya ba tlola fela ka mo ka mona re ka kena ka mane tla lekotsega ga wele le tlola ka mane kena ba shebana ba ka ona tshaka bana ratloga fela jaaka kwana motsamotla tengese tswa golo bona ka mane kena hleketane mona tswa ka ga ra bona tlere ka golo ga ikoba fela jalo polo ba pola ka monyetla banawe goal kick.
You know what was great about that opportunity and chance is because now Boko Haram, they look at what Seketani does. He plays the first time cross. Boko Haram are going up, trying to play that offside trap. But 12, Tembani, he stays onside. He keeps himself onside. That touch made life difficult for JK. Nearly creeped into the back of the net as well.
Akena ka mana matsamotla ba shimana gore ka mane kana Ralfo tlere nga golo matsamotla ka mane kana ba shimana ba tengese mai tengese ta tshena wa ikoba fela jole wela le tloga mane rocha milona le yona ka kona matsamotla re golo wa re tloga mane no Chauke o tlere nga golo wa re ka re go ka mane fela go mo le botsala motho ele belela ka mane tengese tlere nga golo mo nna itsa go romela gape pele re tloga ka mane bona kena mo ka ubere ne re tloga ne re ke molokotsa fela jalo ka kwana ke re ngwana motsemotle a sa batle go makatika kwa morago kwana ke na mo kaptene a hlopa sena sa ntengetse a batla makatika kwa morago ngwana o tloga a kwetse ka senotlolo sa ka kwana go kwana motsemotle le siswing.
Now when we talk about wise companionship, that is of course Seketani, full of trajectory. His leadership qualities are very impeccable and relentless as well, and very staggering.
Retloga fela jela ka mane tlere go le wa retloga wa ikoba ka mane ba shimana ba ka mane ba harame ane ba re ba tsena ba lokotsega rocha miller nix a khatlong lena a tja go le wa romela morago ka kwana mogobong wa le bala monna o tla ikoba gape ka re lo go le di 18 o tlere nga go lewe bona ka mane monna itsipa ka mane ke na bona ka mane mo ka o bere monto ka lahlwe ke na se ke na re ke retloga ka mane King Tolo a bia fase tja polo bona ka mane wa yende ka mane Boko Haram ya kokota ba re kokoko ba re ngena ba re njani fili ba re go mona a tega tona le gadi ka mono a tsola fela jalo monna tja polo a bia kantle ke botšhabelo ga go le jalo ele nako ena ka kwana le nako le tshetsela kwana yena nako ena ke tshetsela kwana ke nako ena e nyakang focus mo di bapading tsena mo hlopheng tse le tsepe motho a itshwara ka letolo a ipalama ka letolo.
Some shoeshine and piano. And you remember that we were talking about the kitchen yesterday. We haven't seen one in this matchup. He just couldn't hold himself there. And that's what South African players do.
Nariga munwa ka kwana motho ya ba tlola ka moka ga bona ya ba tlola ka kwana.
It's a decent ball as well. It's a very decent ball. But Jackie, I think he put him off there just a little bit. Is Roger Emmanuel? He put him off there. If you get to look at him just challenging for that ball, I think him coming out and just making his presence felt there. He did a very great job there in terms of coming out.
Asoma amane a metsotso e sepetsego papading ena e upia fela e salele fela ka kwana ele le fela ka mona a go le jalo ele le tola rena la mathomo wa tseba gore o aka no sa go ntlamo le tsatsing la ka osane a gona go defender o ile khumana le magaola gape.
Most certainly, of course, but it's all about the work ethic, of course, and they're playing for a lot of money. You can tell. We spoke about it yesterday. 100K, 100,000 rand. Who would give you that type of money? But you have to earn it as well.
Ba batla winang tournament eng mamela December thoma ka bona. Metsotso tsamelo ka mane mothamotlhe ane ko ba fela jalo ka mana ka morago ga metsotso Ralph na re ke o tla voli ka kona a tša kgolo ya kantle a go le jalo ele ka morago ga metsotso ka le ka e masome a mane le motho o mongwe ke yona ngwanena mo kotlise ka kona wa ntlhopha santeng ese a re ga se go le tsene ngwanena o dutse fase ka kwana tlo go latlhela ka ntho monate fela jalo o bone gore o dutse fase jwang a go le jalo le ngwanena ka kwana jersey number 2 ya setlhopha se ka sa Boko Haram ngwanena wa Romeo yana dutse fase ka kwana jersey number 6 le yena ngwanena o tloga a imphamise le tsong ka mehla ngwanena wa Nkateko ka mehla le mabaka sa le fela ka mona le fela ka kwana Romeo Molale kena a dutse go fase ngwana hlopha sa Boko Haram kena ba tlo go mechanic ngwanena ka re tsile kotsi mona se fatlhe go mo tshepa gore kotsi e tsile go bona a sena pele kotsi le gore e napa e thusha ka mogwa.
Let's just hope that he can be able to carry on with the game, most certainly. But you know, when the 18 wheels of justice, when the bus has a head collision with an Uno, that's what happens. But I was anticipating that the Uno might stay down, but it looks like it's the bus that has stayed down there a little bit, Jerry. This Uno is very, very strong.
Papadi na karolo nya mathomo ya papadi e a tsofala ngwana ka latlhela bofofu ya mogongwane na ka kwana King Tolo a ile ka mana ke na professor a dilego ba re ba mapaditse ga bohloko fela jalo ngwanena o tloga tsene ka pele ka mane ba fetsa ba thulana fela jalo.
They've had an impeccable half, isn't Dengeza? The only thing that is eluding them right now is just that goal. But Boko Haram, they to themselves know it's in all essence and in all view, they've stuck to the task that the coach has given them in terms of sitting back and absorbing the pressure and thinking that they can catch them on a counter, which has worked very well for them.
Hona le ntho ngwantse go tla ka yona malobanyana mo a re tsore o ile mogile ge wena o fetsa go tla nthwele monate fela when you know bafana bana ba no sa dintla tse go jwetsa ntse ke lebeletse makgetlo a mangata fela gore ha se wena monna se nkgwetse o tla tabena when you know re fetsa re ba le ntla go pola papadi ena e fitile go ya maloba mona o tlile when you know makgetlo a mabedi bafana bana ba no sa dintla go setse motsotso wa mafelelo.
There hasn't been that much pressure, you know. There hasn't been that much spark in this game. I think also the terms of the energy, you know, being indulged just inside that final third. Yes, they've got a couple of chances in Dengeza, but they haven't really posed that much threat. You know, having to see Jackie making those crucial and vital saves, you know. So, but for me, I think maybe probably pressure might come in the second half, because now I'm not sure if they are knowing the importance of getting an aggregate score lead.
Ya tshofala karolo ya mathomo ya papadi ka kona mothamotle ya tšofala e tsamaela ka lehlotlo e tloga e sepela ka lehlotlo karolong ya mathomo ya papadi a go lo jalo le papading ya rena ya mathomo ya letšatši. Thembiso e pela ntho e nngwe ngata fela jalo ga ona ka mo le reng gona wena ngwana ka hlesa e bang ka retsa ntho e ngata fela boila maker go pela ntho e nngwe o tlhoka saese ka mona.
I think I should do it just before halftime. Maybe probably they can get ignited in putting pressure in the second half, Jeremiah.
Nete fela jalo re tshologa fela jalo ka mana bashimane ka nteng tsa ikoba ka kwana go batla ka mana ke Rocha Miller re ke re tshologa fela jalo hlekana le tsola mange o tla renga khole wa re tshologa ta ya tsokotsi tla renga mana motho e bitsa ka monna re ka go loba motšela pholo ga bolola a mo ratola ga bo ke na mana re ke re tshologa fela ach ang khopotsa ngwana na mathela hlopha se songa sa ka Orlando ke setsebang se segolo a para jersey number 23 a ne a matha lenyelenyele a matha gore a fetele ground.
They couldn't keep up with him. He was too paceful. And at times you would find players shirt tugging him as well, pulling him. Quite a smart individual.
karolong ya mathomo e tšofala fela jalo ka kwana ka go bona nako ya moletša phala a lokela metsotso e ka lekanago e mebedi fela jalo gore re tle re tlo gona re ya kgefung.
You're talking about Klose Hulela, the BRT. He used to make life difficult for a lot of players. I remember at some point, before Jimmy Dow, of course, hanged his boots up, he was finding some difficulties against him.
Netse fela jalo ne amatha ana le mpopone ya matha ne amatha ntongwe o se le ka nlesela ka mo go le dinao le monate ka gona wa gopola hlopha sa Amakhosi se kopane le hlopha sa ka kwana Amatax ka Nedbank gore wa ina ga dira langa jiditao go le dinao yena.
Football is a very funny way of revealing things as well.
Karolo mathomo e fela jalo ka kwana mothamotle fela jalo ka mona le fela ka kwana le fela ka mona ga tlhodong ka mana bashimane ba Boko Haram ba kopane le hlopha sena sa kwana sa Ntengese a go lo jalo mothamotle e fela jalo karolong ya mathomo ya papadi na re karolong ya bobedi ya papadi re tlopona banna bana ba ipabola ka magabane a bona ba no sha dintlhana go ba re tlopana re ya ka kwana mothamotle le gatong la ka kwana second leg ya rena lo tsona rena la bobedi ka goal strona a ke tsebe ngwane no mona go mona ke ena Rocha Miller ba ile ba khumana menyetla e mengata e o pya fela ga ke ba ishumisha go na le mo ile gore ngwane no Rocha Miller o tna tlameile a shumise hlogo e o pya fela a sa ka go loka lebella ke ena ngwane na wa M22 ngwana yende ka mone ba mitsa mhlonisha o jile thakine hlopha sena sa Ntengese ke sena se tswelang fela jalo ba ya ka kwana ba ile ba otla ka thupa ya leleme ha o le jalo o gopole ka kwana Boko Haram le fela ka mona go bona Ntengese le fela kwana aggregate ya rena ke le fela ka mona le fela ka kwana.
They need to come out in the second half and play good and audacious football, both these two teams as well. But I think that it's not one of those most decent halves for Boko Haram because they've been sitting back. But Ntengese will have the match ahead as well, Jerry.
Are tšea tabena re romela ka mana le plomong la rena ngwana motla fela jalo mbali mathale ona ngwanaka.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah. Yes, certainly, Hleza does say that a lot of work still needs to be done by Boko Haram. It is a goalless draw since it is the first leg of the semi-final here at the Rabi Ridge Stadium. I'm pitch side here with Boitumelo Potswane. Nothing really separating both these teams, but we are seeing Ntengese really pushing forward and having the ball possession.
Dingangani, like I always say, but looking at the first half, Ntengese has the upper hand, total dominance in the middle of the park, and they're looking threatening. And I can tell you, they will continue applying more and more pressure in the second half, trying to unlock the defense and score the goal. Did mention during the build-up that Ntengese, they create plenty of chances, but it seems as if like they are goal shy. Yes, Ralph is around today, but he is also not converting those chances. So, which would be some sort of like a concern to Coach Ginola. But mind you, Mbali, ever since the tournament has started, Boko Haram, they start slow in the first half. And the second half, that's where they actually start picking up the pace, especially in the 60th till the end of the game. So I can anticipate Boko Haram to also come at Ntengese in the second half.
Is it safe though to start the game off slow, to sit back and absorb the pressure? Because we mentioned this yesterday that this team likes to sit back. I think we're talking about Abarondoli. They like to sit back. They like to absorb the pressure first. They start off very slowly, and then after that, towards the end of the half, and then you see them picking up the pace. Sometimes in this case, it might not work in your favor, especially because it's a semi-final. It's not just any team that you're playing against.
Definitely, the strategy is actually dangerous that the coach Letwaba is actually applying. And mind you, they allow teams to score first and then come back into the game. So that's what we've seen with this Boko Haram team. And well, we can say that they do have character. They're able to come back from behind. But it's actually a dangerous strategy that they're trying to implement. And again, my only concern with Boko Haram is that every time they are set pieces or when they are the corners, they play long balls in the far post. And Jackie has been unable to actually grab those balls. And it seems as if like Ndengeza, whenever they get a set piece, they are taking the last pole, but still they cannot convert the chances that they're getting.
Well, it's good to see Ralph Hlongwane back in the starting 11 for Ndengeza, but the likes of Thapelo Mvenya and also the likes of Uncebo Zulu, they've really been silent. We know what these players can do. We know what they did yesterday as well, but they are being silenced today.
Silenced, isolated, not getting much of the ball, and I can tell you, the partnership of Mira as well as Yende is not paying dividends in the middle of the park for Boko Haram. We know that they usually dominate, they actually play those passes and make the two up front to actually play. But again, you can tell that they're missing Sifadi up front, Boko Haram, and with him not being around, you can tell that they're actually lacking some spark and some firepower. So now it's up to the coach to actually come up with the plan B. Maybe what they can do now, bring on Uche, who we know is a modern day wing back who likes to overlap in most cases. Then they will be able to take the likes of Moyo, because we know Moyo has been one of the tridents in the middle of the park for Boko Haram. But today Moyo is playing more as a centre back. So I guess maybe the coach Letwaba might make that tactical change. So it's one of the options that they can actually look into.
You're speaking of crossovers as well. We are seeing the likes of Emmanuel, who's playing on the left, but then we see him crossing over to the right as well. These are just some of the chances that we spoke about earlier.
Definitely, it was an opportunity for Ndengeza to play across, but now take note of what I just mentioned. They like to play those balls in the far post. They like to make those blind runs. And Shukomo, he scored a goal in the first game, over the Phillies game in a similar setup, but this time around he just couldn't direct, and Jackie needs to start shaping up, because now he actually misses the balls. He actually misses the ball, and again he cannot judge the flight of the ball, which is something very dangerous as a goalkeeper to be doing. But Ndengeza have been actually knocking, but when will the door open? Only time will tell. Should they be able to score a goal?
It looks like the door is certainly knocking, but the goalkeeper also doing some fantastic work as well, Ujeki Makhongwa. As much as he did not save the balls, but he is at least getting a touch on those balls to keep his team inside the game, because Ndengeza is throwing everything at Boko Haram at this point.
You see, the lack of communication which is happening between the back four as well as the keeper will actually cause Boko Haram. Yes, they're playing a highliner. They tried to play an offside trap, but then they just could not actually organize themselves. Ndengeza being quite good in terms of trying to manipulate the back four of Boko Haram, but now with all these chances that they are getting, they are failing to convert. Jackie again misjudging the ball and not being able to hold it. So in the second half, if Ndengeza do not utilize these chances, maybe they might lose those chances that they get. But when you look at the ball position, yes, it has been Ndengeza throwing everything at the Boko Haram. But in football, this is not a boxing match. You don't win based on your ball position, but you win games based on the goals that you score.
I think that Ndengeza is also setting the pace for this game, and Boko Haram is being forced to defend deep. They really don't have an answer for, the line of attack that Ndengeza is throwing at them. Look at the goal attempts for Ndengeza, 6, and you also look at the shots on target. Not really much for both sides, but when you look at the goals, at least the attempts going towards goal, Ndengeza is a bit dominant there.
Ndengeza, you can tell that they're also missing Mukasi, the guy Chomo, because we know that his partnership, him as well as Verpa yesterday, caused all sorts of problems. So today they're lacking a player like Mukasi, a pacey player who can actually run at the defenders. So today, yes, we can tell that Tembani has been pulling the strings in the middle of the park. Yes, Rocha Mila Emmanuel has also been playing a vital role in Macheke. But the only problem that is missing is the goals. The off-the-ball movement run that they make, that's also something that they're actually missing in this Ndengeza side.
We already saw a yellow card coming the way of Ndengeza. Of course, that was Untako Chauke. Are we expecting, what can I say, WrestleMania in second half?
The teams are actually disciplined and not much dangerous tackles that we are seeing. It's unlike yesterday's game where the Rock they were playing in Ndengeza, which was a very personal game between the teams. So it's just a matter of in this game here, they're gonna need to convert the chances. Yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday we saw Lennox Shavalala coming in the second half, but again, Lucky Molaking is one player that can also come in for Ndengeza. But when you look at Boko Haram, Quentin Sefala, I think we might also be able to see him play coming in the second half. But if I'm the coach of Boko Haram, quickly make that substitute now. Attack Ndengeza, because if Ndengeza scores first, it's gonna be they're gonna be finding it difficult to come back into the game. But everyone at home is hoping that Ndengeza scores first so that they can show us some showboating. They did show that element of Kasi football, just like the coach said. He said that he's not gonna change anything. It's working for them, like the cliche says. Why fix something which is not broken? So it is working for Ndengeza. So probably if they score, then we might see some Kasi flavor being displayed by Ndengeza.
Richard Aguso, this is one of the players sitting on the bench of Boko Haram, a player that we really haven't seen in this tournament. Yesterday you spoke about it's not the time to try new players, but you also need some fresh legs as well. It's a long tournament. They've been playing back to back and it's a full 90 minutes.
And it's tiring. When you look at the state of the pitch, you'd find now the legs are starting to get tired. With Coach Litwaba, he has a trump card. He has that one unknown player that can add the magic, and it is him who can also come in, unknown player, a close book, so we can also expect him to come in the second half. But second half, it's gonna be a tight affair, but I'm expecting a goal to come in.
You're speaking of magic. What magic are we going to see in the second half?
Kasi flavor, we will see it. Yes, we saw them. You know, the professor told us anything and so forth. But, you know, as a coach, I would personally encourage the boys to score first before they can the entire country with Kasi flavor.
Well, it is Ndengeza and Boko Haram. It is a goalless draw currently, and our commentary team will take you through the next 45. Will we see a goal? Well, let's check it out.
Le polome la nete motemotle ngwanena no mbale o tlhapa ka lebese ngwanaka ana bana ba batle fela ba o tlang ntshengata go le bogile gaitsedi ya ka o inkentse ntshengata fela jwale ntse go mametse ipabla ka magabane ha hona jalo karolo obedi ya papadi.
Yeah, it's the second half. Of course, both these two teams will know the importance of really coming out and playing good, attractive football. It's also going to be quite interesting who will be on the front foot. But in all aspects and in all view, Ndengeza having to finish off the half in a very, very higher note. Will definitely want to carry on from where they left off. But it's important for the first few minutes, the first 5 minutes of this second half. Both teams mustn't concede. And it's very important for any other team to get a goal here.
Romrele motamotle ka mana karolong ya bobedi ya papadi o bua fela jalo ka mana Englishman a re wena a re it's very important gore batho ba karolong ya mathomo metsotsonyana e mathomo e thomago ba seke ba consider dintlha o bua fela a ke tsebe go tla loka gona jalo re kena ka mana karolong ya bobedi e sa le fela ka mona le fela ka kona hlopeng sa Ndengeza le hlopeng sa Harame ka kona mothamotla re le live ka motsaneng fela ba ka Thembisa Englishman.
Was quite eager as well to also see the changing room, you know, instructions from the coach, from the coaches, how of course they will go about in terms of their approach in the second half, because the aggregate scoreline is the one that is important and needed thus far in this round of. And you know, semi-finals are very tricky as well.
Chakolo gona matamatle ba itsula fela jalo e wela lo tsolo ba shimana ba ntengeza erang mo khobong wal bala hlagana lo tsoga mona matamatle ra mbona ka mane kana Ralfo tla ranga mane current player ka gona VUT u tshipatla mange o batla ka mane na wa retsulo ka mane matamatle ba re ke mane 7 days of the week ba chakolo ba bia ka ntle fela jalo
Quick. Aye. So. Tato, Rafliga.
Plays for Pele Matima. I think he's been having a great season with them. His form has been quite sumptuous when you get to look at it. But in all aspects and in all views, hasn't really made much impact in this matchup thus far for me.
Retsulo fela jalo ga tlhopa sa gona sa Boko Haram no iranga kholo wa kita roma manga gona tsa kholo ya mogala ga bolola mo gobong albala mo tshela kholo ga mane tlhakana le tsola ga mane kana 7 days of the week ne batla ka mane tsola le tsola ga mane kana Apollo gobong albala wa tlhaka le tsola ga mane kana ngwana Chauke ba motsenele mo swatletsa bona ga mane kana Professor Tolo tsa kholo ya romela kholo telele e tlhakana le ka mane kana mhlonisha ngwana wa yende o retsulo ga fela jalo ga gona e bitsa ngwana ba ka mona re ka retsulo ga mo ka bere mo ntwa ka latlhe o tsa kholo wa mara ga di medi botso ba paritse motho ga bohloko ga bohlaso golo jalo re tugule ka yena.
In the first half, it was him and Tleketane. And it looks like as if as though the second half, Shikombishe has been the one that has been tasked with keeping tabs with him.
Retsulo fela jalo sa tlhopheng tsa gona tsa Ntengeze Chakolo hlakana ka mane ke na ngwana mo tsama ka mane hleketane retsulo ga fela ka mane hlakana le tsama ka na Rochamila o tla iranga kholo re bana phagamisa matsogo ke le boneng ke tla re mamang ga se go le tsena retsulo ka go letelle ka mane wela le tsaka mane ba shimana ba Boko Haram ga retsulo ga fela jalo hlakana ka na tsamane bua le yona ba motshela pholo ga bolola fela jalo hlopa sena sa ka mane sa Boko Haram ke hlopa tsela gore se palla go ka hlakanya di ka kwana touches tse ka kana go tsetlhano retsulo ga fela jalo iranga kholo monna re ke retsulo ga tša kholo ba romela ka motsotso gone wela ka mane hlopeng bona ka mane ke na Ntengeze tša kholo romela poletele wela ka mane ke na ngwanena cheki ya mogela ga bolola tibane sa hlopha sa ka mane sa Harambe romela poletele ka mane o nkgopotswa ka pua ka pene ngwanena tibela hlopha sa ka mane e Highlands Park e tšapolo maemong a bohlano e hlakana le tlola mangwa retsulo ga mhlonishwa ka mane ke na ngwanena motututsi yende o irenga kholo wa re ke retsulo ka mane hlakana le tlola mange a bolela le yona fela jalo ka mane hlopha sa Harame monna re go gopela tsela ba mo shirugela tša kholo romela ka kapa bohlaba tšatši o ela le tlola mange Ntengeza ka bona shut the back door metsi a tla tsena ka tlong retsulo ga gape ka kona hlopeng sa ka bona Ntengeze e tla tšinana a tša kholo ba retsulo ga ba tša maemong a bone wa retsulo ga fela jalo hlopeng tsa Ntengeze tša kholo motho mo gobong wa lebala karolo kgolo ya di 18 ya hlopha tsa kwana sa Boko Haram long tomo ngwanena ka mane motle a itse bia ka ntle tla kena se kena le tatlelo ga go le jalo hlopeng sa ka kwana sa bashimane ba Ntengeze nna re ke kena ke a lokotsega fela jalo Mr. Senkgweshe mna o jang Senkgweshe sa tona le gari papadi ene e bashimane bana se gahla sa papadi ya bona karolong ya bobedi ne re tshepa gore se tlatla se phagama e o bia fela gona jalo se swana le sa mathomo e ka ba le gore e phisho e ba affectile go ba decide go ka bapala ka mogobe lotong la bona la mathomo.
I think us standing up here will do a significant role for them. Maybe probably they need that pressure moment.
Itla kena se kena ka hlopha sa bona sa Harambe tla ranga kholo ba tša kholo ba romela ka mane hlakana le tsola ka mane mhlonishwa tla ranga kholo re ke re tselo kana ro ema ga di me dibotse re ba paritse mhlonishwa ga bohloko ga bohlaswa ngwanena just number 5 ga ka tša maikarabelo ngwanena mo bona ga lahlela bofofu mona ga ka tša maikarabelo a ka tša hlopha sena sa Harame as just bia ka mona mo stameleng seng koteng.
He's a very, very industrious individual, quite smart on the ball, and he's very clever. And he invited that challenge, of course. He knew that touch was going to come. And unfortunately, Nkateko was late in that instant.
Re tla bona hlopha sena sa Harame se no sha ntlhamo
really show what was Tato trying to do there in that situation. But that's not a decent effort. It's a poor one.
Lefela ka mona. Lefela ka kona. Ke tse di tshiletse go di goal attempt. Go tse di tshiletse go. Retloga fela jalo ka mane tsa go le romela ka mane o tla irang go le ne a batla mang ka mane ke retloga ka mane hloko santengetse ka re lo gore 18 o tla irang ka go le wa go ba ka mane batla ke mane Ralfo ka ona poleta wa kotsi monna ba pola ka monyetla banna we a re bona ka mane tshwara ka mane Rojamila re ka monwa banna we monna sengwashe o na re ke a kokota.
Most certainly, they do an emphatic job there in terms of being desirable, winning the ball back. But it's that cross from China that made life a little bit difficult for them. But Matima being comfortable in that situation, you know what? When you know the no, you will know how to know, because the no will let you know. Now that you know the no has made you know that there is pressure, Jerry.
Mamela, mona re tlo ba le ntlha he. Ne ke emetse when you know. Ya mamela, re tlo ba le ntlha mona. A ke krea le ton la bobedi ka tro yena. La tlala bofofo. A tja go le wa re tloga fela jalo ka mane o kena ka ngwanena. Ba tla renga go le re kena ke le go tsega monna re phamsha matso ke le bone ba ra e tlong lena. Tja go le re ke re tloga ka motho mo tsa tshwana se ya mogala ga bolela fela jalo. O tšea kgole o e retologa bona ka mane ke na ticket santlene o tla irang ka kgole motho tla re bana phagamiša matsogo ke le boneng wa retologa fela jalo e batla ka mane bona ka mane batho bana ba harame monna wa retologa a nkgopotsa mo gongwe ke go tsebago a retologa fela jalo tla irang ka mane pambeselang di a jika tšea kgole e tlhakana ka mane letsogo ka mane ke na thapelo tla irang ka mone o tla ba rapelelana wa ba tla ikoba ka kwana e wela letsogo ka mane mohlonišwa tšea kgole e bapala ganyane fela jalo senya polo ngwaneng wa mohlonišwa just number 5 Saibitsa Tibane sa re tlisa go le o mona ke tle ke gone o tla ke dira dilo tse ke tumileng ka tsona se ke leng capable ka sona o tšea gole a e romela golo e telele fela jalo a retologa ka kona bona ka mane mohlonišwa tla irang ka goleo ga a retologa o wela letolo mange wa lebelela ka kona motho motle le tlhogonolo ka kona motho motle tla re ke ka mane ngwanena wa lucky tla retologa ga re ke retologa irang ka gole wa ikoba ga ikoba e wela letolo mange bona e wela ka mane letolo ka mane ke na macheke tena ba bolo e wela ke tlhopa sena sa ka kona sa bashimane ba ka bona ntengese itachi na ntengezi wela le toka marikena macheke cheko cha kholo batla ka mana motho ka motsotso o ne batla ka marikena 7 days of the week o ithula fela jalo ngwane no tibane o wa inyeuma fela e tswela ka ntle.
Boko Haram in this second half, they're playing a much higher line, and you can tell that the Ende is much more, closer to his offensive midfielders, and Jabulo as well, and Tato and Tapelo, so that they can add numbers inside that box. You can tell that they've been finding a little bit of joy on this left and flank side, and they've made a couple of crosses as well. And Dingeza have been defending now, and they are finding themselves under some pressure. Is in Dingeza with this fine start from Boko Haram in the second half.
How long ago this wa hlopa tsena tse pedi king se tlameleng o se dire e upya fela gore o tlo ikhumane a o ya le ton la bobedi la tournament na Phillies game 2020 o hetsa le gore o phagamisitse letsogo ka go.
Most certainly, it's about how you really sit down with your players and make them feel the final, make them see the final. It's all about having that edge. And Methodist, Methodists are something which are quite different from technicians. So when you have a Methodist like Jürgen Klopp, you'll have somebody who will be able to then ignite the firepower into players.
Ratloga fela jalo na re ke utswa ka hlogo ka kwana e upya fela tibane ya mogela ga bolola ka mane ke ena ngwanena wa Khailo ya mogetse ga bolola fela jalo ka kwana o lebelela ya o ka lebelela bench ya bana bala banka ya hlopha sena sa ka kwana santengese se meletse ka moka lebelela fela jalo ka kwana motho tla iranga golewa e bona ka mane ke na ticket santlene tša gole romela gole telele e tla batla ka mane botla ka mane ke na tolo ka mane ke na el professor amonwa sebete se kana sa o yeta o motswetši manena ka shala tao le bana hore
I remember him at Mahlobo festive games out in Meadowlands. The first minute of the game, got onto the ball. With his knees, got onto the ball, and you would hear the crowd, the spectators, they went wild.
agolo jalo o ba special agolo jalo o le mmapadi
And if you come quickly, you will get skinned a little bit there.
Achia goleo ka kona o tla re tloga ga re ke re tloga tla renga goleo o tla ei o ya kae
They call it the rakata. Just hit him with one quickly.
papa chaba ke fete
And he solves it there a little bit.
o re tloga fela jalo ka hlopeng sa ka mana motho mo tlentengese bona ka mane ke na ticket e sandleni o tla renga bolo bona ka mane ke na mogelo ka mana mo tlonisha tlonisha tsa kgwedi bona ka mane ke na thabo ke hlopeng sa ka kona motho Boko Haram ka re lo kgwedi 18 o tla renga golewe ga re ka kena ka mane ke re go ma ka tolle se punya ba ba ye pepa e tswele pele tlhakana le tsola ka mane ba itša polo ka kona senya polo ka kona motho motle wela le tsola ka mane ba re monna o tantabetse papadi ena ka mo ga o lebeletse ke mang a tlamele go a dire se sengwe gore a fetse a wina papadi ena.
Moving the ball much more quicker. I feel that they should move more pacey. Make sure that they get into the opposition's half with much more fast and precision and decisiveness. And then you can tell that Ginola is not really adequate today in terms of his approach. And he's made sure that he plays a 4-3-3 formation so that he can be able to then balance the equation whenever they are attacking and defending. And that will allow, of course, Ravkam not to be isolated up front there. But Boko Haram, they too themselves know the importance of making sure that they can be able to maneuver around the situation.
Shimane bana a ke a la tsena di ntse di botle ka target tsena ga e hlopha sena sa ka Boko Haram ba ka ba batle ka di target tse go botsa hantle dilo di ka tla di ba monate.
I heard you speaking about the ball head, Jerry, and they've shown it there, and they've seen it. But I feel that it's something else, you know, when you get to look at it, because in all aspects and in all view, let's be quite honest, Jerry. It's all about who wants it more and work ethic and the desire. And I feel that these two teams have been really tight in all essence.
Ha se wena o bua di tight ntse go tseba o le motle ka prediction ene ka prediction sa le re thomo sebetsa mmogo azanga wa ba wrong yala ga se o di tight a le nna ke latlhegile.
Whole team is really doing an emphatic job here. They're making us up. Fresh set of pay legs.
Okay, na fela jolo ka mane ke na ngwanena ke na ka mane ke na Quentin Sefale ba ntshitse ka mane ngwanena wa ka mane Ntshabulo wa ka Mthombeni o tlile fela jolo ba ikoba ka kwana ba itshola ka kwana hlopeng sa ka kwana bona ka mane Ntengeza first touch e mme ya fase wa re tulo ga re tulo go iranga go le re ka mutswa ka pela fela jolo e pua fela Tjapola e bya ka ntle ka mekalo.
You know, Jabulo would have thought that he would have had a great game here. So that tells you that the coach is not really happy about his performance thus far. But we know what he's capable of doing. So he's added in a little bit of a different stature in this matchup.
karolong ya bobedi e tsamailego metsotso e ka lekanago e masome a tsheletšego mothemotlhe a go le jalo e sa lefela ka mona lefele ka kwana tlhopha tsene tse pedi di gana ka dintlha a ba gana.
When I was talking about the game being tight, I was merely just saying that these two teams need a goal. Both these two teams need a goal. So that's how tight it is in terms of the goal side of things. Ah, there's a kitchen. They gave him a kitchen. The one that we've been waiting for.
Ratloga fela jalo ga mane tlhagana lotlo ga mane ke na King Tolo ratloga ga mane le tlheketane bona ka ngwanina romela pole ntle fela jalo tle ranga kholo bona ka mane macheko tša kholo romela pole ka gona ba tlamange ya ba tlhaga mana ngwana ba ka mane tsena mo fotle ranga kholo bona ke tla roma mange ka roma mang monna re pa Michelle tsoga roma nna ka kwana ba mo tšela polo ga bolola fela jalo tša kholo a ibya ka ntle ba pala ka bohlale jwa tona le gadi ba pala ka bohlale jwa tona le gadi ngwanina ba ka mona hlopeng sa Boko Haram o ka lebela ba tsentšha ngwanena hlopeng sa ka kwana sa bashimane ba ntengetse ba tsentšha ngwanena o hloko jwala ka pelepele.
Pacey winger. Pacey winger. It's like for like. You can tell Martin has run his race as well. He's been productive in terms of crosses in the first half. Now, they're bringing him on because they know that they need, of course, that width of the pitch as well. Lucky
Mlangeni. Martin Steghe. Ke ena ngwane a tšilego go tsene Lucky Mlangeni o mo opola hantle ka di-heel statulo sa ka meremo.
Gets into areas which he can hurt the opposition, gets into promising area.
Ratloga o tla koba ka mane ga ikoba tlhakana ka mane ke na long tom ka mane Apollo tša golo bja ka ntare bona a ka tlela masawana mona a go le jalo le defendera ba go file lebanta la bokaptene tla bereka overtime o kere.
You have to. You know, captaincy is not an easy job.
Hlopha sa Ntengeza se na le corner kick tše di ka lekana go tše tlhano eupša fela hlopha sa Boko Haram se na le corner kick e nngwe seo se ra goreng go wena ka renga go le gore ke koba ka gona motho motle fela go dimalo botsala motho koba gape ka mane opportunity nngwe gape wela le tsolo ka mane wa retloga ka mane statulo sa ka meremo ka mane ke na Lucky Mlangeni a mono a retloga ka yena a retloga fela o batla ka mane ke na Professor Tolo ba ikoba ka gona motho motle tsa tsa o tla renga golo a itiba fela ka ditebele o tla ka ditebele ka mane tiba re monna tša golo gape a bia ka gona ke na se kena e le sekgutlo tibane se bone gore yona nka e tshwara e tlo mpha kotsi.
You know, there's one thing that defenders tend to do. They tend to clear the ball. I think he was clearing the ball more there than others and just crossing. But it nearly creeped into the back of the net, so JK had to make sure.
A go le jalo motho motle a ikoba fela jalo tla renga golo ba itipa ka hlogo tibane go tla ba jwang no e be le monyetla wa tona le gadi e ne le monyetla wa tona le gadi eupša fela go le yewe a ya ka ya suna le tanta.
Basics, merely basics. But the goalkeeper had 3 players. Look at that cross. Look at that cross from Lucky. Free header. Of course, there was a cluster of players, but basics. Getting behind the goalkeeper and protecting the goalkeeper. Ralph Gum in the nick of things yet again. I don't think they picked it up, Jeremiah. I don't think the referees have picked it up.
When
you get lucky, that's what we call fortunate luck.
Ratloga fela jalo ka gona mona ga ratloga e renga golewe a ratloga bona ka mane ke na statulo sa ka de meageremo ke na se ke na ka mane bona ka mane ke na Apollo tša gola romela poletele ka ngwana mo lelele a tša bja ka ntle ka kwana o phasa mokotlisi wa gagwe hlopha sena sa Ntengeze se a kena ganyane se bapa se nkgopotsa mmino o keneng gona jalo wa piano o tla nana re se thotse fela o utlwa se gutle ka kong.
Somebody's in trouble. Somebody's in trouble. I think why they're cautioning him is because in the first half they only just gave him a little bit of just some words, you know. So why he's getting it now is because they've already spoke to him. So this is the second time. So the Charles referee is not having none of it, and we know he loves issuing out presents.
Mashele ke na khumana karata e tshehla ka kwana ke na mokotlisi wa hlopha sa Ntengeze mo tla ka karata e tshehla ka kwana ba bona a se di bapadi fela
Ginola
ratloga fela jalo ka mane ke na macheke tla renga golewe o matla ka mane go bulisa tšwa motola pole tla ba kotsi ba nna we gen ho ho Chinchong Hong Kong 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 Kwalagasa pelo tsa batho di matatu tse tsilenge phana khatiana.
It's a beautiful goal, but the pass, Jeremiah, that pass. Look at that pass. Defensive splitting pass. And the finish, of course, is beautiful. Beaten is Jackie. Look at that pass. Such a great pass. His awareness is Nkateko. Such a fantastic finish. That's a sensational work goal from Ndengeza. When you know the no, you will know how to know, because the no will let you know. Now that you know the no has made you know that there is pressure. Jeremiah.
Tibane sa Boko Haram Sukumani kitchen.
It's a planted kitchen, of course, and it goes into the back of the net. Matimu does an emphatic job in terms of providing a little bit of width. Timed his run to perfection as well there. Well work goal. So it's game on. Changes the whole stature of the matchup now.
Lebelela ka gona motshamotla ka gona Tibane ga itshofela jalo. Olo jalo ka gona motshamotla metsotso e kalkanago e masome a tsheletsego le metso e supilego ele le fela hlopeng sa Boko Haram ele ka gwana wane hlopeng sa Ntengeze ka mane motshamotla lotong la rena la mathomo la ka mane semifinaleng ya rena motshamotla o gopole ka o sane re tlo bapala loto la rena la bobedi ka gona motshamotla re tloga fela jalo ka gona tla reng ka goleo e mogobong wa lebala e bona ka mane statulo sa ka meremo di kwaikwai tsa lenyalo a tša golo romela mogobong wa lebala tlhakana le loto la mange ga re tloga fela jalo re ke tla roma mange a mitsa ka mane motshamotla statulo sa ka meremo ka gona motshamotla sena wa re tloga ga re tloga batla ka ngwane na romela pole telele ka gona o ne a batla ka mane ke na Ralfo re le ga matla wa mothola ka gona motshamotla bona ka mane statulo sa ka meremo kwaikwai tša lenyalo o tle renga golo re ka koba ka mane kwaikwai tša lenyalo ba ikoba fela jalo o tla batla mang ga mothole motho o ntsa mmatla.
He's come on, added a different stature in this matchup thus far for me. The 10 minutes that he's been on this field thus far for me has been very industrious from him. He's lucky. He's finding more joy in this right-hand flank side, making life difficult, of course, for Matome.
Problem child ke na tsene ona yala go ka lebella ka gona motshamotla 31 ka mane degrees Celsius cooling break ya rena ka mana lebella ngwanena o ba shebana ba Ntengesa ga go le jalo ba ilo ba o tla ka legofi la hlela bofofu ka mogo ngwanena bona champagne pass no look pass a mothola Google search a re bona ngwanena ra ke ka o tisa pointa Tibane sa Harambe sa khumana kitchen ya ba le hlogonono ya ba amen.
Before we said that beautiful, that goal was beautiful. In fact, we spoke about the pass before that goal. And that's a delightful pass, I must say. Staggering pass. Such a great intuition from Totti in the middle of the park in Kateko. He's been very industrious in terms of his passing range as well. Give him time and space, he will punish you. And that's a very great pass. And a great finish from Matimu as well.
Kiane ka bophara ya China Ntengeze ya China yona fela jolo Tibane yona dije fase mola a di mo sepelela hantle.
They didn't have one of the most decent first halves as well. Is
Yona motsisa mo letsa phala ka gona o bua le ngwanena ka mona mo kotlisa re bona man tabena e so tlogolo cross line ka re ba tlo ngola tata o ngolo mona go sa betse go pelo.
I think it's excitement. I think this goal, but they'll need to protect it as well and go with it so that they can come back in the second leg and be comfortable. Probably another goal here just to be on the safe side, that cushion goal for them to settle much more. But Boko Haram know the importance of coming out now. They all need to come out, and they need to be wary in terms of leaving gaps and spaces behind them, because we are knowing them of a team that also likes to play on the counter.
Metsotso e ka lekanago e masome a mabedi ke yona e setsego re ka tla ra bona phapano monna ka tla ra bona hlopha sa Ntengesa seno sa ntlha bobedi goba re tlo bona hlopha sa ka gona sa Boko Haram seno sa ntlha sa ba sa feta sa ba sa lita papadi.
I've seen them being a goal down is Boko Haram. Yesterday they were a goal down in the early stages of the match. You know, But this is the tactical substitution. I tell you for one. This is a tactical substitute. I think he wants to defend this lead. Is it still early, or is it, you know, that thing that will help them in terms of just securing this 1-goal lead? Because they call him Straws, is his nickname. He's a defender, he's a right back, he's a versatile individual as well.
mokaptene wa bona a DJ duela.
Oh, it looks like it's a forced substitution because Leketane could be the one that has been pulled off. Yeah, it looks like he is going to be pulled off, Leketane. No more than just an unforced substitution, because my thinking was that probably he wants to defend this situation as well. But you can tell he's a strong lad. And will he be able to continue? Let's just hope.
I don't think so.
He can't even stand up. So if you look at, yeah, it looks like Leketane is the one that Thomas Klongwane will be brought on. Yeah, he's a versatile individual. Plays right back, left back, and also center back.
Leketane Matunzi ke na tlaba a etsa fela jwalo motsamotla ya go gopotse fela mona ka re bona Phillies Games sale ba teng ka 1992 ngwana ka go jiwa le komelo na go sengwa le tabena le paka golo la tournament ene gore e be gona ke ka moraga gore ne ba nyako fedisa dintwa ka motsaneng fela wa ka Thembisa ke ka lepaka leo e thoma go ka di 16 motsamotla a upya fela go be go tle go me monate gona jalo it became a culture tournament ene.
Most certainly, of course, producing many players, producing many coaches as well. And you can tell with Temba Pateni having been alongside Rulani Mokwena, now applying his trade, of course, at Cape Town, Cape Umoya. Such a prolific individual as well. So he's learned a lot from Rulani Mokwena, assistant coach at Mamelodi Sundowns. So for me, Phillies Games is very huge. It's a very huge tournament, not only just here, but all around, of course, SA.
Nahlala bofofu ka mongwane na kana statulo sa kamere mkwai tsa lenyalo a kule motlhoko ka gona ka kona motsamotla bona tshweretsebe ka kona e peina ntong go selekane le selo ke ena ngwane na statulo sa kamere mongwane ba mmitsa go lucky mlankeni bona ka mane ke na long term ka mane ke na Paulo Romela go letele le ka bona tlhaka ba batla mangwe a ithola ka ditlhoko ka bona ba bona mangwe o tla re tshologa fela jalo ka mane statulo sa kamere mo di tsa lenyalo di renga pola motsamotla ka mane ke na di hills tsa lenyalo Romela Paulo e telele ne ba tlama mo go bongwa le ba le tlhakana ka mane ke na Apollo msibano molelele e bona ka mane ke na Rocha Miller bona ke na macheke cheko tla Paulo Romela Paulo tele ka gona ne ba tla ka mane a tswa Tiba na Paula ka magabane ka manona le ka ngwane na wa Ralph na e tswa ka mane Ralph re ke tlola le Tiba ngwane wa Ralph o se bete o tsena go Tiba go le je.
I've seen him scoring great, fantastic goals, and he's managed to punish favorite teams, Snagger Chillers, Mambas, Soweto Super United. He's managed to punish a lot of teams. Even Golden Arrows know him from the Nedbank Cup.
True.
So he's a prolific striker, predator inside that box. I love the way he pounces on the ball, gets into areas where he can hurt the opposition as well. Really hasn't been influential in terms of getting the goals here today, but he's been very influential in terms of the movement, as well as, of course, becoming a nuisance up front there.
Santeng se se dutse mo khona kicking tse di ka lekana go tse shupa e upya fela hlopa sa Boko Haram se na le khona kick e nngwe fela seo se ra gore go tswa go wena go ra re hlopa Santeng ese se tlile ka shishi mo ne le gore hlopa sena sa ka Boko Haram se ba felegeditse.
There's only one thing to say, Jeremiah. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Yona remote mirror ga o tla pressure re tlo thola ntla e nngwe bona ka mane ke na statulo sa kamere mo tšakgole wa Romela Pole golo ka kwana a itse be ka ntle go jweditse earlier on karolong ya mathomo ya papadi ka re ga o ka o tla tabeng ya pressure mona re ka se tlo ya letong la bobedi ka tro wa tla ngwanaka wa ba jwalo. ga o latlhela bofofu ka mona motlhamotle di dutse ka mona 9 goal attempt hlopheng sa Boko Haram ka mona hlopheng sa Ntengeze se matha ka tse 11 ga o ka lebella shot on target hlopha sa Boko Haram se na le 0 ka mona motlhamotle ke tse pedi shot on target tsa hlopheng sa ka kwana sa Ntengeze ke khona ke tse di supilego go engwe fela ka hlopheng sa Boko Haram le Ntengeze lebella ka mana di offside ting tsa rena motlhamotle rena le offside engwe ya hlopha sa Boko Haram di ka lekana tse tlhano tsa hlopha sa Ntengeze a o lebella ka mana ball position ka mana 44 e ka lekana go motlhamotle bashimane ba Ntengeze ba matha ka ntlha ba matha ka ball position e 56 yellow card ke engwe fela hlopheng sa Ntengeze ka mana bashimane ba Harame ba matha ka lefela hlopha sena sa Boko Haram sepela se tla morago ka dilo tse ka moka ball position yellow card ka o fela di tla morago le ka dintlha.
Chance for Raf. We were speaking about how he is a prominent predator inside that box, but unfortunately couldn't just direct his header onto goal. It was a great attack, but there is him becoming a nuisance yet again. He's a good presser of the ball yet again, so it will make life difficult for the likes of Lihlonono at the back there, Moyo as well as Romeo.
What's se ke se ratang ka papadi ya go ba le first leg le second leg it's a second op e tshwana la tsa go university le gore a wa sepela ga botse go na le ntho e bitswang second op.
Hence you must score goals, you know. Scoring more goals keeps you on the right type of track. If you remember, of course, at some point Orlando Pirates scored 3 past Kaizer Chiefs. They came back second leg. Kaizer Chiefs had a mountain to climb. They had to dig deep. And that kind of gave them that certain edge as well. So Ndengeza scoring 2 more goals here. Boko Haram will have another mountain to climb.
One lion, Abarondo.
You see now. It was another industrious game as well. Look at what One Lion did, scoring 2 goals.
First leg.
And they came back is Abarondo.
Then Abarondo scored 5.
They scored 5 because of the way they changed the patterns as well. But Boko Haram will need to play much more faster because they are playing against the quality side here. They've got quality players. Teketane having to come up. And of course, when you look at Thomas Klongwane coming on, it's like for like.
Offside tsa hlopha sa gona sa Harame e kana go tshepedi fela ke tsetlhano ka hlopheng sa ka gona sa bashimane ba Ntengeze e mathapele ka dilo tse ka moka tse ka di lebella go le jolo papadi ne tsamaile ka mane 78 minutes ka mane mathamotle re shetse ka metsotso e ka lekanago e le some le metso e mebedi 12 minutes to go o lebeletse ngwanena wa statule sa ka medemo di kwai tsa lenyalo a robetse fase kwana nka re dilo tsa gage ga di mo sepelele ga botse ka mona la tlhala bofofu ka mo gongwane la tshuleng kotsi ka gona o rile re ke a tsena go utswa go leo a mo tla ka dilo tse ngata fela jalo ka kwana a itulela fase ga go le jalo ka manele hey.
You know, when we talk about the action areas, where of course the action has been taking place, Lucky having to be picking up a knock there. So unfortunate that he's been a little bit put off there, off balance. But when we talk about the action areas, Jeremiah, you can tell that in this half, Boko Haram, yes, they started off on the front foot. They were finding a lot of, you know, time on the final third of Ndengeza. It looks like he touched him on the face rather than touching him on the eyes. But we know that players tend to also play in the Grammy Awards. He's a movie star, this guy.
Friki ke kotsi stiwa re ka gona mothamotle ai pabula ka magabana hae ai thatsa fela thatsele e bile bohloko go bane e gonna ntsha goleo mo tseleng re tseloga fela jalo tla renga golo ke bona ba itshola ka gona a tsa golo go mona mona tla re tseloga ka mane we ranga golo mothamotle le bela fela jalo sa le pole kotsi e wela le tsoka mane ke na go tapiano romela go letelle ka mane ke na Quentin Sefale batlamanga gona mothamotle ba re gadi me fela di botse o di push hlopa sena sa Boko Haram se theoshitse se gatla sa papadi hlopa se se bonagala mona ke hlopa se sengwe fela se sana sa Ntengeze and Ntengeze ina le ntlha godimo e o bia fela ba ba palanga re ke bona ba ile gore ba na le ntlha ka morago.
They've dominated, most certainly, in all aspects and in all view. They've dominated the aerial balls, dominated the ball position, dictated the pace of the game at some point. And it wouldn't be a surprise for them to get a second goal here.
Polago arch, Barutantabit. Metsotso some go ya go papadina se itshofala mothemotle e le lebwane ka mona hlopheng sa Ntengeze e le lefela se hlopheng sa ka kona sa Harame pelo tsa bashimane ba ka kona mothemotle ba Harame di mathatho tsentse tshileng ga retlo ga fela jalo a kona mothemotle ba re ga di eme fela di botse ka monena ne le nangwane na go mona se qathile sa ka meremo.
You know, football is a very funny way of revealing and showing things. They're making a substitution thus far.
Themba Sithole ke ena tsenang ka gare ngwanena ba mitsang Thato Rametsi ke ena a tswela go kantle fela jalo Thato Rametsi o tswa jalo go tsena ka mane Themba Sithole hlopha tsena sa ka gona sa Boko Haram ba go gona ile gore ba nyako go tsoga ba foshitse ka moka ba na le go le tsona go hlopha tsena sa ka gona sa Ntengeze. Is it early or is it too late?
You know, when you play your cards right as a coach, you need to take a gamble as well at some point. But in this instant, I'm not sure that Boko Haram have come to the party here today. But Ndengeza, having scored this goal, like I alluded and said, they need that second goal just to be on the safe side.
Jagole o romela go le ka gona mothemotle bona ka statlo sa ka mere mara ke kena fela jalo sia fase ka gona hlola ka segatla sa golewe ga re tsile go bona ka mane ke ena ka mane Professor Tolo popola ka moyetla pole tla ba kotsi a nnawe Professor Tolo ne a re ke kena fela jalo re ke bapala le Stibane a ikemela fela jalo e o pia fela ngwanena a ipabola ka magabane ga gare bona working as a team.
He's getting a lashing from his goalkeeper. Kaile is not having none of that. And he's telling him that he should have cleared the ball, rather being safe, rather than playing it back in such a very tight space.
Eko ba itla ba pole kotsi Stibane a itsola fela jalo a re tloga e sala ka gona itla ba pole ka mane ba shimana ba kona bona ka mane Ntengeze ta tshina counter attack iranga golo mothemotle romela go letsele ke none ba tlamange o batla ka mane ke na ka tulo sa ka meremo Stibane stile kona itsipa fela ka peta confidence kana a tja golo experience yena experience I rekish experience.
Oh, that's class. I mean, that's quality all round when you get to look at how calm he was in that situation. But Stroz making a very well-timed class tackle there in terms of making sure that Zulu doesn't get onto the end of that ball.
Arban ka mane ka tulo sa ka meremo kwa tja lenyalo la re tloga fela jalo tle ranga golo ba shimana ba Ntengeze romela poletele le ka gona ne patla banka kwana nna itloga golo ka mane poletla ba kotsi ba ikoba fela bona ba petse ka monyetla o
Chauke not picking up the retail that he had. Of course, times his run to perfection, keeps himself on side. But that was a decent ball from Innocent Chicho to pick him out as well. Matimu just moving away from the play, seeing that he might be in an offside position. So he didn't interfere with play. So that was very smart about Ndengeza there. But Chauke rushed in terms of putting that ball back into the final third. Another corner, Jerry.
Latla bofofu ka mogo e le gore ngwanena o ile tsipa ka peta fela a bia mona di gareng a re bona ga le ke le mollo ba le la go la dinao a fetsa I clear na re ka bona ntla mona bona a itsola bona ka mana motshameko wa bona ka Roger Miller ach mothala ka mana motshameko o tla ka mana ke na Google search ya pass ba tlamanga mana motshameko tla renga kholo wa munno mo mkunya tshenge zampane tla renga kholo motshameko tla ka gola ka kwana fela ka kwana fela go ne mo le botsa ka mana bona ke na mohlonishwa motsela polo ga bolola fela jalo le ena monna ga re tulo ga fela jalo ya tswa kotsing wela le tulo ka mana ke na ntengeze ba tla ka mana ke na ka tulo sa ka meremo o iranga mana ke na kwa tsa lenyalo o tla re tulo kana ga re tulo ka mana ke na Lucky Mlangene tsa kholo ba re tulo ka kwana wela le tulo mange e bia ka kwana motshameko tshetse ka ntletla ke na se kana ka hlopha sa bashimane ba ntengeze.
Tembani has been the spine, of course, the core of Ndengeza inside that middle of the park. Has been dictating the pace of the game, making crucial tackles as well so that the team can reshuffle and regroup and allowing the likes of Emmanuel and Nkateko to then add into the attack. He's been making good decisions as well, is Tembani. They call him 12.
How do you hlopha sena sa Boko Haram ska khutla?
It's all about the work ethic. I always allude and say that when you have the desire and the eagerness and the sharpness, the willingness to get back into the game, characteristics needs to come into foyer here. Whereas the coach needs to then tell his team to calm down. They're not being led by a big marginal scoreline. They can still play their normal fluent football. But what is quite smart about Ndengeza is that they've been able to make sure that they play as a team, attack as a team, defend as a team, and make sure that they do not allow Boko Haram any time and space on the ball.
Ga ile re ne le mokotlisi wa hlopha sa Ntengeze ke eng se ka ono ka be go se dirile go tshireletsa ntlha yona le go le yona? Will you still go for looking for another goal or no tlo tshireletsa se ona le sona? ka go bona manena motshamotle a ile mona a go ntswa ka bona a le bana motho wa bitswa ka kwana ke bona ka mane ke na Mtituzi ngwana yende ena ka mana motshamotle mhlekazi tlo fela jole ka mana go kena ngwaneno ka mana Sibusiso Ndlovu kena fela Mtituzi ngwana yende o tswela ka ntle fela jolo e upya fela papadi ena ya fela e tlo fela ka o sane motshamotle mo le gore tlo ba re tšea ba bangwe re ba isa magaola gang bana ba mathaka bo khotho jwa masheleng ke bolela ka tšhelete ele kana go 100,000 mona tšatšing la ka tšatšing la di30 ke mo lo re tlo ba re go botsa gore ke mang a tlhwilong ka 100,000 o bia fela gona jalo a re latlhele bofofu mo tlhopheng tsena tše pedi bana ba re ba Ntengeze they stand a good chance e le gore ka leto la bobedi la papadi ya bona ka o sane gahlwanong le hlopha sena sa Boko Haram ba na le sebaka se tshireletšago hlopeng sana sa ka kwana sa Boko Haram ga bana selo sebaka se tshireletšago e bia fela ba tlameile ba latlheletse ka moka banelo go le tsona papading ya ka o sane ha ile yona ena ke bona le hlogano le amen e le pheto e le tu.
Now we were speaking, of course, about as a coach, what would you do at this moment? I would, as a coach, I would definitely have my players to be well disciplined and well mannered. You know, when you get to these stages of the game, you've got tired minds, tired legs, people who can make some unorthodox errors and give away silly fouls and clumsy tackles as well. But in all aspects, I defend this lead because of the time right now. But in the next encounter, I need to score more goals. I can't, rely on this one goal lead, because this one goal lead might come back to haunt me.
Bona e tsipa ka peta tša go lela bja ka ntle ngwaneng long talk ga o bolela ka 1-0 it will come and haunt you o nkgopotsa 2-0 engwe ya kae ile ya gutla hey
It went in through his legs, Jeremiah.
a mmotsa re o tatetse kae potso kore o tatetse kae
Through his legs. It's a kitchen.
jersey number 10 Quentin Sefale.
It's Matima. After scoring a goal, then you get, the news like that.
retloga fela jalo ka mana ngwane wa Ralph tša kgole mona wa retloga bona ka mana ke ngwane ka mana ke plonti tle re ka kgole bona ke na ticket sa ntlene a re ka retloga fela jalo bana ba tlola bobedi ba bona tša kgole go bona ka mana ke na macheke Socrates so mapass manufactured ones bona ka mana motho bona ka mana ke ngwane na retloga bona ka mana re kgole ba tša kgole ba romela ka kwana hlopa sena sa Ntengeze se select sena le confidence ya tona le gadi ba Watsoro sape e dirilego ke hlopa sena sa Boko Haram jersey number 7 o sala thomo tsena tsanga khoma kgwedi
Well, there is his first touch.
kamora wa metsotso me kae Ratloga fela jalo kamane ke na King Tolo tla ranga mane ke na El Professor in tute ke tshwanelo yana senior ball El Professor jersey number 7 ya hlopa sa Nteng ya hlopa sa Boko Haram ke a butelo ba motsentši ke ntato ba motsentši go ka 80 minutes go setse 10 minutes o gomme kgwele ka 91 minutes
It's a professional substitution.
lahlela bofofu o tatetse kae
Ish. Through his legs.
papading ya rena karolong ya bobedi ya papadi e fela jalo mothemotle a golo jalo hlopheng sa Boko Haram ba itla ka fela ka morago shimane ba Ntengeze ba tlile ka mona ka kwana ke yane ya tšena ka fela lahlela ngwaneno o mona sefatlago sa gore a ikutlwa a thabile fela jalo ka mane ke yane ngwanena ticket sa ntlene a kwa le monate fela jalo e fela e le one ka mona le fela kona karolo e le tonge la rena la mathomo la papadi tšena Phillies Games 2020 ka motsaneng fela wa ka Tembisa ka osane go tloba go kopane gape hlopha tšena tše pedi di tloba di kopane ka maneng le tonge la bona la bobedi bona ka mona ngwanena ka mane mothemotle ba mmitse ke yena ngwanena El Professor nthute ke tshwane le wena go na le ka mane ngwanena ba mmitseng ka mane ngwanena wa ka kwana wa ke yena ngwanena mokaptene a itumela o reng ka hlopha sa Boko Haram
Well, today they want, of course, in the nick of things, but Ndengeza wanted it more. I feel that they had a little bit of a certain edge in terms of the approach, and you could tell by the signs for the first attack. They played very well, compact, very congested at times, and well disciplined, solid at the back there, very smart in their attacking. But Boko Haram, having not really played to their advantage, they found themselves wanting here today.
nete fela jalo mothemotle ga o tlela bofofu ka mane bashimane bana e belela ka mane mothemotle le fela ka mane hlopheng sa Harame ka mane bashimane ba Ntengeze ba matha ka ntlha godimo fela jalo full time aggregate 1 ka mona le fela ka kwana lahlela bofofu ka mona mothemotle o bona hlopheng tsena ka monena ile ba motla ka tse ba motlang ka tsona a upya fela bana ngwanena bona ba re ba bona o motlile ka elbow ka kona ba re o phosho ya tona le gadi ke yona ka kona tabena e bile go ya mathomo o ile a ikoba fela jalo ngwanena wa Rocha Miller e upya fela monnelo paletse go gotla tabe e bitswang target
It was a decent ball, of course, played over the defenders of Boko Haram, but it shows that, of course, Sesh missed composure there with his head.
yena ke yena ya bobedi ka mane ngwanena wa tibane ka mane checking o ile a ba le di-butterflies ka kona eupya fela ngwana re ke itipa ka sereta sa nka mo dumelela lebelela delivery ya cross ele ebile e ntle fela jalo eupya fela ba paletse go no sa ntlha
China. In fact, it's Martin, if I may say. He's got himself in the right type of area. That's his nickname.
hlopha sena sa Boko Haram sa ka sa fitla eupya fela re bone hlopha sena sa Ntengeze e le sona le tibane e le bona banna ba ile gore ba ile ba fitla mo lebaleng lena la raba re batla ba kgona tla ba bapala papadi ena eupya fela gona jalo ba bona ba le mathateng go bane hlopha sena sa Boko Haram se tlile mo ya bona o le fase
They found more crosses inside that box. You can tell that they've been quite adequate there.
a etsa sapo hlopha sena sa ka kwana mothemotle sa hlopha sa Ntengeze ka mane ka morago ga gore ngwanena ka tulo sa ka meremo di etsa tša lenyalo jersey number 5 Lucky Molangeni a kene a deliver cross ka kwana mothemotle eupya fela kgwele yeo ile ya gana go suna le tanta eupya fela ba ile ba ipelaetsa ba re bona go na le thago ya mekoko mo moletša phala a ra e kgetlong lena not today lahlela bofofu na ke tsebe na yana a ke tsebe
Well, Rav Gam having to stretch way back as well, and he had to redirect it, but there's that goal. Jeremiah, that pass, that finish as well. Oh my God.
ke mo wena go se hlopha sa ka kwana sa Ntengeze se ile sa ipapala ka magabana bona ba re la tšena bona a nkgopotsa Masuluki a motsa Masuluki tibane sa baroka
He's from Limpopo, so they dance this way, and it's culture.
Bachina.
Yeah, they do, most certainly. That pass, it was a sumptuous, relentless, staggering pass, and what a finish from Matima. And it's another kitchen. I think this kitchen made, of course, his counterpartner to be mad at him. So that's why they gave him a kitchen.
This one is a big kitchen. Aja joy ba nyakalla go ba monate fela jalo ka hlopheng tsa gona Santengeze Limpopo ka moka ile ya tsena fela jalo a re go tšea re go latlhele mona motsemotle mola di palapalong bona a goal attempt ka gona hlopheng sa Boko Haram ibile tsente ka 9 ka mane ibile 13 hlopheng Santengeze lebela ka mane le fela shot on target ya hlopheng sa Boko Haram ibile tse pedi ka gona lebela ka mane di foul ile ba tšwa 9 ka gona 11 hlopheng sa gona Santengeze le fela yellow card ka gona go bile e1 ka gona red card a sa ka rabal red card ka gona offside gona jalo ka gona motsemotle gona jalo a re tšea taba tsene re latlhela ka mana le plomo ano motho o tlhapa ka lebese mbali mathalona ngwanaka ke nna ke tswile fela jalo.
Thank you so much to our commentary team. That's how we finish the first game of the semi-finals for today. It is 1-0 to Ndengez, and I'm pitch side here with a Boko Haram coach. Coach Lesecha, just give us your opinion of the 90 minutes.
Today we were a bit flat. We didn't have enough creativity. We didn't even have a single shot on target. I'm very disappointed with the way we played today. It showed that we lacked the experience of Sfadi in the middle to link up with it, and we didn't have create any chances today. I'm just disappointed in the performance. But hopefully there's the second leg, maybe we'll bounce back.
Of course, there is the second leg, as you said, you might bounce back. But coach, being a team that's also been playing back to back from, from the kickoff of this tournament, do you think that maybe exhaustion is starting to maybe affect your team as well?
Yeah, I think we're a bit exhausted, but tomorrow we'll get enough rest. We're playing at 4, so make sure that the boys get enough rest. But tomorrow we'll try and get additions. Maybe Swad will come in. We have other players that are still coming in, so they'll try and help us, especially in the middle of the park. We're not that solid, so hopefully improve from tomorrow.
Coach Taba Kalebo.
Thank you.
That is Coach Taba Boko Haram, and I'm joined now by Coach Kinola of Ndengeza. Coach, another fine start to your team. Your team just keeps dominating in this tournament.
Yeah, we're happy with the win, even though it was a scrappy goal, but we'll take at least one leg in.
It seems that you came here with a very solid plan for Boko Haram, because from the onset you've been dominating. When you look at the first half, you dominated ball possession, you dominated also the shots on target, and even in the second half as well, complete dominance, and the goal eventually came. What was this game plan? Maybe you saw weakness in Boko Haram because you were very strong.
No, we know how to play, because if you can see the game, first half we were pumping them. So I told them after no chance, we need to come and play our normal game, because they sitting there. So the route one won't work for us. So we rather go back to the basics and play our game, at least try to be fluent. We'll with patience, and we got that goal.
You seem confused by your yellow card.
Eish, one of those things, when you just protest, and then the referee will target you, but it's okay.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much, man.
Coach Kanola Marcel, of course, of Ndengeza. It is Ndengeza who exerts a dominance in the first leg of the first match of the semi-final. So that is what we just wrapped here at the Ruby Ridge Stadium, and we're building up to our second and final match of the day. It is Istembiso up against Abarondoli. That, of course, is kicking off at 4 p.m. So the action does continue after this. Take you through to the next 45.
Ake ngithathe lelithuba ngibulise abalandeli abahleli khona ngapha khona ezindlini abastreama live bazopheka wona ama-Phillies games. Kuzoba mnandi ngempela. Uyabona le game egela manje yiyona laphana Isithembiso ihamba laphana nayo Abarondoli Phillies games 2020. We are live khona ngapha eRabarishi eTembisa. Kuzoba mnandi ngempela namhlanje. Ngiyabona baphumile abalandeli. Ngimbonile naye laphana oTerminator okhona ngempela namhlanje. Iyona igame abantu bebakhuluma ngayo lena. Iyona igame abayimele abalandeli emakhaya. kuzoba mnandi ngempela mlaleli. Hayi ekasi abaningi basho ukuthi hayi kuyavuthwa makuvuthwa. Kuzoba mnandi ngempela khona ngapha eRabarich. Ukhona khona ngapha umqeqeshi laphana lobutuza ureferee wethu uDwayne Dudley, ukhona ngempela laphana uSifiso Mazibuko, ukhona naye laphana uTswarelo namhlanje, naye laphana u4th official uDonald Mphaki. Ukhona ngempela mlaleli angakutshela ngaye laphana ucaptain laphana uTerminator oyingozi ngempela. The momentum in the team yona laphana iqembu lesithembiso baba ngathatha yona laphana i-Fittest Games namhlanje. This will be the 3rd consecutive tournament abayithathayo khona ngapha eTembisa. Kusho khona it's been a very great year. As we take this moment, siyenza a moment of silence. Sekunjalo ngempela manje mlaleli kuzoba nzima kuzoba nzima ngempela njengoba laphana ureferee wethu laphana uDwayne sakazoyisusa wona umdlalo abawumele khona ngale emakhaya. Iyona isithembiso lena egcoke laphana obovu nomhlophe laphana, iyona lena ebarondoli black and green. It is namhlanje laphana abarondoli ingena khona ngapha as the favorites of this tournament ngoba manje iabarondoli inayo laphayana ilentuza i-experience ngempela kuyona i-Fittest Games, inayo i-experience ngempela. Mase sikhuluma ngayo abarondoli sikhuluma ngaba laphayana abo Lerato Shabango, abo Tsifo Lafa, amadoda nje nakusasa nje mawuthanda ungavuka nje umangele bathi awu Ace ukhona namhlanje khona ngapha enkundleni. Ngiyabona ngempela laphana my captain laphana uTerminator uyakhuluma nabo ngempela, uyababonisa ngempela laphana uTerminator, the youngest captain in history yama-Fittest Games. Ukhona ngempela namhlanje, ukhona laphana nobhuti wakhe badlala i-team eyodwa yena laphana uShuga. Mangakhuluma ngaye laphana indoda emadodeni ukhona laphana uHazard. Yabona uHazard yena laphana i-top leading goal scorer yawona ama-Fittest Games 2020 this year. Ukhona ngempela ngikhumbula kahle makazothatha leya free kick, awu goalkeeper yaphuma laphana hey aba inkinga ngempela, cishe yaphuka nesandla. Sekunjalo ngempela, uyabona i-momentum ephethe iyona isithembiso ngokuwina ama-tournament khona ngapha. Lasuka lahlala khona ngapha eRabarich Stadium bazoyisusa kahle bayithumele khona ngale ngaphesheya kwenkundla. Abarondoli ihamba laphana isithembiso live khona ngapha eRabarich Stadium. Uphumile ngempela umphakathi khona ngale ngaphandle bafuna ukungena khona ngapha kuma-Fittest Game njengoba manje ngihamba naye laphana uBitumelo Muphatsi uFish ukhona ngempela namhlanje. Kunzima kuzoba nzima ngempela njengoba siyibona bayithatha bayithunga bayicala khona ngale emuva ngempela. Ake sibone icembu lana laphana isithembiso manje mawufika manje yilona iqantha ngalena iqantha ngapha iyona ilentuza i-first leg yethu lena mlalele, iyona i-first leg yethu ngempela lena. Esithathe ke lithuba mlaleli sibuyele khona ngapha enkundleni yona idrawing ephezulu phambili isithembiso balithatha balibeka phansi ngempela kunzima kuzoba nzima ngempela ake sibona ngucaptain my captain terminator Thumela Ntambeni ufuna phela ngoHazard walithatha kalula khona ngapha uNozindi walithatha kalula khona ngapha uNozindi alibeka phansi iqembu layona laphana iyabarondoli ofuna bani khona ngapha balihlanganisa ngempela ngizothatha leli thuba ngikukhumbuze ukuthi angihambi ngedwa ngihamba naye laphana ufishi indoda emadodeni
ehlile uyabona mna Vincent ke shebile slapha sena sa yona isithembiso ba di entse diphetho tse ka bampedi empa enngwe fela eo ke tla jwetsang ka yona o tla hopola hema bani sibathibane ha kwa ka sibathibane bongani vilakazi o ila fumana jwalo karete khubedu ka mra boitshwaro bo bobe mme he ke ka ho tsatsela ka jeno re bona nyiko a le temane dipalo ha ke re ke sheba Pereza ke bua ka yena KK thoka komasuku ha ayo ena tsatsila ka jeno empa o qala mane pankeng janong ha le bona ba hlankana bana aba rondoli re tla bona he hore mane ba re malibala ntwa e tla hapa ke maki shebile ntwa ha ra ya mane siamzwakali le ena mane Vrega bua kana Mafanya
yabona wayibeka ngempela kahle lapha ndoda ufishi ake sibone futhi mthama ngibheka khona ngapha iqembu lana iAbarondoli ngiyambona phana ujersey number 17 Poki Pikachu Poki Pikachu shortest player in the pitch ukhona ngempela namhlanje laphana uPokemon ake sibone khona ngapha iqembu lesithembiso balisusa khona ngalimuva lifuna abantu laphana bashanga amakhanda ukhona ngempela laphana Lontuza bayihlanganisa ngempela ukhona uVrega ngempela namhlanje khona ngapha enkundleni ukhona uVrega ake sibona iqembu lana lesithembiso bayalithatha bafuna bana ngushuga bensana lapha noShuga uthi vuka ulithatha akunalutho lapho uthi akunalutho sebenzile indoda emadodeni ukhona namhlanje laphana uTsivo uzoba guide ngempela kulana umdlalo iexperience yakhe laphana uTsivo lava important kakhulu ake sibuke khona ngapha uShuga mabambeka phansi umapapa buke lapho amadoda
ehlile Shuga o tla hopola maobane wila ehlaba ntlhahane ba hapa papadi kgatlano le yona amandla janong e ke setseng sa dibapadi seo bahlankana ba yona isithembiso ba tla be ba mtshepileng hore a ka ba hlabela dintlha wena Vincent
uyingozi ngempela uShuga ake sibone khona ngapha nanguShuga mapapa shortest player naye khona ngapha yalingana phana naye uPokemon ake sibone khona ngapha uHazard bahlanganisa ngempela iqantha kalena iqantha ngapha ukhona ngapha mna leli ndoda emadodeni laphana uLontuza uThabanga bayona laphana iqembu lana Lontuza iyabarondolo uyingozi ngempela laphana uThabanga yabona uThabanga bangahlangana laphana nayo uPoki bese kufika yena uBhiza ngibona kahle laphana ukuthi hayi izazala nkomoni ake sibone khona ngapha the top leading goal scorer of the tournament sikhuluma ngaye laphana uLontuza uHazard yakhuza uSompempe yakhuza uSompempe bathumela intambente ayishanga amakhanda sebenza ngempela laphana nanguVrega uyalithatha ufuna banangu terminator uyayithatha uyihlanganisa ngempela nangaphana indoda emadodeni the speed elomfana ufuna banangu Torres wenza lapho Torre udlala ngomsebenzi ngempela balithatha kalula khona ngapha yona iqembu laphana yabarondoli ngiyabona mangibheke lo mdlalo ngempela ndoda ufishi ngiyabona laphana iLontuza ikhulumile isithembiso kusho khona babonisa ukuthi bayafuna ukuthola lelo goal lokuqala ukwazi basetlile
ehlile uyabona mna ke shebile setswale sa yena nyakala mona ke mitsa makhokhoba atla ba thusana le yena mane kwa pele mpilo Paqela ehlile ha isale ba bola dihlopha yabana mna Paqela bua nnete re ke yena the leading goal scorer ka dintlha tse hlano janong he maobane ona se monate o di fositse dintlha empa tsatsila ka jeno ke tsatsile letša mohlomo re kana ra bona bahlankana ba yona mane ke sethembiso ba hapa papadi ka dintlha e tlang ho yena mane ho yena Paqela
uyingozi ngempela khona ngapha uPaqela ake sibone khona ngapha ukhona laphana uBheki umfoka jele ukhona laphana uGawugelo Mugaso ukhona ngempela laphana uMisa Muthubula ukhona laphana Olisihwa ngempela Malika naye laphana uBongani Dungani ukhona laphana naye usibusiso Dlamini ukhona ngempela laphana uNathi Yakhuza usompempe khona ngapha enkundleni uzoba ingozi ngempela abona amakhuza laphana usompempe wena isithembiso ake sibone khona ngapha uVrega ukhona lapha ndomathothana uVuyo ukhona uVuyo namhlanje emlaleli khona ngale benchini uzoba mnandi ngempela khona ngapha mlaleli ake sibona lapha bathula khona ngale ngapha kankundla befuna bani khona ngapha nangu Terminator wasebenza ngempela lapha uTsifo Lava the experience lapha uTsifo Lava izosebenza ngempela
Rikachurere, one of the most versatile players, Tsietsi Mahowa. Impa ke bona coach Mahamba, o batla o mapadisa mane kwa komra impa na ke hopula ke mbona mane ba harimba libala a etsa feko ya bona ba phala yona holding 6 ehlile o monati hantsha tswana diphasi
umnandi ngempela laphana uTsietsi umfoka mahungo ake sibele khona ngapha nanku Freg uLshang ikhanda alihlanganisa badlala yona laphana itumtum Yakhuza uzompempe yabona uTsifo Lava masaqala sikhulume ngaye uyazi kahle laphana eMakhulong Stadium yakhumbula ngo2017 laphana bahlangana naye laphana iAlex Mate uyingozi ngempela laphana indoda emadodeni ake sibone bahlanganisa nangu Tsifo Lava one of the most experienced players in the pitch balibeka phansi balihlanganisa nangumkapteni ufuna abantu ubhacela bamthola laphana ubhacela athi cool calm and collected bayithatha bathumela intampente balibeka phansi ungukapteni uTerminator alithatha kalula khona ngapha ngufuna bani Yakhuza usompempe
bathankana bayona barondoli mane baremba libala batlabe ba mathaka yena monaona siyamzwakali a hopola sikila matha yona Mamelodi Sundowns sehlophe yona MTC monaona o bontsha leadership qualities mane baremba libala wa ditosa ditho thusana le na mane thapelo mathebula jwanong ba tlo leka o etsa yona ntwe ribitsa numerical superiority ba bontsha yona dominance mane baremba libala ba sa batlo fa bana ba tshwana le bona bo Vuyo bana ba tshwana le bona bo Frega monyetla hore ba khone ho laola papadi
nangu Pizza Matamati yabona uPizza uMatamati ngikuzwa kahle ngempela endoda oyifish ngithema ngibheka futhi leyo point yakho ngabona indoda khona ngale muva ebarondoli uyena laphana uSphe ugijimile khona ngale ngiyona ival professional ake sibone khona ngapha uyalithatha uyithumela intambende uTerminator ufuna umntwana kubo laphana ushuka naye laphana uTerminator abantwana bomuntu labayana umndeni ngempela bangikhumbuza laphana umndeni waka laphana uTore ake sibuyele khona ngapha enkundleni balithatha balihlanganisa ngempela iyona iyabarondoli nalipho lephoxini ufuna bana ngopoki Pikachu
uyabona papadi nyama bani bahlankana bana isithembiso bane ba baphala ntwe ribitsang counter football adumela Amanda etle bona e bahlasele ba sebedise lebelo la yena mane Nyakala empa ke bona letsatsi la kajeno nkare ba ntse ba tlile ka lona le wa leo ba tla ba bapala tswana dibolo tse tsetelele ba batla yena mane Nyakala le yena mane Sugar yo a ihlabile ntlha mabane jalo ka kile ka tsho hane ba bapala le yona Amandla
balithatha kahle lela goli elinhle lena laphana uSugar yabona le ndoda okhuluma ngayo laphana unyaka uyingozi ngempela is a player to watch namhlanje ake sibone khona ngapha uVreg ushaya umkalangwane ufuna abantu balihlangane balibeka phansi iyona iqembu lana isithembiso bathi Phumlong comes alive alibeka phansi ngempela khona ngapha lisuka khona ngapha bayibuilda ufuna uTorres nango Tore balihlanganisa bathi kamina ka wena othumela intambendo ushanga khanda khona ngalo uSphe bathi uyindoda Sphe ake sibona nguSugar mapapa nanguSugar wenzani uSugar ufuna uVrega ake sibone khona ngapha uVrega indoda emadodeni maqala itournament waqala khona ngapha ebenchini uVrega ngiyabona manje abo coach ba impress ngeperformance yakhe lapha uVrega ake sibone khona ngapha lena iyabarondoli balibeka phansi khona ngapha angamboni namhlanje kahle lapha noPoki Pikachu ake sibangu B's nangu B's ufana nangu Spare balihlanganisa kamina kawena bathi nika ogcoke njengawe yahlangana nguTsivo Lava wenza noTsivo balihlanganisa ngempela balithatha uthumela ibhola khona ngana ngaphasha kankundla ufana abantu laphana lephumela ngaphandle. Ake sibone khona ngapha uthini usompempe. Uthini usompempe khona ngapha. Ake sibone ngempela laphana ilentuza isithembiso. Yabona isithembiso ama-player engathi andlula umnyaka we-30 hayi angithembi ukuthi bakhona kule qembu. Ngibona yona i-youth abafana abancane nje abazivulele i-team. Ukukhumbuse khona ngapha uLifa Hlongwane is fully involved khona ngapha kuyona ilentuza. Yona intuza i-management yona isithembiso. Ngimbonile ngempela laphana uLifa Hlongwane ukhona namhlanje khona ngapha eRubber Stadium. Ake sibone khona ngapha balithunga baliqale emuva khona ngapha iqembu lana ilentuza iyabarondole. Ake sibona ngelendoda emadodeni Khuza usompempe. Oyinkosi nyaka. Yabona masikhuluma ngonyaka hawu madoda. Oyinkosi ngithema ngibuka ama-comment khona ngale ku-Twitter bakhuluma ngaye lo mfana babuza ukuthi ugijima kuphi kahle kahle yena unyaka ngoba uyingozi ngempela bathi bambezela siyachika baqala balithunga khona ngapha emuva ilona laphana iqembu labarondoli balihlanganisa khona ngapha nanguSphem ulikhambela phezulu khona ngale uSphem ulibeka kamnandi laphana uVrega, one of the most experienced players in the pitch. uVrega ugijimile khona ngalo komlilo nangu-Terminator bambeka phansi yakhuza uzompempe. Uyena lona uPoki Pikachu, the pace of Pokemon fishing uyingozi ngempela. Pokemon yena iplayer amele bambheke ngempela phana ake spoiler phana the most disciplined captain uyena phana indoda emadodeni balibeka ufuna abantu phana uTorres akamtholi ngempela uTorre. Poki Pikachu adlala ngomsebenzi akangeni egamini laphana uPoki Pikachu. Wakhumbuza ukuthi amagame amaningi wena laphana ebarondoli yena uPokemon akawadlalanga ngempela lapha lana elentuza eRubber Ridge yena iplayer laphana lona iabarondoli uPoki Pikachu. Ake sibone khona ngapha nangu Pikachu wenza laphana uCaptain balibeka phansi balihlanganisa ngempela nangu Tsivo Lava uzolifaka eboxini na ake balifaka eboxini amadodo atufake laphana epowening ufake kakhulu laphana uthi ake sibona ngushuka short but talented mapapa balithatha kalula bathi awudlanga namhlanje kahle ipapa bayithumela khona ngale kaphesha kankundla bathini khona ngapha iqantha ngalena iqantha ngapha ake sibone bayisusa khona ngapha emuva ibarondoli ayihlanganisa nangu-Tsivo Lava tsiyethi mahunga ufuna abantu laphana uTsivo Lava balibeka phansi nangu-Terminator balihlanganisa ngempela bathi nika ogcoke njengawe alithatha khona ngapha nangu-Torres uthumela intambeni odlala ngomsebenzi.
uyabona he bahlankana bayona amarondoli mani ba re malebala very compact aba ba tlo fa bona bahlankana ba sithembiso sebaka se sengata o ko shebe khile ka tshokare ba bontsha yona numerical superiority eo ha ke hlalosa o bone ha mohlankana ka ba sebapadi sa yona isithembiso se tshwere bolo o tlo bona dibapadi tse pedi kapa tse tharo di potapotile sebapadi seo sa yona isithembiso mme he seo se a bontsha hore ha ba batlo ba fa monyetla o mongata hobane ha o ka fa bahlankana bana ba yona isithembiso monyetla ehlile o tlo ifumana o le mathateng
uzothola usenkingeni ngempela ngokukhumbuze ukuthi iqembu layona iabarondoli in 17 years this year ikona khona ngapha kuma-Phillies games, meaning most of the players they played Phillies games but they've never won anything. That is the sad part yona laphana iqembu layona iabarondoli. ake sibone khona ngapha iyona i-goalkeeper bona khona ngapha umqeqeshi wena isithembiso yena umfo khona ngale kahlongwani naye hey uyingozi ngempela bakathi ukutshela ngayo i-history ukuthi isithembiso siqale kanjani khona ngale ephumlongo ongamangala ake sibone balihlanganisa ngempela khona ngapha ake sibone beka phansi unyaka ufuna nangu lapha uHazard badlala lapha ngempela nano ngunyaka nalithuba badlala ngomsebenzi goal kick badlala ngomsebenzi goal kick ukhona namhlanje lapha uBiza Matamati players to watch ukhona ngempela uPokimoni naye lapha uTugu ukhona uTugu ake sibone balibeka phansi bahlala nangu Poki Pikachu nangu Poki Pikachu amshaya lapha ngebhodi kuPoki mbona uTerminator lapha awuyinkosi ngempela lo mntwana uTerminator uze ngomsebenzi ngempela ukapteni wayona iqembu layona lapha isithembiso
uyabona mhlankano na le bokamoso bobutle highly yena mhlankana o gauhlelo Terminator ke sebapadi sa mehleng sa yona Shumba development ihlile ba bangata ba ba ileng ba matha yona Shumba ke tla otlela le thathamo la bona empa ya bona ke shebile discipline ya mhlankana ona entle ihlile wa bona hore is leading from the back me he lena ka o tshwana o nka boikarabelo o bontsha bana ba baholo re papadi ya polo e tlame o bapala jwa.
He has a bright future indeed. Ake sibele khona ngapha enkundleni nangunyaka wabona unyaka bamamiyaka kanje bazoba nenkinga ngempela ngoba uyena umuntu oyenza izinto ziyenzeke ziyenzeke unyaka jezi number 7 Dothe Matoteni ake sibone balibeka phansi balihlanganise yakhuza sompempe uyakhuza uzompempe le ndoda unyaka ke sibuye lapha mlalezi lapha sithi Vision View DSTV on DSTV lapha ku DSTV live lapha ku Facebook is Phyllis Games _ ngempela it's Phyllis Games lapha ngempela mlaleli Twitter Phyllis _games Facebook Phyllis _games Instagram iyona ngempela lapha Phyllis _games ake sibele khona ngapha enkundleni nangu tsi volava ufuna abantu lapha abahlangana ngoPoki nangu tuku akhuza usompempe lapha kena tuku bathi abamdlalanga kahle lapha utugu jezi number 13 ukhona ngempela namhlanje yabona utugu bakakhona khona ngapha kuma Phyllis game bakakhona lapha kuma Phyllis game last year gijima kulona iqembu lamajita bakhumbuza lelo qembu liphethena uSikhwama Samatariana siphethena uWalker Jeko siphethena lapha uTugu siphethena lapha indoda emadodeni bangakhuluma ngalo qembu lamachita umporo naye uye wabakhona khona ngapha kwiqembu layona lapha ake sibona lapha afake eboxini uTsifo Lava bathi akalibambi ingane uSompulontu Nozini alithuba wadlala ngomsebenzi kuzoba yona i-goal kick batangalibambi ingane lapha ugoalkeeper lela bhola ngoba lizile ezandleni bekamzamile ngempela uBiza
kamotsamayo oy ketlileng ehlilene le monyetla wa ipotsa hore Thibathibane ko baneng se otlile bolo mane ka ditebele obane ya bona bolo ha itla tjena ho tla tlameha hore batlankana ba yona isithembiso ka mora hore Thibathibane se ke se otle bolo ka ditebele recovery ya bona e bohlokwa ho lobane mane ba ile ba etsa yona ntho re bitsang bolo achi
alithuba matota wadlala ngomsebenzi Poki Pikachu iqanda galena iqanda ngapha African Store not yabona ama offside lapha isithembiso labo Rondoli it's one abo Rondoli offside nalapha isithembiso kuyingozi ngempela namhlanje kusho khona ukuthi bakhona abalandeli ababhekile emakhaya ngeza babuza ngani lapha ngaye uShuga nangu lapha uSina yabona uSina wathumela khona ngale ngaphesha kwenkundla ufuna unyaka wabona lapha experience yakaTV yasebenza move
uyabona ha mato a sa udumele o rukamatha se o tlameleng o se etse o service experience o ska matha holo positioning ya hao le yona ka o tshwanang e botlhokwa jwanong ya bona bana ba tshwana le yena maneng ya kallo ba tla dula ba matha wena Vincent jwanong a le tjena le bota la yona la amarondoli seo nka se tjhong ke hore ho jane ke le mokotlisi ne tla bapala yona ntho e re bitsang zonal defense hobane man to man e kana ya ba kgathatsa jwanong ha ile zonal defense ra tseba re tsamaya jwang re shifta jwang mme ka tseba re repair jwang hore re kgone ho thiba ha dibapadi di re tlatsela
beka kahle manje iyona laphana i-cooling break yabona i-cooling break i-important kakhulu kulona umdlalo webhola lapho ucoach athola khona isikhathi sokukhuluma nawo ama-player ukuthi hayi lungisani lapha nalapha akusebenzeki lapha nalapha lo muntu okanje niyamyeka i-cooling break i-important kakhulu yabona bayakhuluma into engikhuluma ngayo lena mlalele bayakwazi ukulungisa yabona sometimes futhi leyo cooling break mawubheke ama-player wena isithombiso yabona namanzi abawaphuzi lapha bathi wasikhulumeni and isikhathi sokuthi baphuze amanzi temperature yethu is 31 degrees khona ngapha erabarichi
nako ngwe cooling break kuna le re ska o sebeletsa hobane o fumane hore o no so qala o tshwara momentum o no so qala o futhumala jwalo ka sehlopha mme hobane le yona ntho e re bitsang cooling break mme ka moramo o tla bona sehlopha se se thowa hanyane ka ka sa lokile
ayibeka kahle ngempela yakusebenzela ngoba ingatshentsha the whole complex of the game ake sibuyele khona ngapha iyona i-drawing yecembu lana iyabarondoli balithatha balibeka phansi liphumela ngaphandle uyena umkapteni khona ngapha usiyabonga umkapteni wayona laphana icembu labarondoli bayabuza khona ngapha ku-Twitter ukuthi ukuphi u-Ace Olrato Shamangu ngoba indoda abayijwayele ukuyibona igijima khona ngapha kwicembu labarondoli ake sibuyele khona ngapha enkundleni babuza kakhulu khona ngale ku-Twitter ake sibona ngu-Torres ufuna bona laphana ngunyaka bahlanganisa ngempela laphana nanguTsitsi Volava wenzani uTsitsi Volava bahlanganisa nangusiyabonga captain my captain asebenza uVrega uyindoda Vrega uthini sompempe yakhuza uDwayne uyakhuza uDwayne uze ngombereko ngempela phela uTerminator yabona lo mfana uze ngombereko discipline ubona njengoba ubuke laphana umsebenzi wenze uVrega awumadodo faka inyawo lo mfana uTerminator amkhuza usompempe akudlalwa kanjalo ngempela ake sibona ibhola khona ngapha eboxini ufana ubhiza akamtholi kahle lapha ubhiza amatamati nangusina Spanish bahlanganisa khona ngapha emuva barikokota piano ufana nangu poki Pikachu yabona madoda angeke uphinde futhi bekathi yamphinda ngayo lapha ibody work angeke ulunge mfana angeke ulunge ngempela
yabona ke shebile papadi ya bona ba rondoli re ka tshore re there a wing orientated team ubani dihlaselo tse ngata di tla ka mahlakore mme seo ke ka lebaka la hore they are trying to stretch the defense they are trying hore ba ke ba le hule lona le botalena la yona isithembiso bana ba tshwana le bona bo leseko bana ba tshwana le bo misho jwanong ya o satsano le bima mme seo nka se tshokore ha ba slatsela ka mahlakore tjena seo monghadima ha ba tlameleng a le ko khuthatsa batlankana kore ha ke ba kene tsona di half space banna ba tshwana le bona bo Tshepo Chauke banna ba tshwarelo banna ba tshwana ba bo Sphiwe le bona bonaka they need to penetrate tsona di half spaces
amele banze njalo kuzobasiza ake sibele khona ngapha enkundleni angushuga 10 mashumi mapapa wenzani ushuga ngempela balibeka phansi balithunga bathi hayi siliqale emuva ngempela bathi siliqale emuva ake sibele khona ngapha enkundleni yabona manje laphana uTsivo uyalithatha galula leli phola uyababheka utalivuneni space khona ngapha bahlanganisa abafana ngubhiza matamati wenzani laphana ubhiza bathi awu offside. Ake sibone khona ngale iyona i-champagne pass bekathi uyayikhipha udume ngazo leziyana wena uTsifo udume ngazo ngempela yabona ama-pass ama-champagne pass udume ngazo khona ngapha ethembisa uTsifo. Ake sibone khona ngapha i-corner kick ngiyambona ubhiza ukhona khona ngale eboxini obude bakhe bungayinceda iqembu lana iyabarondole. Ake sibone khona ngapha i-corner kick alifaka eboxini naliphona ukuthola phela nangubhiza ngisakhuluma ngaye akamanga bangathembi ukuthi lingafika lesaphela naliphola eboxini nalithuba madoda akunamuntu akamtholi ngempela akamtholi ngempela laphana uTorres nanguTorres umfana semayibuya.
Uyabona dipapadi tse fitileng bahlankana ba isithembiso ba ne ba sebetsa hantle ha ene le dihuku ba kgona ho itshireletsa empa e se le huku ya bobedi eo ba hlolehang ho itshireletsa ha ke tsebe tsatsi la kajeno re be bothata keng ebe ke taba ya hore sethibathibane ha se bui kapa jwang.
Kamele bakwazi ukukhuluma amele bakhulume ngempela laphana ke sibona poki Pikachu nangu Pokemon ufake eboxini naliphola ngathi kuzoba ingozi nalithuba wasebenza sina Spanish uyindoda ake sibone khona ngapha bafuna laphana i-count attack iyona laphana iqembu lana isithembiso nangu Bhaqela wenzani uBhaqela udlala ngomsebenzi uBhaqela.
Bhaqela ha e sale tournament e qala o na rwala jersey ya boraro jwanong tsatsila ka jeno ke bona o fetotse mawa o apere jersey number 20 jwanong ke a ipotsa what if una le scout se shebileng ba expectile jersey number 3 ya yona isithemiso empa ha iyo jersey number 3 tsatsing la ka jeno ke number 20 jwanong ya bona tabe ya o fetola ya o tšhentšha di jersey dinomoro tsa jersey nakong e nngwe e ka so sebeletse empa ya bona ne tabatla ya 5 goals ihlile top goal scorer o motle mhlankana ona a shebane le palo jwanong ya setswalle sa ile na mane nyakalo o ya bona hore ba etsa fiko jwanong he o ko elelwe ka motsamayo oi ketlileng nyakalo Spanish guitar le sekgo tshwarelo Spanish guitar ihlile o tile o fasitse le yena kwa mrao le boteng wa bona hore monna ona o na le yona experience ya o matha kwa go yona Highlands Park MTC
unayo i-experience ngiyalithatha leli phuzu lakho ukuthi nabo abo-coach if bamamela bakhona bazi ukuthi ukutshentsha wona ama-jersey number kuyingozi ngempela ngoba ukhulumile ukuthi i-scout masimfuna lo mfana wena uBhaqela simthola kanjani manje sekagcoka unumber 20 ile nto manje kamele ilungiso ibona abo-coach nalabahleli ezindlini akhumbuze laphayana ake sibona laphana ibhona lengozi wasebenza ngempela khona ngapha emuva
ke yona ntho e bahlankana ba yona isithembiso tlameha re ba ikata ba bapala yona e highliner ba kate yona ntho e re bitsang counter attack ke bona in modern day football ho na le ntho e re bitsang rest defense ba tlala ha o le tjena ha ba ha le huku wa tseba hore ha re pushitse kaofela kwa pele mane ba re malebala hona le se le seng se bapadisa rona seo se kgonang ho thibela kapa ho tshireletsa ha ba rotla ka yona counter attack jwanong he nka kgothatsa bahlankana bana isithembiso ba ke ba bane le yona ntho e re bitsang rest defense eo e tla dula mo e kate le bota ha ba botla ka yona counter attack.
ayibeka kahle ngempela ngiyambona khona ngale oTshwarelo oLizeman le ndoda oTshwarelo uyiphoyisa with profession so i-discipline uyayazi ngempela uyayazi ilantuza ngokukhumbuza manje malona iqanda ngalena iqanda ngapha aggregate score yethu khona ngapha iqanda futhi ngapha iqanda ngalena iyona i-first leg yethu khona ngapha elentuza eRabarich Stadium ake sibone balibeka phansi ngempela liphumela ngaphandle bebona i-discipline yona laphana iqembu lesithembiso fish khona ngale emuva bavalile ngempela phana abo-terminate nabo abosina iyafuna ukuzama ngempela khona ngapha iyabarondoli akuhlangani
ehlile bahlankana bona marondoli a sheba papadi ya polo winke we be skaleng ya bona dingangandi fasane jwano mane ha re malibala ke bona bahlankana ba yona ma abarondoli ba re ka chong da dominating empa kwa kopele ha isale mhlankana ona ba ntse ba le ka mo fa dipolo empa ha ikopane ha fihlu yena ke bua ka ena mane tshepo chauke jwanong he banna ba tshwana le bomzwakali ho tla tlamare ha ba bapala tsona di penetrative pass ba ke ba le ko ho mofa hobane ha ka o fumana monyetla mohlomong ka bana le ntwe ka etsalang
ake sibone khona ngapha nangu Biza Matamati nangu Biza ubeka phansi kufana ngotukutuku tukutuku wenza lapha notukutuku balithatha galula khona ngapha yena indoda ematoteni terminator ufana ngubhaqela nangu Shuga wenzani uShuga uthumela intampente ufana bana lapha nangu Torres udlala ngomsebenzi lapha nemuva ingathi balele ngempela wasebenza uOpri ake sibone lasuka khona ngapha ibench ijabulile bathi uyindoda Tsivo Lava bathi uyindoda ngempela ake sibone bahlanganisa khona ngapha icembu labarondoli ufuna bani Poki Pikachu bahlanganisa ngempela naliphola ngabe inkosi nalithuba dlala ngomsebenzi
o jweditse kare ya bona bahlankana ba marondoli ha ba ka hlasela through the half spaces ehlile mohlomong ho ka bana le ntwengwe ka ba tswalang empa a ko bone penetrative pass eo ene etswa mane ba re malibala yena bani Siphiwe a fa yena jwalo Thabo empa ya bona ha ka ronela bolo karale tanta ha o le tjena
udlala ngomsebenzi ndoda oyithabo udlale ngomsebenzi uThabo Thiba Thabangi yabona amathuba anjengalawa ilawa kamele uwaconverte ngempela ndoda ofish awuthole ithuba 1-on-1 no goalkeeper convert lolo thuba ngoba awazi ngesomba sokubili ukuthi kuzowenzakalani yakhumbula kwenzakalani khona ngale kuyiqembu lana iDerocco if you get these chances kamele uwasebenzise ngempela
le bona bahlankana ba isithembiso ba tseba hore ho tla tlamara ba ke ba convert di chance tsa bona amarondoli wa hopola ba ile ba bapala le yona One Lion mihe lotong la pele ke mo rileng ra bona One Lion ene e hapile papadi empa lotong la bobedi ke mo abarondoli ba ileng ba khutla jwanong he ba tseba he bahlankana bana ba yona abarondoli hore ha o le tjena ha re fumana monyetla lotong la pele a ke re hlabe dintlha tse ngata hobane lotong la bobedi ha re tsebe what to expect
injalo ayijiki ayifuni vater pass yabona manje bayithunga bayihlanganisa ngempela mara ngikhulumile ngokuthi lapha nemuva ilontuza isithembiso sivalile ngempela ngoba yambona nakhona lapha uDukuduku ukhona mara hayi akunalutho ake sibone khona ngubhaqela bathi bambezela ziyajika uyakhuza usompempe Dwayne
haibo sikile wa tsamaya ka trene wa tseba na le trene ba bitsang jikezela e potapota hona mona jwanong he ke a bona le yena mhlankana o yena Mpilo Paqela ha yo kwa pele o morao ho tlo kgona ho thusa ho tshireletsa empa ya bona ha le sebapadi seo o leng a focal striker ba tla o jwetsa bakwetlisi ba bangata hore ka nako tsohle dula mo karal box kapa o be ka kwa pele hobane o ka sebe bolo la ile e fetelele e ka kena karal tanta ke tla hopotsa
ake sibona lapha bengozi nalithuba badlala ngomsebenzi ngempela
uyabona haile mhlankana ona nyakalo ihlile omuhle uyabona first touch hae ne le tennis shoot entle mane empa ne ke sa tsho ke re ha o le yona a focal striker ho tla tlamela hore o be ka mane ka o attack mme o be on the opposition half bane o ka se bole telele ha lo tla counter e tla ya kae a ke tsebe ntse ho hopola ka 95 ha yena Legs of Thunder Cheris Khosana ane a hlabantla ya Orlando Pirates ine le bole telele e o tlamane mra ha ke pula e ka rene le yena Macfish ya fela ya kopana le yena Legs of Thunder a ba philphanyetsa a kopanya le yona le lona le tanta ha ba bapala le yona a sekimosa jwanong mhlankana ona Paqela le yena ho tla tlamela a dule ka kwa ka mane ana sokodise bona di bapadisa ba rondoli
ngikhumbula kahle ndoda ofish ngo-1995 ngokhumbula kahle loyo mdlalo into uyisho akusibuke khona ngapha awu madoda yabona khona ngapha uBhiza awu madoda ngempama lapha uBhiza uthi uyamshilda ngempela umbeka phansi lapha uSpanish ngokhumbula kahle lapho lo mdlalo okhuluma ngawo fish bambeka phansi lapha yana Olusigo ake ngikhumbuze lapha na mawukhuluma ngalama players tikaye khona ngale eboxini sikhuluma ngama fighting players njengalapha nabo Kingston abo Foba kaNkatha sikhuluma lapha ngabo Thamsanqa abo Gaphuza into le kamele iyenze yina lapha na umfo kaBhaqela ake sibone khona ngapha ikhona kick lapha na yesithathu yana iqembu labaRondoni ake sibona nguphoki Pikachu ufake eboxini nalithuba wasebenza ngempela emuva alibeka phansi khona ngapha nanguBhaqela ufuna nangushuga i-counter attack transactional football nangushuga mapapa but ufuna abantu abahlanganisa ngempela phuma ugolkeeper lithuba wasebenza ngempela noZindi Benjamin wasebenza ngempela
uyabona wena Vincent hona le buka e leng ya ngola e kena Sentsu the art of war o tla o jwetsa mane Sentsu hore ha o le ntweng o tla tlama hore o otle sera sa hao se sa o lebella unexpectedly ihlile janong he the art of counter football kapa the art of football tla o jwetsa hore ha se hlopha se buleile o ba otle ka yona counter offensive transition ho tla tlama re le yona e potlake janong bahlankana ba yona ba Rondoli o tla tlama re ba ikate kgatlanong le yona counter attack eo e ratang etsa ke yona isithembiso
ake sibone khona ngapha enkundleni balikhiphela ngaphandle khona ngale une experience lo mfana uLontuza uziphe ugijimile khona ngale kuyona ival professionals ugijimile ngempela laphana ke sibone khona ngapha uBhaqela yabona uBhaqela uyawafuna lamabhola uzidlandela wona ngempela uBhaqela lamabhola akastiki laphana ayenzi into besikhuluma ngayo ngempela ake sibone khona ngapha nangusina balibeka phansi laphana bahlanganisa ngempela khona ngapha iqembu lesithembiso very disciplined at the back ake sibone bahlangana bafuna nangushuga mapapa nangushuga mapapa ufaka boxini wasebenza ngempela laphana uzithe wasebenza ngempela uzithe saphila laphola bahlanganisa ngempela isithembiso wenzani khona ngalo Torres udlala ngomsebenzi yabona isithembiso umlaleli ngokukhumbuze ukuthi iqembu lakhona ngale ephumlongo yabona lento isithembiso edlalile ina 2 years khona ngapha kuma Phillies game ngokukhumbuze ukuthi isithembiso a lot of boys were not given an opportunity khona ngapha ephumlongo was not given lapha ama opportunity so isithembiso khona ngapha labafana abancane mangabheka kahle lapha isithembiso amanye ama player gijima khona kwisithembiso bebagijima khona ngale komlilo manje mabafoma sona isithembiso was to give the young boys khona ngapha iLontuza i-game time babanike ne-exposure ngoba khona ngale kumlilo kugcwele wona ama big players baye bahlangana ngempela lapha nabo lifahlongwana no asiqale phansi leli qembu lesithembiso senze i-team engakhompyutha kuma Phillies games nakwamanye ama tournament njengoba sibabona labafana abaningi bakhona lana kwisithembiso most of them abayindluli ne 25 years of age they are boys abafana abancane
Yabo seo ke se ratang ka sona sehlopha sena se isithembiso ke taba ya hore mokwetlisi o kopantshitse o tswakitse youngsters le ba baholo experience ya hlokala hore o kgone ho balancisa le kalekanya hantle sehlopheng se ha o tla di tournament tse tjena janong he ya bona ke bua nnete it's a fairly young team mme ha o le jwalo competing in most tournaments
nango phisa matamati wenzana uphisa matamati walithatha kalwela phana usina ake sibona khona ngapha saphila iphela bala baRondoli wangu terminator captain my captain youngest captain in the history of this games yena laphana uTerminator Gaugelo doda emadodeni he left 2 trophies in the past 2 months
ehlile o bua nnete o tla hopola ba ile ba hapa tournament ya LGBIT legacy game ka di 7 tsa November ya re he
ake sibone khona ngapha iphela ngokana ukuthola lithuba uthini uSompempe khona ngapha uthi offside uyakhuza uSompempe
counter attack ke yona ntho e tlo bolayang abaRondoli aba sa ikati o ka pusha holo empa o tla tlameha hore o ikate hore ha ba le otla ka counter attack di teng dibapadi tsena leng lebelo tseo tse ka kgonang ho thiba kotsi ha etla ne ke sa tjho ke re bona bahlankana bana ba yona isithembiso o tla hopola ba ile ba hapa jwalo le yona top 32 ya yona semula dibekeng tsa ho feta ka di 29 tsa January jwalo sa yona 29 tsa November janong ya bona re ka tjho re sehlopha sena sa yona isithembiso ba ile ba fumana pre-season re ka re pre-season ho yona tournament ena.
ake sibone khona ngapha tuku odlala ngomsebenzi.
Ehlile ya bona bakwetlisi ba bangata ba tla o jwetsa ha o ka bana le pre-season e ntle, ha bana le pre-season e ntle, o ka bona o ka kgona ho bana le season e ntle ka taba ya hore o so ikwetlisitse o so itukisitse mme sehlopha se kgone ho jela hantle. Jwanong he the factor is Thembiso ha played di-tournament tse pedi, seo se o bontsha hore ba tlile mo ba le malalaotswe ba tseba hore they are here going to compete already, ba se ba tseba hore re tlo sebedisa mang jwang di-formation tse re tlo di sebedisang, e leng ntho eo e ba fang an advantage ho hodima dihlopha tse ding.
Wayibeka kahle i-momentum ikhona ngempela kuyona iqembu la yona isithembiso njengoba sibabona bakhona khona ngapha kuyona i-top 4 yona laphana kuma-Phillies games bakhiphe laphana ama-Giants sikhuluma ngayo laphana i-amandla kusho khona ukuthi manje nabo ama-favorites akusasawona ama-underdog bona laphana isithembiso ngoba each and every round bahlangana nawo ama-big teams khona ngapha kuma-Phillies games.
Senyesemane se re to be the best you need to beat the best, mme he ya bona re ka tjho re isithembiso ba qadile jwalo le tsona di-underdogs, empa ke dula ke tjho ka mehla le matsatsi beware of the underdogs, beware of the giant killers.
Wayibeka kahle khona ngapha nangu-tuku nangu-tuku lathatha amadoda ufuna bani khona ngale ngaphesha kwenkundla balihlanganisa ngempela iyona laphana iqembu layona laphana iyabarontoli barikokota piano badlala ngomsebenzi kuzobana i-3 neduza yona ibarontoli nangwalibambu Pisa wenzani uPisa ohlala ngomsebenzi ufuna bana ngushuka wenzani ushuka lapha ufuna ngubhacela laphumela ngaphandle. Sikhulumile ngaye ubhacela ukuthi akastiki ngempela lapha elentuza ngoba ngiyabona laphana uTorres ukhona ngempela yena laphana ustriker esinye sikhona uTorres ngoba manje laphana uTorres kumele kustike laphana uTorres uahambe ubhacela okusale yena ubhacela ayele uTorres mara ngibona ukuthi manje namaplayer i2 basifunela amabhola basihlanganisela bona bangabheka ama-fouls wona iqembu lesithembiso bana laphana ama-fouls i9 ake sibone khona ngaphana ngutuku ufana laphana nguthabanga ufaka eboxini uPisa akalitholi kahle laphana uPisa. Yathanda manje ukuba mnandi ngoba ngiyambona ukuthi manje he's in the mood laphana uTukutuku. Ngiyakhumbula uTukutuku khona ngale esiqongweni ground abalandeli abaningi bayabeza khona ngapha kuma-Phillies game kuzobhekana uTukutuku. Ake sibone balithumela khona ngale ngaphesheya kwenkundla balishaya ngamakhanda ngempela nangu-Jesse nombolo 2 spare balanda khona manje yena laphana ushuka ulanda khona ngale ngaphandle. Ake sibone khona manje nanguvreka balibeka phansi khona ngapha isithembiso yiqanda ngalena yiqanda ngapha. Ake sibone balibeka phansi khona ngapha nanguTorres into ebesikhuluma ngayo ukuthi laphana asimsitholi laphana istriker njengoba ubona laphana unyaka uyena ongathi laphana uyashinda lamabhola umsebenzi wakhe laphana ubhacela. Akubona ngushuka wenzana ngumapapa badlala ngomsebenzi ngempela laphana shuka but well intercepted nangu-captain Tabange ufuna abantu laphana Jesse number 3 but nika oqoke njengawe nangubhacela. Yabona kahle kahle namhlanje ubhacela ngathi udlala i-free roll ngempela.
Ehlile ya bona wa letjeno ba pala jwalo ka ntho e re bitsang a false 9, ehlile ya bona re bua ka yona ntho e re bitsang a false 9 o tlameha robane o be mane ka roll box, empa the fact ya hore ba pala jwalo ka false 9 wa dropa wa collector le etsa tsona di combination play ke yona ntho eo ba tlela etsa mme ape se sentse tlamehile go se shebe abarondodi bana le height advantage mme ke re ke sheba diforoso tsa bahlankana ba yona sithembiso ba ba khutshwane jwanong he ya bona wa letjena ha ba bapale tsona di long ball o tlamehile ba bapale yona ba be fatshe bolo ba bapale yona carpet football ha ba le ka o penetrate yona abarondodi.
Ake sibone khona ngapha abona uvreka ngiyambona uyingozi ngempela mara uTerminator ake sibone lapha ushaya hard and low. Terminator uyingozi ngempela ngama-free kick lo mntwana ishot ephuma lana Jezi number 5 Terminator Khawugelo
monna ya mokhutswane ya na leng shoto ya dishoto tjena e hlile ke seo ke keng wa se lebella empa ke bona ha nako e tsofetse tjena re ka tjho re karolong ya pele ya papadi dintho ha e sa le dinganga dihlopha ka bobedi o ya bona ha e sa le ntse le yona ba rondoli ba ntse ba leka ho hlasela ba leka ho e hlaba ntlha empa ho boima le botala yona mane isithembiso well disciplined kwamrao
badisciplini ngempela khona ngale muva uSpanish ngempela phana nomisho naye laphana indoda emadodeni oterminator banediscipline ngempela bamazi kahle ulontuza oterminator khona ngapha ethembisa ngeshot ake sibone ibhola eboxini basebenza ushanga amakhanda ngokhumbuze khona manje usompempe uele laphana i1 minute ake sibone basenza lapha poki Pikachu poki Pikachu Pokemon nango Pokemon basanda phana Pokemon udlala ngomsebenzi ngempela balithatha kalula khona ngapha ake sibone iqembu lona isithembiso balibeka phansi bathi balithunga balaphana bathi well intercepted naliphola ngabengozi nangubhaqela badlala ngomsebenzi lapha emuva Tsivo lava
hayi bamshaya nyitsamaya waphela amandla yabona ke nnete yabona mhlankana ona tsietsi mahoa mane mrao o motle o ntso bona experience ntse le ngata empa ke bona ne ke sa tjho ke re popaqela ehlile loja ba le ba khutswane empa balwana kwa kopeng
bayalwa ngempela khona ngale phambili comfortable with the ball laphana uTsivo lava ucomfortable ngebhola laphana uTsivo lava ngempela mlaleli ngokhumbuze manje lo mdlalo wakhona ngapha yiqanda ngalena yiqanda ngapha abalitholanga laphana igoli ngempela yaba laphana i-teamwork yaba ngovrega usebenzile ngempela laphana ovrega ngoba ngiyambona uya enka kulana laphana iqembu lana isithembiso uqale ebenchini uyena laphana uDuku akabuka kaDuku yo amaplayer lawo wathanda kakhulu ifishi yibo laba ngempela laphana aboDuku ukhona laphana top leading goal scorer yethu ngempela yena ubhaqela jersey number 20 ukhona ngempela bona uDuku into zakafishi lezi into azithandayo ngempela into esikhuluma ngazo laphana ikasi flavor uzosinika yona na baba ngakora yebo singayithola ngempela yabona manje sokubonisa ngekuphela mlalo ukuthi isomba sokuqala siqale kanjani yabona kuzoba ingozi ngempela mlaleli manje yiqanda galena yiqanda ngapha aggregate score yethu ilaphana yiqanda ngapha yiqanda galena ake ngithathe intambo ngisithumele khona ngale ku the beautiful Mbali naye laphana uhleza.
Thank you so much to our commentary team. Well, it is a goalless draw currently here in our second and final match of the day. I'm pitch side here in Nohleza Matebula. Nothing separating these two sides.
You know what, let's be quite honest. Of course, you can tell another half without any goals as well. It tells you that this game is quite a little bit off balance when you get to look at both these two teams. But we can tell that Abarondoli are the ones that have started on the front foot. They've made life difficult for his team, especially at the back there. They've unsettled them. They've made life to be unorthodox for them at the back there. But what is sumptuous about Abarondoli, they've came out in this game. They've rectified from their last encounters mistakes as well. I would have thought that maybe probably the momentum from the last game would have came here with them, you know, but seemingly it's not really showing because they haven't been able to convert their chances, even though they have got a couple of chances in their back.
I mean, you look at the likes of Thabo Zikota. These are crucial players for East Tembisa who are missing today.
Most definitely. You could tell that having them not being part of this matchup is another, maybe probably a blow for the coach, because he knows the importance he can make in the matchup, having to have a little bit of an impact as well. So that tells you a different perspective view, and that's why the coach has given some other players a run out there, and I'm quite eminent and quite sure that he will want to make sure that in the second half he brings in a little bit of a different stature. But I'm quite fascinated by Mbuso, Swiso out on those flanks, as well as Nati and Vuyo in the middle of the park. They've been definitely on point, but they haven't been really supplying Mpilo up front there. And Nyakale has been able to drop deep now and go get the ball.
I was actually about to comment about that Mpilo, Unyakalo was placed to play just behind Mpilo, but now you find him dropping deep, going to collect those balls because the link up to him is just Aitangani, and so he's having to go fetch those balls.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's a plan from the coach of Abarondoli to keep them at bay, not to combine, not to link up, which is quite smart and quite bright. And I mean, Nyakalo, we know what he can do in the game. Whenever he's on the ball, he's also full of trajectory. He's also full of aesthetic force, if we may say, up there, firepower as well, and making sure that he unsettles defenders. But today, it really is not going well.
I mean, he is nowhere to be found, because in the previous matches that we've seen him, Nyakalo's been so prolific, and we found him playing a lot on the wings as well, giving support to the wingers. But it just seems that Abarondoli is keeping him very compact and still in the center.
Yeah. There's an opportunity and a chance that fell kindly for Abarondoli, and they looked lively from the first few minutes. And fantastic, of course, ball control from TAT, having to keep that ball in play. And unfortunately, he loses the ball, but it kindly finds their counter partner. Look at the little Napoleon is what we call him, but that's a decisive pass. That's a great defensive splitting pass as well, which was played from that midfielder of Amarondori. But that chance just gone a begging, he's just gone wide. He did everything in terms of the technique, he did everything, but just couldn't direct it on goal.
Just couldn't direct the ball, and of course that was Utabo Matabela. But Abarondoli certainly pushing Istembiso. Istembiso really not that dominant team that we've seen in the previous games, having really a slow start, and it just seems that they are keeping them at bay.
Yeah, most definitely. You can tell that the approach from the coach of Abarondoli has been quite fantastic. Like I alluded and said, that it's not going to be simple, outsmarting Abarondoli. That simple.
And looking at the stats of the game, okay, as we wait for that to reload again, Isitembi, so really, what do you think the coach is saying to this team? Because it just seems like Balahlekelo umfuthu.
I think they can add in a little bit of some tenacity and audacity, especially with Ketsoka Kemasuku. We can add a little bit of a different stature into the matchup as well. But when you get to look at the goal attempts, there's nothing for Istembi, so surely it shows the supply is not there for Mpilo up front there, and Nyakalo has been now having to be pulled out wide and not be in the positional side of things. But with the one shot on target Abarondoli has had, with the dominance in ball position, it's also another factor, another case probably that should they also be able to come out in the second half a better team and a better, certainty about it.
I mean, you also look at the shots on target, only one in the whole game. This is a shot on target, and courtesy of Abarondoli already tells you this is a midfield battle.
Oh, look at, of course, when you get to look at the likes of Nati and Vuyo, Siabonga Tabo and Nkosi, I'm quite fascinated by the formation that Abarondoli are playing. They're playing a 3-3-2-2 formation, and that formation is not simple at all. So they've overloaded the midfield, so that tells you a little bit of a different perspective view, because now they want to unsettle the likes of Nati, Vuyo, to not give the supply, of course, to Mpilo up front there.
A fairly clean match, no yellow cards dished out so far. It's good to see no red cards either. We saw in the previous game the coach was even dished out a yellow card, so it's good to see quite a quiet game, I guess.
Yeah, most certainly the players are well disciplined, not ill-treating the referee and not ill-treating any players as well, not getting into clumsy challenges and making awkward fouls inside the box or outside of the box, because those fouls as well are very deadly and dangerous. You can make a foul outside of the box and all of a sudden a cross comes in and you find yourself under a lot of pressure.
And the nice thing is that second half is always an opportunity for coaches to bring on some people from the bench. So we know Ugutu KK Masuku usually starting the games, but today on the bench, Unami as well usually comes on as a sub. It would be nice to see him start off the game as well. But looking at Abarondoli, take us through who you think can come and change things up.
Yeah, well, they're missing, of course, Nkosnati Sitebe. They call him Kaka Bobo. And whenever he comes in, he adds a little bit of a different stature. He brings a certain buzz and an atmosphere which then makes life difficult for any defensive third of any other team, because his defensive splitting passes and those passing that are just pickpockets of passes in and in between that last line of defense, making it even much more harder to defend. But I think Ketoka Kemasuk as well can then also come on, and it's a different approach from the coach, like I said to you, with Ketoka Kemasuk having to start on the bench. So he wants to bring him on, and probably he'll be a little bit of a different stature.
And these are teams that have been playing from day one. It's one thing if you are knocked off, you know, you have a break, but these are players and teams that have been playing back to back to back. So do you think fatigue is starting to creep in?
Well, we could say that maybe probably some nerves as well, but it's all about who wants it more, who has the work ethic. You know, Ndengeza showed a little bit of characteristics, and with a brilliant pass from the middle of the park from Totti and Kateko, finding Matima out wide. But in this instance, I think that just a goal here, maybe probably would just open up the game a bit here more, so that we can really focus on the football side of things and enjoy football out here.
Coach Vusi Mahamba, the coach of Abarondoli, usually this is a team that doesn't win the first leg, but always bounces back in the second leg. Do you think that maybe today they may pull away and actually get into the second leg on the front foot?
Yeah, it could be a possibility, and I mean, they've done it before. They've showed it that they wanted more. But in all aspects and in all view, let's be quite honest, today, Abarondoli have been, you know, not really clinical in terms of composing themselves inside the box and having to calm themselves and being composed enough, which then is Tembi. So they to themselves know that at some point a mistake might occur, and Abarondoli might find a little bit of an edge in terms of finding that goal. So they need to make sure that they come out in the second half and control each and everything that is going to happen.
I mean, it's a team. It's a team that is the most experienced, which is Tembiso, up against a team that has the most heritage in this tournament. Certainly, the scale is not evenly balanced here.
Yeah, most certainly. Of course, TAT is an experienced individual as well. We know what he's capable of doing. He's played in the top flight as well, so he brings in a lot of, you know, positivity around the players, certain calmness as well. But we know Ketoka Kemasuk is lifted the Telkom Knockout Cup, which is no longer with us. Of course, you can tell, but it's all because of the restrictions and undergoing the COVID-19 and the pandemic. But I think that it will come back. But in all aspects, Ketoka Kemasuk has played in the top flight, and he's been able to then conjure up something.
And the sun has been shining on this tournament from the onset, but today it looks like it might just rain on the parade of one of these teams. It looks like the clouds are upon us. If you can see even the change in the clouds as well. I hope we can finish this last 45, because it might just be a telling story going into this next 45. Well, the teams are lining up and they are ready to go. Hopefully we will be able to wrap this game before the rain comes down on the first leg of the semi-final.
Ake sibonge kakhulu ngempela khona ngapha babukeli abahleli endlini. Ukhulumile laphana umbhali ngawo ama-clouds, nami ngithemba ngibona khona ngale ngaphesheya kwenkundla, I see the kilonimbus clouds, which means a very catastrophic rain might occur. Yeah, iqanda ngalena, iqanda ngapha kweBarondoli. Lasuka lahlala isombe sesibili. Ake sibona ngunyaka kunzima ngempela mlaleli. Ake sibone laphana unyaka. Commentators namhlanje sikhona khona ngapha naye uBuyitumelo, ukhona laphana naye uVincent Mfokaphala. Uyabona ngempela mlaleli lo mdlalo. Umdlalo babakumele ngempela ekhala. Ke sibone khona ngapha nanguShuga, ufuna khona ngapha unyaka arikokoko ngena izokhala inkoma ekamereni. Ake sibone khona ngapha wasebenza ngempela khona ngale. Ake sibone khona ngapha lapha ndothema dotene kukhumbuza ukuthi kuma-Phillies game masifuna lapha ku social media kuzoba inkinga ngempela mlaleli. Altata balibeka phansi khona ngapha uTsivo lava balihlanganisa ngempela mlaleli. Uyabona Fishi masengibheke le weather izazala nkomoni mayinganetha, ngoba nayo le mvula mayingafunetha manje it can change the whole complexion of this game.
Ehlile uyabona boemo ba lehodimo ha bo botle empa perfect conditions o bapala papadi ya bolo hobane ha o chese mme ha o le tjena ra tseba hangata ha le boemo ba lehodimo le le tjena ke mo re bona ntho e ke bitsang e triple F, free flowing football.
Ake sibone khona ngapha yabona masikhuluma ngaye laphana ngempela fish yona laphana amakilo nimbus clouds, which means a very catastrophic rain might occur.
Wa bona la mona o no shapa geography jano nna monna ke motho wa dipalopalo ka mpotsa ka tsona di accounting standard tsa di clouds ha sale ke di qetela primary pele ho bana le ntho e ba e bitsang HSS.
Hai o tswa gone ngwaneso ha o tseba HSS ai o be bo khona I know
kapa ke natural sciences ya o le tjena ha ke tsebe empa o hlile wa bona re metsi a ya tla ha o le tjena.
Yes, indeed. The nimbus stratus clouds and the cumulonimbus clouds. Ake sibele khona ngapha enkundleni ngempela mlalele balithatha kwalangale unosindi ngalula uyena laphana unyiko balibeka phansi ngempela iqantha ngalena iqantha ngapha ake sibone khona ngapha ngempela mlalele uyena khona ngapha utsietsi mahungwa indoda ene experience ifikile khona ngale emakhuleni stadium on several occasions akalitholanga laphana ikhaphu yena utsietsi ake sibone khona ngapha usolid ngempela lo mfana abambiza ngaye usina usolid ngempela khona ngapha usina ake sibone khona ngapha uterminator ulibeka phansi ngempela mlaleli bathi vuka ulithathe akunalutho lapha balihlanganisa ngempela balithunga laphana balihlala kamnandi manje yabona manje ilontuza iyona iqebelana yabarondoli bathi selihlanganisa ufuna abani khona ngapha indoda emadodeni uthabange balihlanganisa ngempela uthumela intampende khona ngapha sebenza ngempela
Ushebe bahlankana bana ba rondoli ba bapala bolo ka di triangle ehlile ya bona ntse ba le kopanya ushebe siya mzwakali mo boleleng teng o tla mfumana le teng ke yena mona ya tosa dithapo re ba bapale ntho e re bitsang e rondo jwanong a le mokwetlisi wa tseba he modern day football di rondo di triangle ha o etsa ha qala bolo mrao ehlile o khona bana le yona dominance ka yona position
ake sibone khona ngapha khona kibasha ngamakhanda uthini usompembo dlala ngomsebenzi amathuba njengalawo iwona amathuba wayona laphana yabarondoli kamele bawasebenzise amathuba anjengalana avumele asebenze ngoba second leg ukhona ozokhala second leg ukhona angeke azofika khona ngale entontoza ku final yethu ake sibone khona ngapha sibone ukuthi laphana ubani ojwayele ukudlala kulama condition we-weather ngoba ngiyabona ichenjile ngempela laphana iweather ake sithumathumela intambende khona ngapha ufuna abani balihlanganisa ngempela usiphe wensana usiphe khona ngapha balihlanganisa ngempela liphumela ngaphandle yabona khona ngapha olontuza uPokemon fish akapenetrate njengoba mangakutshela ngaye uPokemon ipace ayena laphana ulontuza uPokemon uyingozi ngempela ake sibone le ngozi enzakele laphana awumadoda bambeka phansi ngempela bathi akudlalwa kanjalo
uyabona hore game plan ya yona abarondoli revolves around yena Pokemon ihlile tsatsing la kajeno o bona boholo ba dipolo mme he o shota fela ntho e re bitsang the X factor finishing ya yona abarondoli
yafuneka i-finishing madoda sakhuluma nge-finishing wathi uyamzama ngempela yabona leziyana yizo lezi laphana uyena udukuduku uzama lezakabrahlompo uzama ezakabrahlompo kikana ukukhumbuze ukuthi naye uThabo omfoka Mahlaba uphuma khona ngale kulontuza ephumlongo usazi kahle laphana isithembiso uThabo omfoka Mahlaba Ukumbuzo ukuthi naye laphana when Sithembiso was formed, he was part of the team indeed laphana uThabo omfo kaMatlaba. Ake sibone khona ngapha iyona awumadoda. Adamdlalanga kahle laphana bambeka phansi laphana uTorres. Umfana okhona ngapha eMayibuye 5 minutes away from the stadium. Home ground yakhe khona ngapha yena uTorres. Ogijimile kuyona iRubber Rich League ngempela khona ngapha yena uTorres ngempela bathumela intampente khona ngale. Yabona idiscipline yaye lo mfana osina emuva fish.
Spanish guitar ehlile yabona yena limani micho ba sebeditse tournamenting ha isale ba le consistent yabona haebe wa motsiba ka polatela yena mong hadise Alex Ferguson ka paliana Kevin Hunt o tla o jwetsa hore goals win you game but a solid defense wins you championship. Ke re ke a sheba sona sehlopha se sa Sithembiso back four ya bona ha isale ntse tshwana ba ka ba etsa tsona di chopping and changing mme he seo se a bontsha hore ha isale ba ntse ba le consistent ba sebedisa tsona ba paditseo di le ne jwalo mme he ke ka ho ke tshong ke ra bona Sithembiso ke sehlopha selling sing seo ke bonang hore se na le a big chance ya hore se ka hapa tournament ena.
Ayibeka kahle ngempela endota awufishi ayithatha uthumela intampente khona ngapha Isithembiso ngempela ayisasewona ama-underdogs asebabazi kahle abashuka
Ere ko jwetse the recipe ya hore o ka kgona hapa di tournament ya bona ha ona le a solid consistent team o ipea ka botleng hore o ka hapa tournament empa ha o etsa dipikipiki a tlo fumana mathata.
Wayibeka kahle ngoba besibheke laphana iqembu layona indengeza simbonile ukuthi bekangekho namhlanje uJomo into okhuluma ngayo ukuthi kamele ube nayo laphana i-consistent team abalandeli abazodlala nawe every game.
Uyabona phapang he hara hlopha se Sandengeza le tse ding tsa dihlopha batlankana ba bandengeza ha isa le ba tsebana ho tloa kwa liking ya yona ABC Motsepe League o fihlela hona tjena jwanong he sehlopha Sandengeza bona he ba itseba a solid core team ya Ndengeza hore ke bomang empa wa hopola sehlopha sele seo se leng sa tswa peleng mane ke bua ka yona ke bua ka bona batlankana bale ba Phomolong FC ya bona Phomolong FC ha o ka rwa ba pisa wa bona re ba nkile dibapadi mane ba kopanya squad ba tlo bapala mo make ka ho ba le mapotla ka batswa hore ba ile ba ikwetlisa neneng kaofela hore ba tsebana neneng ya bona wena ke mo bonang phapang hore pikipiki ha i thuse empa dihlopha tse tshwanang le yona Isithembiso dihlopha tse tshwanang le yona Ndengeza ba tseba hore the core of the team di bapadi ke bomang tseo re tsebang re tlabe re di sebedise tournamenteng.
Ayibeka kahle kusho khona ukuthi bazana kangcono labalandeli bayona iqembu layona Isithembiso.
Ihlile uyabona ha ka rwa sheba sehlopha seo se leng sa hapa LGBT games le yona top 32 ya Semula boholo ba dibapadi tsena di ne di di teng jwanong he ba ile ba tlatseletsa fela mane le mane ba ne ba tseba tournament e tlo tosa na kotelele o kenya fela mane le mane empa boholo ba dibapadi tsona di tlatlamela re di beteng.
Ayibeka kahle ngikhumbula kahle khona ngale kuSemula ayitshintshanga neze yona leqembu ba ede khona lapha nalapha ake sibone khona ngapha iqembu la yona
uyabona masesikhuluma bebayenza ama reinforcements mme di reinforcements tseo ba di entseng ihlile ke mong di ba tswela molemo hobane haibo ba petse tournament tse ngata a re ka tjho the whole of November kgweding ya November kaofela o nontso bapala ihlile tse ding tsa dibapadi ho tlo qala ho bana le ntho e re bitsang e fatigue mme hape he o shebe hape ba bang ba tlo tsona di injury ba le mane jwanong ha o etsa tsona reinforcement replace quality ka quality e nngwe.
Ayibeka ngempe awumadoda ungena kanjani laphana uLontuza uTorres ungena laphana yakhuza uSompempo Dwayne uthi akudlala kanjalo uTsivo iGrootman lakho lelo mngena kanjani kanje akuhlonipha abadala ndoda uTorres. Ake sibone khona ngapha iyona i-free kick izothatha uye uTsietsi Marungwa uyalithatha olifaka eboxini naliphala babelishanga amakhanali thuba asebenza uNozindi wathi vuka ulithathe uSompempa kunalutho lapho
ihlile inele bolo entle eo bahlankana ba barondoliwane ba itika ka yona haebe ke bone hantle e ka re kena mane Siam Zwakali ke ntho tseo a tumeng ka tsona hobane le kwa ko Sundowns ko Slopen sa Sundowns ko MTC ona di wotla tjena yena Siam Zwakali
usebenzile ngempela laphana uNozindi uBenjamin what a save ngempela ake sibone khona ngapha iqembu la yona laphana isithembiso bathi bafuna ushuka abamthole ake sibone khona ngapha uTorres uyadlala ngempela laphana bahlanganisa ngempela lephumela ngale ngaphesheya kwenkundla ibhola
ngiyabona positional play eo e etswang ke bahlankana ba yona ba rondoli wa bona hore ba leka ho disorganize le bota la yona isithembiso empa ho bima hobane banna ba le bana le experience ke bua ka mang ke bua ka yena mane le se khoma leka ke bua ka yena mane usually center back tsa bona ba tseba hore ha o le tjena ba leka ho disorganize o iwane o a kena kapa o mong o etsa yona cover defense e leng ntho e bahlankana bana isithembiso ba etsang hantle
basebenza ngempela labafana bona iqembu la yona isithembiso ake sibone khona ngapha bayidileya le free kick bayidileya ngempela bafuna amadoda khona ngale boxini ake sibone khona ngapha yena laphana uVrega unaye laphayana ubhaqela naye uTerminator hayi ngokukhumbuze ukuthi uyawakora ifree kick lo mntwana
engwe kotsi monna Sithibathibane sa lemala jwanong he o motle mhlankana ona bhaqela
uyambona kanjalo ubhaqela liphana lethuba wahlala komsebenzi ushuka engathi bekakhuzile laphana usompempe nge-offside ibona ifleki bengathi imile khona ngale ngaphesheya kwenkundla usho khona laphana uDwayne uthi i-goal kick lena
aphunyuwa ihlile follow up ela ihlile ebahlile ba ntlha ho yona isithembiso wa tseba shuka rona tlame wa re o sebeditse bobeteri mane
bekumele ayenze kangcono khona ngale ushuka ngokukhumbuze ukuthi kule yakhe imindengeza sesayenza amathuba anjengalawa iwona acoste iqembu le The Rock ukuthi iphume khona ngapha kuma Phillies games yakhuza usompempe yakhuza usompempe ngokukhumbuze ukuthi kunama player that made their names ku PSL laphana yabona khona ngapha bayashintsha manje fish bayashintsha manje bafuna ukubona laphana bafuna ushintsha kusho khona ukuthi bafaka indoda eyaphambili kusho khona ngempela ukuthi bayalifuna igoli yabarondolo it's now or never athi it's now or never kunzima ngempela mlaleli kuzoba nzima ngempela bayamkhipha ngempela khona ngale indoda emadodeni unari uyangena khona ngapha indoda yakandlovu Gatsheni ukhona ngempela khona ngapha enkundleni ake sibone khona ngapha ukhona uNdlovu uzokora naliphola khona ngapha eboxini nalithuba badlala ngomsebenzi goal kick
phetho e entseng ke coach ya barondoli ha ke tsebe hore ebe ke yona the right decision kapa qeto e ntle hobane naka ha isale a ntsa hlopha mohlomong ke first injury empa yena na le motle ha ya pele jwanong jwalo wa ka kenya yena mane Nathan Ndlovu ha re tshepo re o tla thusana hantle jwang pele kwa le yena Tshepo Chauke ya leng bodutu tsatsing la kajeno
duku utukutuku madoda ake sibona balithatha bahlanganisa laphana ufuna abantu laphana captain my captain ngiyabona ngempela khona ngapha nayo laphana iqembu lesithembiso uyakhuluma umqeqeshi khona ngapha ingathi nayo uyafuna ukwenza ushintsho engathi nayo uyafuna ukwenza ushintsho bayalifuna igoli angiboni ukuthi lamaqembu amabili bafuna ukudefenda balifuna elokuqala le first leg ukuthi bakwazi ukuba comfortable on the second leg bathi lathuka lasuka lahlala lisahlala ulikhapela khona ngapha laphana uTsivo Lava ake sibone khona ngapha nanguFrega champagne pass naliphana ngabegoze nalithuba wahlala ngomsebenzi uhlala ngomsebenzi phaqela uhlala ngomsebenzi ngempela yabona indoda enjengobhaqela madoda champagne pass aphuma ngempela laphana madoda wadlala ngomsebenzi ngempela iplayer enjengaye ena 5 goals kuma-Phillies games bekumele alikorela la goldfish
yo a ke tsebe ke ntho tsa batho a ke tsebe ke ntho tsa mafielo ntho tsa metsi kapa jwang empa ne le monyetla wa yena Paqela re a ka nka isithembiso se be pele empa aba rondoli ihlile kile ka tshokare ha ntse ba hlasela tjena ho tla tlameha hore ba ke ba leke ho sheba tsona di counter attack
amele babheke wona lama counter attack amathuba njengalawa iwana across amadimi abona kuma-Phillies games ake sibone khona ngapha ngakuphiza nakutukutuku wadlala ngomsebenzi ngempela tukutuku
uyabona le tjena papadi se e buleya dihlopha di a otlana end-to-end stuff ihlile yabona ne le bolo entle le ya pizza matamati a shapileng quality strike empa yabona tukutuku ihlile ke yabona o ile sebetsa mane mhlankana ona yena o ile sebetsa mane yena mhlankana o bongani a kenya khathelo re a ska fa tukutuku monyetla wa re a ka kgona raya bolo e bonolo
yabona khona ngapha ama-shot on target wena laphana yabarondole hamba laphana ngawona i3 laphana abapha ama-goal attempts ngempela weyisithembiso 5-9 kusho khona ngempela laphana ukuthi i-abarondoli iyayidominata le game ake sibone khona ngapha nangupoki Pikachu ahlanganisa ngempela khona ngapha bathenika ogqoke njengawe naliphola engaba ingozi naliphola eboxini bahlanganisa khona ngapha i-abarondoli bathi kokota piyani izokhala ingoma ekamereni bathi utshona ngeke balivula igate lesaphila wasebenza ngempela khona ngapha bathi defender lapha bele move bahlanganisa lapha emuva iqembu na isithembiso bahlala ngempela khona ngapha uziphe bathi nangu tukutuku Jesse number 13 bahlanganisa ngempela uthatha kalula utukutuku awuna lutho wena atawuna lutho tukutuku alibeka phansi ngempela khona ngapha iqembu labarondoli nangu tukutuku wadlala ngomsebenzi lisaphila ngempela bayalithunga ngempela naphana iqembu labarondoli
uyabona tukutuku ba mo file free roll tukutuku tlo bula isithembiso haebe abaikati hobane hae pele ha bapala diphase o motle wa bona se shotang fela ke hore bolo e ke fihle mane ho yena Siphiwe Matlala eo ho leng bimo re ka fihla yena empa ya bona tukutuku ehlile o motle tsatsing la kajeno
uyabona manje ngempela amlalele seyishushu le game seyihlangene ngempela iqatha galena iqatha ngapha i-aggregate score yethu mlaleli iqatha galena iqatha ngapha awubhekile fishi usolthola igoli ngoba manje iyavutha be
hey ehlile minyetla bawufumana bahlankana empa yabona ka mkhoki bona ka teng phoso e le nngwe e kana yetsa re sehlopha se hlabentlha
akhona ama-mistake ngempela lapha emuva kucembu lana i-abarondoli kufuneka nje i-discipline experience ikhona ngempela khona ngala emuva mara bawayenza amaphutha ake sibone khona ngapha nangunyaka bathinika ogqoke njengawe bahlanganisa ngempela barikokota piano naliphola ngabengozi ufana banangishuka wenza lapha nomapapa balithatha kalula kuyena ushuka phakathi ufuna otukutuku akamtholi throwing
yabona bahlankana ba ena ba rondola ba tshireletsa ba ya morao ka bongata mme he seo se etsa hore bahlankana ba isithembiso be bima hore ba ka kgona ho penetrate kapa ho phunya lebota lela a ba rondoli
injalo hayichiki hayifuni vater pass kuthanda kubanzima kuzoba nzima ngempela ukhona ozokhala namhlanje ngempela ake sibone khona ngapha balihlanganisa balishanga amakhanda ushilo ndoda owufishi ukuthi lo mntwana utukutuku udlala i-free roll bamiyeka laphana uzobaphanisha uyingozi ngempela ake sibona khona ngophiza matamati yabona ophiza yafuna ukuzama ngempela laphana uyathola laphana amathuba sekafuna igoli njenge-striker laphana ophiza umfoka matamati.
Hai wabona lebitso le mona le bima ke tseba the original pizza matamati mathebola Highland tabenzima kore okaya Soweto kaya Alex okaya Katorasi halbitso leo o ka lebitsa re pizza matamati bela mtseba hai ehlile o motle ke a mo hopola ha be kopola ntle o ka re sikla matha le yona Mamelodi Sundowns ke bua ka yena na pizza matamati ke legend ya mona ko Gauteng ke seo ke se tsebang
Pizza matamati ugijimile khona ngapha kuma-fitness game ndoda official. Yabona iweather yethu khona ngapha Midrand 31 degrees khona ngapha ngikutshele manje mlaleli kunzima kuzoba nzima ngempela izonetha na ngoba nomoya wethu khona ngapha sina laphana i60%. Ake sibone khona ngapha ngempela indoda emadodeni bathi nika oqoke njengawe nangu Poki Pikachu alithatha kalula kuyena uPoki Pikachu nangu laphana uShuga. What a marvel to watch. Sugar chasing number 10. Altata galula ngaphandle but nawe na Sugar awulutho umfana omncane wena vuka ulithatha kunalutho lapho ake sibone khona ngapha nangu-Pizza ufuna abantu lapha nangu-Pokemon bahlanganisa ngempela iqatha Galena iqatha ngapha ake sibone khona ngapha iyona ibarondoli yakokota khona ngapha ibarondoli bahlanganisa ngempela balithatha kalula. Yabona masikhuluma ngaye laphana lento ngitshela ngayo oPizza matamati ogijimile laphana the late Skarangobeze khona ngapha kuma-fitness games njengoba lo mfana unumber 10 wena lapha icembu lana ebarondoli uyawasitshela ukuthi mina ngizozibiza ngoPizza matamati njengoba yena iyona i-role model yami ngiyambona mara mawungabheka i-style of play sakaPizza the real Pizza matamati ne-style of play sakalontuza sakaPizza lo simbona namhlanje asifani neze ngempela.
Hai wabona ha o bua ka Pizza matamati monna pelo ya ka monna Ericher what a marvel player to watch kore ya bona ke tla o jwetsa ka ntwa eo kileng ka bona ke sa le monyane ko Potsotso ground ka Tlehong ele New Jack City e hlabane le yona marondoli ele ntwa Skarangobeze the lady le yena Pizza matamati ho tletse tswete kwa Potsotso ene le papadi entle e monate monna ehlile ya bona ke one of the memorable game e o kileng ka bona ka mahlwaka Pizza matamati ana shebane le yena mane the late Skarangobeze wa tseba ene le tswekere waya
ake sibone khona ngapha udukuduku ambeka phansi udukuduku uyakhuza uzompempe. Yabona amakhuluma ngaye laphana oPizza matamati ugijimile kuma-fitness games last year the real Pizza laphana kuma-All Crocs bazihlanganisa laphana lapho abo-Jerry Skhosana khona ngale eMakhulong Stadium bayagijima ngempela. Yabona kunoshintsho ngempela hayi kunzima ngempela manje ngoba yabona sebafuna laphana ukungena laphana ngempela iqembu la yona isithembiso. Yabona le ndoda eshaye nethakini ngempela uyangena ngempela laphana ulontuza uTsepiso ngempela namhlanje ake sibone khona ngapha nangu-Sina Spanish hawu madoda what a marvel to watch. Bona uSina babonile laphana iqembu labarondoli ukuthi masingakhipha lona egemini awubuke nje uSina umsebenzi awenzayo madoda yabona laphana sithembe ukuthi uzoba right laphana uSina yena madoda awuzobhlungu madoda yakhipha ngempela laphana indoda emadodeni
ehlile yena Maleka wasishwella sihlopha ya upola le maobane wena Vincent haisale ba ntse ba mokapa ba mo lematsa empa monna o ke le sole wa ema wa tseba ke montweni.
Yabona khona ngapha uphumile laphana good uphumile ngempela khona ngapha uSibisi uyangena khona ngapha indoda emadodeni uSenzo. Yabona manje ngempela lo mdlalo uzoshintsha. Yabona ulontuza okhulumile ngaye laphana uSina ukuthi akusindoda nje evele iphume egroundini uyisotsha ngempela hayi ukhona ngapha ubuyile oSpanish guitar Peace ulontusina ake sibuyele khona ngapha enkundleni ngempela iqanda ngale nayi indoda enediscipline khona ngapha yena uSpeng ukhumbuza ukuthi naye uSpeng akaqala ukugijima kuma Phillies games siye sambona khona ngale kuyiqembu la yona iScott United iqembu la khona ngale eMtambeka bagijima nabo abothando nabo abo Blackberry ngiyabona ukuthi laphana iqembu lentuza leScott lifile ngempela ngoba ama player wabo manje agijimela amanye amaqembu ngiyabona laphana uDonald Mpaki bakhuluma ngempela phana uDwayne aconfirma ngempela ukuthi kwenzakalani khona ngapha enkundleni masingakhuluma ngaphana uLontuza indoda emadodeni iqantha ngalena iqantha awumadoda bamnika ired card ngempela khona ngale
Kiatshepa o le tjena ho na le se seng sewa ile nga setjho ho moletsa phala kapa ho mongwa moletsa phala janong ya bona ha tswa tjena ehlile a se taba tse mnate di tlhopha tsa rona tla tlema re ba seke ba khothaletsa dibapadi fela hore di bane le discipline empa le technical team bona ka ho tshwanang tla tlema re ba ke ba bane le yona discipline
azifishi ngithi ngibheke lo mdlalo lona ngibona ucoach weqembu la yona labarondolo libiza obiza usina uya naye elayinini ufuna ukuzwa ukuthi bamtshelane yabona idiscipline yabantu usina oyamlandela othi ngihamba nawe ake sibone balibeka phansi ngempela khona ngapha yabona manje laphana ama-goal attempts isithembiso 5 laphana ehamba phambili laphana ngayo laphana abarondoli nge-10 amakhona wena abarondoli 4 laphana isithembiso kusho khona ukuthi iyabalanda ngempela iyabarondoli ama-offside wena isithembiso babona laphana i3 laphana ama-offside wena abarondoli i2 mara kusho khona ukuthi iyadominata ngempela laphana iyabarondoli 14 15 ama-fouls ngempela hayi kunzima ngempela iqantha ngalena iqantha ngapha we are live indeed khona ngapha eRubber Ridge Stadium eTembisa ake sibone bathumela intambende khona ngapha iqembu labarondoli yabona khona ngale ebenchini sekaphakamile ukhethe kwakho Masuku ake sibona kushuka mapapa ufuna bana phana ingozi nalithuba bathi awushaya ingane bathi usaphasa eboxini awushaya ingane ake sibone khona ngapha iyona i-throwing balithatha kalula khona ngapha nawa umadoda man of the match performance Sina your thoughts
ehlile re ka tshwere re papading ena tsatsi la ka jeno ena mane le sekgo o batle ba bana le papadi entle a ko bone papala hantle jwalo ka sweeper ba papala hantle jwalo ka yona e cover defender mme he ya bona le tjena wa bona hore seo se mane ba tlankana bona isithembiso whether lacking ke kwa pele ya bona ba bone ba tlankana ba rondoli hore a re ka thiba yena pakela ra thiba le yena nyakala ehlile re ka iphumana re le ka botleng
ake sibone khona ngapha bayithatha khona ngalo ufuna abantu ufuna ushuka akamtholi ushuka uyifake kakhulu laphana lo service ngesibone khona ngapha fish khethekayo Masuku awubhekile ukuthi i-experience yakhe izosebenza na fish
okena ha yena Masuku ehlile wa bona ba batla ho kenya creativity mane ba re ba lebala hobane ehlile ha isale ba tlankana ba yona abarondoli ba re bontsha yona dominance ya bona mane ba re ba lebala mme he ho kenya jwalo yena Masuku mohlomong he will bring a creativity ho yona isithembiso
ukhomboze ukuthi na umfoka Masuku wawinile ama-Phillies games last year khona ngale eMakhulang Stadium agijima nalo iqembu la yona Lentuza G-String ake sibone khona ngapha ngempela abafuna banango Terminator nango Terminator ufaka eboxini akunamuntu laphana eboxini walithatha kalula khona ngapha uNozinti ufuna bani khona manje balibeka phansi ngempela balithunga ngempela fishi lapha emuva yabarondoli ithi asijahanga ndawo lana asijahanga ndawo ngempela ake sibone khona ngapha uPoki Pikachu
tla hopola ka morao re mhlankana ona a tswe re bua ka yena Mbuso CBC ke yena mani tugutugu wa gona o bona hore ka re le bona bahlankana bana ba yona abarondoli hona le se seng se mo halwang ho sona ha ba sana aggression e bane bana le yona ha ne ba ya pele jwanong he ke ipotsa re ebe mokwetlisi Mahamba ene le qeto entle ya hore ba ntshe yena mane ke thoka ntumhlankana ona yena tugutugu
ake sibone khona ngapha ungenile manje na ukhetho kakho Masuku yakhuza usompempe yona ifree kick engingozi ngempela lena ake sibuke ukuthi kwenzakala laphana madoda bekabonile ukuthi uhambile ngempela bathi awuyindawo but take one for the team ake sibone amafawulwana laphana iqembu labarondoli ihamba laphana ke-16 laphana to 14 kusho khona ukuthi manje le game sebayalandana ngempela uyingozi ubhaqela ngama-free kick ake sibone ukuthi uze laphana ubhaqela nangubhaqela oh madoda wadlala ngomsebenzi
ke shebile papadi ya hae yena Paqela ihlile ka mora hore a fose monyetla o le that chance e ka re le confidence hae e thowile hanyane empa ra tseba re mhlankana ona Paqela ona le dintlha tse tlhano mme he ke o mongwe wa dibapadi o re ka tshon re ona le a high xG ratio ha ke bua ka yona xG expected goals ba tla o jwetsa he ditsebi tsa papadi ya polo re ha ebe motho na le a high xG monyetla o mong lo mong a fumana wa di converta di chance tseo mme tournamenteng ena re ka tshore yena o na le a high xG mme yena mane mhlankana o nyakalo o na le a high XA expected assist ka o tshwanang
ya ifundile le ndoda engihleli nayo lana hayi yazi indaba sayo ngempela ngibonge kakhulu laphana ngama-OG doda emadodeni
wathusa ubala wena Vincent mme ubala dibuka tsa papadi ya polo ke le ka tjho ka re modern day football e dula e evolve mme he the fact ya hore ho sona le di-video analyst ha ntse ba lekola hore dihlopha di bapala jwang jwalo ba tla o jwetsa hore mona ona o na le a high ratio ya yona xG kapa yona XA expected assists
ake sibone ngempela laphana uthini usompempe modern football ngempela iyashintsha ngempela ama-rules ashintsha njalo uyazi nawe
uyabona ke shebile mhlankana ona Gaugelo Terminator modern day football ya o jwetsa re se re tsamaya ho tluweng ho bapala jwalo ka a full back mme he boholo ba dibapadi tse bapalang mo a bapalang teng di bapala jwalo ka ntho e re bitsang a wing back monna ya tlwaetseng ho ya pele a ntsa ya pele a overlapa nka wetsetsa mohlala ka bana ba tshwanang le bona mane bo haebentse sopola sebapadi sa mehleng sa yona Brazil Dani Alves ke yena monna wa pele he yo a ileng a qala ho kenyela batho ba bangata re bapale jwalo ka ntho e re bitsang a wing back
yabona usina laphana umnika laphana sibiza ngayo laphana i-hospital pass
mme he ke a bona ba batlile ba batla ho misa sepetlele ka lebaka la pass eo
very dangerous pass iyona laphana i-yellow card uyayithola ngempela laphana ukhwanyane ki-hospital pass ela ingathi uyamthengisa
wamrekisa mme he Phomolong hospital le yona e haufi ya o le tje
ikhona ngempela laphana ePhumlong eclinic ikhona ngempela 5 minutes away from us laphana eCastle Wharf Hospital kusho khona ukuthi abalandeli bethu ngempela bakhona ba safe baduze ngempela laphana ake madoda
fa before fedile ka motho feta jwalo ka limina la Snape ya bona itlatshi ma se phelile ha o sa khona lo hata hantle koloi kana ya thella lo thella
ake sibone khona ngapha balithatha balibeka phansi iqembu la yona iyabarondoli balihlanganisa ngempela iqanda galena iqanda ngale yafuneka igoli khona ngapha uyena uPereza mayiPereza khethe kwayo Masuku balithatha balibeka phansi kukhumbuza ukuthi uMasuku makalithatha ama-Phillies games this year kusho khona ukuthi i-guidance yakhe important ngempela because of you'll be taking the Phillies games 2 consecutive years.
Very few players bana le bokgoni ba o etsa seo wena Vincent me ya bona mona stopping sena sa yena isithembiso he's one vital player ke ipotsa re ko baneng ba sa qala ka yena tsatsing la kajeno
injalo ayijiki ngempela ngibona ukuthi baqale ngaye laphana uTorres ukunika irani ake sibona ngiphoki Pikachu nalaphana ngophiza wazana uphiza uhlala ngomsebenzi lesaphila lapho lofaka eboxini akunamuntu ngempela mangabheka kuyona iqembu labarondoli eboxini
yabona abarondoli hlile dibapadi tsa bona ha ba batlo ho kena ka manual boxing
ake sibone khona ngapha iphola ngabe ingozi nale phola boxini nale thuba wasebenza ngempela always
awukubone kuri hakisheba libota la yona abarondoli la yona isithembiso well discipline hona tjena ba lokisitse diphoso tsa bona mme ka wetsa jwalo wa bona they are now more organized than karolong ya pela papadi
bayibeka kahle sebahlangene ngempela manje sekune shape khona ngapha ake sibone khona ngapha nangunyaka wenzana unyaka uthi alithinta yelibamba bahlanganisa ngempela nale phona ngabe ingozi nale thuba madoda ugoalkeeper ngathi bengafundanga bengabona ukwenzakala ndapha ake sibone khona ngale ngaphesheya kwenkundla balibeka phansi ngempela iqembu lesithembiso balithatha kalula khona ngapha walifuna khona ngapha bambezela siyajika nangu laphana umfoka Masuku balithatha libeka phansi ngempela bathi 1-2-1 touch bal 2-1 touch wasebenza Pokemon
hai awena ha ke shebile KK ketho kwa ke Masuku hona le style se ratang ho se wotla ekare wa iphamisa
ake sibone khona ngapha nanguphiza mathemati ufuna bani khona ngapha indoda ematoteni iqanda galena iqanda ngapha bayifuna abafana bakhona ngapha ethembisa bayihlanganisa ngempela mlaleli akhuza uzompempe
nekisatsho kujwetsa ke re yabona ketho kwakhe ehlile o motle he's a trickster gore kopola papadi ya Orlando Pirates ne ba shebane le yona Black Leopards papadi ngene ne ba pala kwa ko Orlando hey monna o lena fihlile a senya ha itshwara bolo o no tseba re ho na le style se setjha se tswang
yabona manje ngathi uyaphuma laphana uPoki Pikachu yabona uPokemon indoda egijima kakhulu khona ngapha kuma-Phillies games one of the youngest players khona ngapha in the pitch umthole kahle khona ngale esichongweni esangweni elirale lo mfana number 17 uPokemon njengoba aphuma khona ngapha yangena khona ngapha indoda emadodeni Michael ukhona mhlanje ake sibone khona ngapha enkundleni ayithatha uthumela intambende uTerminator nangophisa 1-2-1 touch bayithatha bahlanganisa khona ngapha iyabarondoli wasebenza ngempela khona ngapha emuva yabona manje fishi isikhathi sokuthi lama-super sub lama-substitute alenze umsebenzi bayenze badume njengabo ngoba manje ongena eze sub kumele udelive ukwazi ukudlala futhi e90 minutes yakho ake sibone khona le box alithuba madoda manje walibheka ake sibone phela saphila phana lebani nala phana yabarontoli nalithuba madoda badlala ngomsebenzi udlala ngomsebenzi ngempela mlaleli. Ake sibone khona ngapha nanguPereza othumela intambento ofana ngubhaqela naliphola ngaba ingozi bamekile lapha ubhaqela uthini lapha nosompembe uyakhuza ngempela magoli attempts wethu sinayo lapha 6 lapha 11 lapha ngempela lapha abarondoli ama offside wena lapha iqembu lesithembiso i4 lapha abarondoli 2 kusho khona ukuthi manje iyadominate ngempela lapha iqembu la yona ilontoza isithembiso lasishaya izulu the Nimbus stratus clouds and the kilo Nimbus clouds, which means a very catastrophic rain is about to occur geographically.
Watsiba he ha pula e kana ka lehodimo ya qala lightning ho tla tlameha re ke emise hobane molao wa FIFA wa dumela hore bolo e ka bapala ha pula ena fela empa ha so qala bana le lehadima le di lightning jwalo e hlile o tla tlameha re ema re batla bona ntho e leng ya etsala Josh Koch ha no bapala Swalo se le Cosmos.
Ake sibone khona ka phela ngabengozi alithatha kalula khona phana uThabang bona nini ahlanganisa ngempela madoda madoda uyaleka makaqeda kasamake bona manje bangeke dlala ungala egroundini kamele nibe yimbumba egroundini mawuluza ibhola kamele ulifune. Ake sibone khona ngapha nanguShuga wenza lapha lapha saphila bathi bafake boxini sebenza ngempela Dokuzwile mawukhuluma ngapha lapha eGeorge Scope bekwenzakalani fishi khona ngale Dokuzwile ukhuluma ngale lapha ke sibuke bambeka phansi kabuhlungu
bane ba bona ro kena ka bona empa ya bona haibe kopulantle ka rene le ka selemo sa 97 kapa 98 Josh Koch Stadium mona ke ha le hadima mona le wotla di bapadi tsa Cosmos le yona Moroka Swallows mme he ke mo he wileng hwa bana le kotsi empa ka lehlono ha hona motho e leng a re sia empa ya bona ha lightning e wotla e hlile tla tlameha hore e ke eme papadi mohlomong he e tla bapala hosane empa ha re tshepo re pula e ka se re qobelo robe jwalo
wayibeka ngempela ngikhumbula kahle lapha ngo-1997 ake sibone khona ngapha nangu-tsi volava othumela intambente khona ngale ngaphesha kenkundla bathatha ngamakhanda nangu laphana uPereza nanguPereza yabheka laphana uPereza ushaya long ball ufuna abantu laphana ufuna ubhaqela ubheke i-experience yakhe uPereza bakalibamba ibhola akasafuna ukudlala ama-1-2 sakafuna nje liye lapha ubhaqela finish
ihlile uyabona ha le tjena ha dinako di tjena maoto sa kgathetse jwanong he baqela ihlile ka re yena engine ntse mdumela ra ka matha mme ke ka ho ha o shebile yena phetho wa ke basuku bolo e nngwe le nngwe ihlile o tla bapala yona ntho e re bitsa rutwane.
Ake sibone ngempela udlala ngempela phana usakhona khona ngapha uSiphe ukukhumbuza ukuthi uSiphe makadlala khona ngapha kuma fitness game makaqala uqale kuyena lapha umkapteni wayona iqembu la yona iyabarondoli Siphe jersey number 2 wena iqembu labarondoli waqala futhi manje waqala ebenchini angazi kwenzakaleni mara ngithemba ngibuza kahle but
ai ihlile yabona nkatsho ke re sena ke sepapadi se pabotseng tsatsi la kajeno my man of the match kore o bone interception eo a yentseng kore la hore o bone ba bongane ne se ba mqetile mme he bona cover defense eo a ileng a yetsa ena monna le se khomaleka you cannot buy experience ihlile
you cannot buy experience indeed yabona uyibeka kahle ngempela ndoda ofish usebenzile lapha na Spanish guitars khuluma ngaye lapha na usina usebenzile ngempela. Ake sibone khona ngapha iqanda galena iqanda ngapha uyena lapha na uGawugelo Terminator but when there is attack I call upon my captain sikhuluma ngaye lapha na Terminator. Ake sibone khona ngapha balihlanganisa ngempela balishanga amakhanda ake sibone khona ngapha yona ithrow ithatha wena uThabang ufuna abantu lapha na uThabza ina ma stop and call le game fish althatha balibeka phansi ngempela nangu Chelsea number 8 walibeka bahlanganisa ngempela phayana nangu laphayana ubhaqela uthumela ibhola phambili akamtholi nangu Sina wasebenza ngempela lisaphile laphola nangu Sina always alert umadoda awusebenza kanzima lo mfana uziyalimala khona ngale emuva hayi
ithe isoja lifele empini yabona sipapadisena seshwella yona isithembiso ihlile uyabona bayebadla tlholo ba batla ya koma gaolagangwe
ayafuna ngempela isoja lifela empini ngiyambona ngempela usina ngeke aphume ngakubhadala akusindoda evele ikhale lena indoda edliphutho ake sibone balihlanganisa ngempela khona ngapha nangu Tsitsi Volava Tsietsi Mahunga wenzani lapha na Tsietsi uthumela intampente balihlanganisa ngempela nalibhola bengozi well intercepted balthatha balihlanganisa balibeka phansi akhuza uzompempo train hawu madoda ingathi kunekhadi eliphumayo khona ngapha iyona iyellow card iya kuyena umkapteni sikhuluma ngayo lapha indoda emadodeni Thabange. When there is attack, I call upon my captain, but we cannot afford to throw a card unless it's card. Listen, Sespelida is card Gempela. Sometimes it is not all about how you start, but how you finish. Abarondoli Gempela by Shanganisa Lapana. I guess Pone, but Yana Lapana, Indo Tomato, chassis number 4, Fagalapana Puxini. Nalituba was a benza, Gempela, Konagale mover. Pela Ganchalo, Umtalo wetu, Namtlanje, Konagapa, Rabarich Stadium. Ophela kanjalo umdlalo wethu namhlanje yabona yona ile injury ayithole lapha usina makathatha lela bhola
Hartsepo Rosane ihlile o tla ba teng empa o tla tlamere a ka robala reste a ke abedi ice kapa ba motle ka sona spray he mohlomong Usane o tla tswa le hantla a lokile empa a tsho bohlokong he is in pain
uyambona man of the match performance ngempela osebenzile ngempela awubuke manje futhi ngibona ngathi uyindoda akhalayo ake ngikukhumbuze ukuthi manje emlaleli iqanda ngalena kwisithembiso iqanda khona ngapha kulona iqembu labarondoli African score yona not ilaphana kusho khona ukuthi umdlalo wethu wesecond leg uyoqala unjena uzoqala unjena ngempela mlaleli ake sibuke khona laphana ama-highlights wethu ngempela laphana bayizamile ngempela laphana madoda badlala ngomsebenzi
ihlile sithibathibane sile sa etsa phoso mane ka re se otle bolo ka ditebele empa good recovery ya bona bahlankana ba yona ya bona isithembiso ene se hantle ka rong ya pila papadi empa ya re ka rong ya bobedi ke mo head into head ile ntsa fetoa empa ya bona amarondoni ha isale ba ntse wa kena ba hlasela ba fumana monyetla ho lo ba hlasela ka tsona di half space empa hore ba ka kenya ntlhaka empa ba ka kenya bolo ka raltanta go no dibi
uyabona ngempela amathuba abawatholile iqembu labarondoli nalo iqembu lapha isithembisa lebakhostile ngempela buka bekathi yamzama azange ayithole itarget ngempela akubuke khona ngapha transactional football iyona lapha i-counter attack beyikhona khona ngapha emdlalweni ayizamile ngempela ushuka makalithatha alithumela khona ngapha wasebenza ngempela unozindi
ke le walele ba sebedisa bona bahlankana ba yona isithembiso wotla yona ba rondoli ka yona counter attack empa ya bona nka tsho kere mhlankana wona shuga ehlile o na le motle tsatsila ka jeno empa dinthone di samtsamele hantle ha o lo jwang ha papadi ne se tsofala
ake sibone khona ngapha mabayithatha ngempela bayihlanganisa uya wamzama laphana ngisasho futhi fishing it abanozindi bethu namhlanje ibona abadlalile nabo ngempela ngoba baseyivile akuna goal namhlanje
ihlile yabona dingangane tjena jano ngosane ba tseba re msebetsi o ubima wa msebetsi Usane ene le bolo entle yeo eneng e railwe ke Thabo mane empa Sithibathibane ne se ne le malala o tswe a tshireletsa bolo eo
basebenza ngempela khona ngale emuva nalithuba futhi elathola uyena ubhiza matamati naye utukutuku anisalofase kaphela
ihlile yabona tukutuku mane wa tseba re o no tlamele re hlabile ntlhamane empa nka tsho ke re mhlankana o bongane sebeditse ka hore a seke a fa yena tukutuku monyetla bora ka khoma raya bolo ha bonolo a kenya loto a mo sitisa mane
ake sibone khona ngapha ama-goal attempts wethu 6 khona ngale kwisithembiso 11 khona ngale laphana kunantuza ama-shot on target walapha isithembiso not khona ngale 4 ama-fouls wayona laphana ilentuza isithembiso bathola laphana alentuza ayi-15 to 24 ama-yellow cards khona ngapha ngempela is 2-0 and a red card ayikho namhlanje ukhumbuze ngempela mlaleli ngizothatha intambo ngizithumele khona ngale estudio kuyena laphana uhleza naye the beautiful Mbali
Thank you so much, Vincent. Thank you from our commentators extraordinaire. And I'm pitch side here with Coach Nyeko Hlongwane. Coach, what a match. Not getting the goals that you expected, but just what are your summations of that?
The game was very tactical. We're playing against an experienced team, coached by experienced coach as well. So, actually, on paper, we didn't stand a chance, but we held our own. Yeah, it was a game of few chances. If you made a mistake, you get punished.
Coach, it was a very tough first half for your team. It looked like your team was nowhere to be found. We saw you more visible in the second half. Maybe take us through those halftime team talks.
At halftime, we told them that we are not creating enough chances and we are not using the space that they are leaving behind. So I think after the second half, they tried to utilize that space that we're leaving behind, because there was Thabo and I think it was Vieira, the two holding midfielder at the center. There was the one that were blocking our spaces. Then immediately Thabo started moving around. Then we got that chance and we brought in Xavi and Gift, which those are two ball players. So they managed at least to relax the game. We started passing each other going forward.
And Coach, before I let you go, we saw to KK, obviously Uqale Ebenjini, and this is your regular starting 11 player, and this is one of your most senior and experienced players. Coach, moving forward, you're going into the second leg now, and it's all about the final right now. How are you going to deal with the issues of fatigue right now with your players?
I think the only thing we can do now is to go home and relax and nurse our few injuries that we have. Then we come back tomorrow, we try and wrap the game.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck for tomorrow's game.
Thanks.
Coach Nyeko Hlongwane of Isitembi. So he's really struggling with fatigue from especially UKK Masuku, who started off on the bench today and of course is one of their lethal players. And I'm joined now by Coach Habarondoli. Coach Vusi Mahamba. Coach, why are you smiling?
No, thanks, Bali. I'm just smiling because we've missed a lot of chances, and I think today we need to next game we'll convert them.
Kwalepi, Coach, ngoba first half you came out so strong. It looked like you were going to bury the game in the first half already.
I think first half we were rushing. We were not playing our normal football. But I'll sit with the boys. We'll go to the drawing board and we'll correct our mistakes.
I'm going to throw the same question to you about the issues of fatigue. You are one of those teams who have been playing back-to-back from day one. And we know that issues of exhaustion are now starting to creep into the players. What are you going to do with bringing on fresh legs maybe for tomorrow's game?
I think we've got 25 quality players. They've got experience, and whoever that is given a chance can deliver. And I've got a few players who are not here today. I think today I will unleash them.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Vusi Mahamba of Abarondoli. Coach was smiling, but he was saying that he missed out on a lot of opportunities today. Rightly so. Abarondoli should have wrapped that game within the first half. But these are the results from the first leg of the semi-final. Boko Haram succumbing to Ndengeza today. And of course, it's Tembiso and Abarondoli playing out to a goalless draw. We are still here at the Ruby Ridge Stadium, but tomorrow we change gears as we will be at the Midtlaring Stadium. Kickoff is at 2 p.m. and Tembiso and Abarondoli will be kick-starting things for us, and Boko Haram and Ndengeza will be a bit rested as they will be playing the later on game. Kickoff will be at 4 p.m. for those two teams. So not a heavy score, nothing really separating both these sides. So at this point it is anybody's game. It will be the second leg tomorrow of the semi-finals, and of course it's all about the final that will be at the Makhulong Stadium. All roads lead there, so all these teams have to play their hearts out tomorrow. Only two teams can book their place on the 30th of December. Well, from Mina Umbaliskit, it's been a fantastic day of football from Mina and the entire team behind this production. Cheers, bye.